You ever dream?
Sometimes big, sometimes no.
Sometimes big.
Yeah.
What's a dream that you have?
I forgot. Thank you for this opportunity.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
I've never thought of you to be so grateful for that. Hey, whoa. Cheers. It's very, very hot.
I need to continue eating.
You want a bottle of help?
I'm good.
Yeah. You want a back rub?
No, yeah.
Are you famous in Latvia?
I would say no.
Did you know Rops is famous in Estonia?
Yeah, I keep seeing his car on the TikTok.
It's because he has a car, yeah.
Yeah.
When's your Porsche coming?
Not interested in cars.
You're not into shitty cars.
No, not interested in cars.
Okay. Who do you text the most?
The team chat.
The team chat, group phase CS.
Yes, exactly.
Is Eddie in there?
That's a different chat.
Different chat.
We have two chats, yeah.
You can't tell Eddie everything.
Not everything, no.
No.
Some things we can.
Any Latvian jokes that you know of?
No, I'm not Latvian.
Anything that you want, I'll give you right now in the next 5 seconds. Let's change the op. What do you think?
Bring back 2014 up.
2014 op.
Yep.
Running and shooting.
Yeah, fuck it.
Kenny op.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, in 2014, were you even good? You ever been on a chicken shop date before?
No, this is a
Are
first.
you having a good time?
Not really, no.
No. How would you improve it?
Replace you maybe with someone?
Replace me.
Yeah.
Okay. What'd you eat? Made Shanghai major finals. What'd you eat?
What is this question now?
Hey, Shanghai major finals. What'd you eat?
I did not win the major.
I know, but Spirit got lucky. Everybody knows that. That last round, your smoke missed.
I don't know what. Probably some chicken or something.
Catering, yeah.
Yeah. I like to forget things that I don't win.
Okay. Is that why you took that photo in front of Navi when they won the Copenhagen major?
Yeah, that was not a good idea.
Not a good idea. That was one of your best moments.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As part of the social media.
Yes, exactly. All right. Well, whenever you're done with phase, you can play with me. How's that sound?
What's the team name?
Wanderers Gaming.
Yeah, I'll think about it, yeah.
Unlimited salary cap.
I'll think about it.
Okay. What would it take to go on a second date?
I'm ready to go now.
Ready to go?
Yeah, I want some more.
All right, let's get some more chicken then.
Something you don't see, it always lies in the shadow.
When I was younger, I was a little bit more like, I don't care about this, I don't care about that. As you get older, you kind of understand your own principles and your own things that are important for you.
We are normal people, and sometimes we get angry.
Mental health is a key component in every single moment in your life. You need someone to talk to be able to sometimes decompress stuff.
What does mental health mean to you?
First of all, feeling good with yourself, which is the most important. We travel a lot, we do a lot of things with CS, so it's really mandatory to feel good with yourself.
It means how you handle pressure, how you handle haters, how you handle maybe discussions in the team if there's some tension and stuff like this.
I think it's one of the most important things in life for your own comfort. People are saying, oh, you're living a dream job, you're like flying everywhere and you're playing video games. It is true. It's a dream job. But when you're doing it for 5 years straight, when you're constantly flying to events, losing your sleep schedule because you're flying from China to US and from US to Europe, it gets back on your body. And if you're not doing the physical activities or putting everything in place in your mind, then it's beginning to be hard.
We are players that stand out, we travel a lot, and we are exposed in so many ways. Do you think that the community sometimes also buys into creating a toxic community?
Just for them, you play video games, you travel in a lot of countries, you earn good money. If you have that, it's easy. But what we live on a daily basis is not the easiest. We don't see our family as often as we want. We almost see them like twice a year.
But sometimes it does get you. Sometimes someone is writing something at a moment where you feel vulnerable or where you have a bad day or you just had a bad practice game. The moments where it does hit you, like how do you then cope with it? How do you then deal with it?
I can be angry. I can be upset for 1 hour, 2 hours. Let's see. Maximum for me, I think it's like an evening.
But with being an esport player where you are so close with your fans, you're running your own Instagram, you're running your own Twitter, you will be able to see what people write about you and it will pop up on your screen. And that's the hardest thing as a young athlete in esports right now.
Have you ever been in a position where you as a captain of your team have felt maybe someone in the team needed to, get like a good talk, and have you tried to share the things that you've learned throughout your career?
What's the most important is that my teammates, my staff, and my org believe in me. If they all three believe in me, I'm fine. I have all the trust in the world, I don't need any other trust. So I just try to tell that to William, to tell him, okay, it's been a rough year for you, you're not playing as your expectation, you don't play as our expectations, but I know what you're worth, and just keep believing in you, keep working hard, and everything will be fine. He's also a guy that don't talk that much about those things. He will not be open talking about it. It's never easy to say, oh, this affects me. It's important to be open about that, to not letting your emotion explode. So I just try to tell him and tell in interview as well, showing to the community that I believed in him.
The community can be toxic, but you've also felt the opposite, where they actually come together and elevate you from where you are.
Of course, I think that's part of being a human, right? But let's say I open my Instagram, there will be one bad message, but 9 good. There is a lot of good people out there following the scene as well.
When I joined the likes of Vitality and we had to play together, I wouldn't say that we had like a bad relationship or anything. Like we had a good time, but obviously we had to align in how we wanted to work and how you wanted me to play. And I had to try and reinvent myself.
We come from 2 different really areas, like the Danish scene and the French scene. Both didn't play the same at all for a long time. And trying to adapt to each other was the tougher part, because in a way I really wanted to make it work, but I just couldn't.
Have you experienced when things have been tough for the team or for you personally, that the community has come together, and have you actually got something good out of the community as well?
Just the human brain is just not well done in that case. Is that if you have 100 positive comments, but to 1 negative, what you're gonna remember is the negative one.
I would never do it without fans. We would not be able to travel around the world if there wasn't fans. So I think in that sense, I'm just giving a part of myself to the community.
Everyone is a human. Everyone is a person. The life is so short, I think it's not just about playing, just about winning all the time. It's about being happy.
It's cold here.
Wet. Gray.
Relentless. The grind never stops. No one hands you the crown. You fight, you bleed, you fail. And then you go again. Built from hard days and harder nights. You want respect here? You have to earn it. Every round, every clutch, every kill. No backing down, no surrender.
Let's step up, okay? Let's fucking go, boys.
Just you, your aim, and your will to win. You don't wait for opportunity, you take it. This isn't just a game. It's a battleground. This is where conquerors are born. This is our kingdom. This is where kings are made.
Yesterday, the call was answered, and Counter-Strike finally came back to London and the OVO Arena. How are we all doing? It was a crazy good atmosphere in here yesterday, and I expect so much more from you today. But let's just take a look at what happened yesterday. MOUZ, they had their struggles against M80, who were looking to cause yet another upset. Coming into the deciding map, they seemed to run out of steam. MOUZ took control, but they know they need to perform even better today if they want to have a chance of taking down Vitality. Then, for FaZe, we were all talking about them being back. London, you were loving them, but it wasn't enough still. They weren't able to fight strong enough. They fell to G2, and now our semi-finals are set. Is everyone excited? Well, trust me, today is going to be even better, more explosive, and more exciting. So, London, let me hear you. Are you ready? Let's get it started.
The race to the trophy is on, as today 2 new challengers will be entering the arena. Today is semi-final Saturday here at the Blast Open London 2025, where myself, FURIA, is joined by a wonderful panel of analysts. We've got Vu over on the far side, Maui in the center, Pimp to my left. Vu, we kind of slept on a major narrative for you. We're talking about first times in the arena for the players. It was the first time for you yesterday.
Yeah,
what was it like?
Nobody cares about that. Nobody cares about that. They don't want to hear that.
I care, Vu.
Yeah, I care too.
We care. Well done, Vu. Well
Thank
done.
you. Thank
Congratulations.
you. I appreciate your care. Nobody else cares.
How was
Austin
the London
cares.
crowd for you? How was that?
You know, you get a little nervous for a second, and then you say something really dumb, like M80 has a chance against MOUZ.
Yeah, sadly, they did falter to MOUZ. Let's recap some of the quarterfinals that we saw going down just yesterday, because you know what, Vu? I understand where you were coming from. After that second map, even I thought maybe they could make magic happen. Sadly, no, they faltered to MOUZ on map 3.
I kind of don't even understand where I was coming from. M80, the problem is when you actually looked how they got there, they struggled when it came to the clutch moments, the end of series. You go to map 3, I think honestly for M80, they had to 2-0, but MOUZ is just a better team. That's what they said in the interview. They're a better team. They should be a better team. They are a better team.
They still put up a good fight though, right? I think that's the main takeaway for me. I expected M80, first and foremost, not to be in the playoff, you know, and second of all, against MOUZ, not to take off a map and not in the fashion they did on Mirage. I know that the scoreline 13-9 looks like it was a close game, maybe. Wasn't at all. M80 ran away with it in the first half. MOUZ did a cosmetic comeback. So as much as I agree with you, I think M80 should be happy. They should be proud. They were never supposed to be here. They were never supposed to beat MOUZ. Yes, they were positive every single time they took on the server.
I think if you're M80, you have to be happy with the performance. I think you go against the MOUZ team that doesn't lose to underdogs. They don't lose to teams like this almost ever, and you take them to 3 maps. In fact, on the first map they lost, they certainly could have brought them all the way. It was 10-10 at some point. So for M80, fantastic showing.
Yeah, gotta be happy about it. I mean, there's really, even though they fall there, it's one of those losses where if you're on the M80 squad, you're going to think to yourself, darn, we almost had it. But really, it's more about the journey of the tournament. Really, I think you could be happy at this point that your cultural impact is benching Electronic. What more do you want from a tournament than to bench an opposing team's player?
It's not about the destination, it's about the journey. Maui, I didn't even know you were that deep. Let's talk about Hext, newcomer to the side of M80. That was a great performance from him. So many clutches and no exception, even here in the arena.
Hex has been a great upgrade for this M80 squad. I like Rek a lot. I still think that he can contribute to a team, especially a North American squad trying to find its footing, but Hex has been a big difference maker in terms of how vocal he is for the roster. Lake's already talked about the fact that he just brings this other type of energy to the table in terms of mid-round ideas, game planning, and you can see that, yeah, he never really was able to hit the ground running on any of the chances that he had in Tier 1, but with all that experience that he's acquired, he has definitely given M80 a new look.
I think that's the big question, though, because you're right. You know, there is some history on Hex. We have seen him play in Tier 1 Counter-Strike before. We have seen him perform on different teams before as well. And every single time he's shown you glimpses, but he's never shown consistency. So a great start here for Hex, but I'm curious to see if he can continue that, because that would be a new thing for him, right? He's shown it before that he can do it occasionally, but Wu, can he do it consistently?
That's the question that we have across the roster. I mean, we've had 3 players in this team that came into this event with question marks. We had Hext, Slacks, and Lake that were all, Lake, it was, can he get to the next level? Slacks, can he do it against EU? Hext, is he really an upgrade against Rek? If even 1 or 2 of those actually prove it and continue consistently down the line, then you've got a really strong team.
I love that you bring up Slacks there, because as you highlighted, Jacob, you know, the disparity between NA opponents versus EU opponents. Obviously, yesterday wasn't a W in a literal sense versus MOUZ, but did he have any uptick in terms of that form?
I think so. I think it was a mini breakthrough for Slacks throughout the entire tournament. I think he's done significantly better against European opposition that you would expect, I guess. Yeah, it's also easy to be dominating in NA right now. There's not a lot of competition over there, to be completely honest. The level is not as high as you would like it to be. So for him to come in, go up against MOUZ, have 2 good maps, you know, where he made impact, where he was a win condition, especially on Mirage, I think that's a massive breakthrough for this guy.
The half that he played on the CT side of Mirage was one that he's going to remember forever. For his arena debut, to actually be able to game plan against an elite squad in MOUZ, to stop them in their tracks on so many different openers that they were going for, he's going to think to himself in the future, man, if I'm playing Tier 2 North American competition, I should be smoking these kinds of guys.
Yeah, I mean, Slacks dominated MOUZ on their home map. That's a map that MOUZ beat the best teams in the world on. He was picking them apart across the map. That's an incredible performance. And again, if he can keep it consistent, then this team is incredibly scary.
It was a first foray for Lake as well in terms of a stage of this caliber, of this size. Did he pass the temp check for you, Jacob?
I think so. You know, I think if you look towards the entirety of the tournament, you include the group stage, I think Lake has been another positive surprise. Question was, can he be as aggressive as he is against top European opposition? Yesterday, there were moments, you know, there were certain moments in the game where he had an awful lot of impact. Then there was moments where he fell out of the game. So he didn't have a strong performance per se, but I think if you look at it from the start to finish, when you include the group stage as well, to me, he's the most influential player within this lineup. He's involved in pretty much everything they do.
I think the takeaway for Lake is that this is another step in his development. He was able to dominate quite a bit in North America. He can beat those lower level teams, but he hadn't proven that he was that MOUZ replacement that you always wanted him to be, that he could make that next step, that he could beat top teams. And whether he found perfect consistency in this event or not, I think this is another step in a long journey of a development of a potentially great player.
It didn't pop off the page for me yesterday necessarily, but the way he was able to help taking down VP, Na'Vi, and Fnatic, I mean, he was instrumental in all of those victories. So even if a couple guys on the team overshadowed him in his arena debut, you could definitely walk home happy with the fact that he's the reason that they qualified.
I'll say it like this. I think he's done well enough during this event that there'll be a lot of teams right now looking towards Lake, playing a very unique position. We saw what happens to MOUZ. He was hijacked into European Counter-Strike. Lake has another great event. Lake continues the performance that he's doing right now. I think M80 is going to have a tough time keeping him.
We also got to see some lovely B-roll there of just the hype and the energy that M80 were bringing. I mean, like, fair play. This is your first foray on a stage of this caliber, this magnitude, and you just bring in the vibes. Vibes, immaculate.
I feel like we don't usually use the word passion for these kinds of teams, but I mean, they showed it. I mean, there aren't that many opportunities for M80 to play in this kind of situation, and for them to embrace the energy instead of folding. I feel like it was so easy yesterday if M80 just got 13-5, 13-6 to write it off and say, oh yeah, it's their first time on a big stage. But once they started playing themselves into shape, winning the pistol round of the very first round of that series, you could see that they were ready to keep it going.
Our second quarterfinal of yesterday delivered in an entirely different fashion. That was G2 versus FaZe. First time that these two rosters with this specific team lineup had gone head-to-head this year. And Dust2, that was wild, Maui. The amount of OTs on that, just crazy calls, everybody kind of putting the puzzle pieces together. It was a really entertaining game.
Easily the most memorable map of this entire tournament so far. The Heavy God op that came out, the fact that Hunter is going to regret that round 23 B rush call for the rest of his life. Don't think he's going to be calling that one anymore. And Kerrigan, of course, playing it up to the crowd. The fact that he was the highest ADR player for FaZe on Dust2. I mean, he does show up when the lights are brightest.
It was a game that deserved the third map in a sense. I would have loved to see them duke it out one more time. I agree, Dust2, the best map of the tournament so far. Kerrigan, as you said, having a 1v2 clutch as well at a very crucial moment where you thought to yourself, all right, FaZe, you're going to run away with it. And then G2 fought back. A G2 lineup where the expectations were set quite low. You lose Monacy, you lose Nico, you lose your entire identity, and yet you're still coming back and playing good Counter-Strike.
Yeah, and that's a FaZe squad where, unfortunately, we were talking about Kerrigan in the pregame, really struggling this year, really struggling the last few months, and then he top frags for them on Dust2. They still can't push it over the line. That's always a little concerning.
I want to ask you, Vu, about the newest piece of this FaZe masterpiece, because Jacob kind of came out of nowhere, right? Came out of super left field. Makes sense when you look at Kerrigan and his wife's involvement with some other teams. What was the temp check on him? How well did he, fly his flag?
Not great. I would say he did all right. I think when you put him in the right spot, and Kerrigan mentioned this, when you put him in the first in or second in position on an exec, I think he does quite well. But when he slows it down, and there's a reason FaZe, they went for a lot more execs, they went for a lot more rushes in this tournament, because when you slow rounds down, Jacob is not yet on the same page with the rest of his team. He gets a little antsy. Sometimes he doesn't go for a trade he needs to be going for. Sometimes he feels he needs to go for more than he really does. He just kind of isn't at the level quite yet. And while I think he did an all right job, it's going to be a long developmental process for Jacob if he's going to get anywhere near the level that we saw from Elige.
I'll summarize it like this as well. You know, we looked at Jacob yesterday. It's a tough environment to get into. First time on a stage as well. His pistol rating yesterday, he was fantastic. He had a couple of massive moments in pistol rounds where he single-handedly won them the rounds, and by that had impact. But in the terms of getting the job done with the rifles, I believe he was the worst performing player out of everyone who took the stage yesterday with a rifle in his hand. And when you then compare him to Elige with a rifle, I think there's a big disparity in terms of the output you're getting. So yeah, the vibes may be better in FaZe. Maybe the players believe more in the project, but in terms of the talent you have in your roster, you're significantly worse off now with Jacob than you were with Elige.
And because he's such a rough prospect, right, it's incredibly concerning regarding the future of FaZe. You think about some of the more blockbuster signings that FaZe have brought on recently, that is Elige, that would be somebody like Frozen a year and a half ago. And then you look at some of the other pickups that they've had and how long they took to develop. I'm talking people like even Bemis, Brokey, now Jacob. All of these guys were just kind of picked from the rough of tier 2, maybe even FPL more or less. And so those kinds of projects always took a lot longer, but then we sometimes see the ceiling happen. I mean, we see that Brokey is still reaching the ceiling for himself. And so even though today Jacob does not match up with Elige whatsoever, there is a future for him.
Now, Jacob, I know you've been feeling a little bit insecure because we're saying Jacob a lot and it's not referring to you. So time for you to put your money where your mouth is in our Blast TV fantasy team. You really went wild.
Bruh.
You went wild on this one. Do you want to explain to the audience what on earth was going through your
I've been
head?
trying to make a good team for a couple of tournaments, and now I thought to myself, nothing ever makes sense when I do fantasy teams. So I tried to create the worst possible team that I could, and I would argue I'm successful. I had 3 players eliminated yesterday and not a lot of points on the board.
There's no possible shot that MOUZ is the worst player in whatever tier he was in, Jacob.
Almost. Almost. The fun thing is, Quesarado was, according to me, probably the least likely to be in that tier 1 spot, and I think you have him as one of your...
I do.
Yeah,
I do.
one of your hopes.
But I could not, in any world, have justified Slacks and Swisher. Like those guys. Love them. Love those guys.
Well,
not on my fantasy team,
sleeping
though.
on M80, you know, on Kerrigan. Whoa, the way you've been playing lately? worth the risk.
Jacob's just playing a totally different game to us, and I'd like you to get back on the same page because it's serious business time, Jacob. We do have two banging semi-finals coming your way. Let's look at exactly what is on the cards for day number 2 here in London. We, of course, are going to be rounding out the day with FURIA taking on G2, but London, I hope you are ready to be putting your cans in the air because it is time to welcome some British royalty into the arena with Mezzy and Vitality taking on MOUZ.
He's one shot, he's one shot. How are we losing that? 1v4. How? Ah! Ah! Where are my bullets going? Ah!
Well, well, well. Looks like another victim of a crappy chair. If you're like this guy, performance isn't your problem. Your chair is.
How are you in my...
Shh. See, here at Blacklight, we know what the key to victory is. It's comfort. And you're looking at it. Dynamic, adjustable lumbar support, specifically designed to benefit users of all heights. Loosen up. We've got you back with just the right amount of support. Racing-inspired Embrace design. Feel the grip of pure victory embracing your body, keeping you at the apex of the action. The magnetic head pillow, because why should you ever have to fumble with straps? Dual roller PU silent wheels. Stay both silent and deadly in and out of the server. Integrated condensed foam technology for that floating on a cloud experience. It's superior comfort for extended seating.
I'm gonna rank up.
You win. Come on!
My chair's just better.
And that is the power of the Kraken. Let us carry you while you carry your team.
Terms and conditions apply. Sitting required. Chair will not function properly if you refuse to sit. No rage quits. Chair is not responsible for damage caused by flipping, throwing, or aggressive reclining. May increase gaming skills, or at least make you feel like a pro. No refunds if you still lose. Zero gravity not included. Chair may feel like a spaceship, but won't actually fly. Cup holders not included. Your energy drink is your own responsibility. Spills are on you. Literally. Assembly required. Allen key provided. Sanity not. Comfort levels may vary, especially if used as a cat throne. Do not attempt 360 spins unless prepared for consequences. Nausea, dizziness, or unexpected skill boosts. Warranty void if used as a ladder, weapon, or dance partner. Game on responsibly. Chair does not guarantee wins, but it does guarantee style.
Now, you did beat Vitality last time you faced them, but obviously the history, we know what it is. Does it change things now you've beaten them? Do you feel a difference?
Yeah, of course. After they beat us so many times, it feels really good to beat them once. But it will not change anything for us. We still need to just go out there, do our own thing. I think that they're a really good prep team. So it will be interesting to see what they think is our weakness, kinda. And I hope that we can also cover that weakness in the game. So for us, it's just about just keep trying to beat them because obviously they are one of the best teams in the world. Maybe not the best at the moment, but yeah, it's just always nice to play against the top teams.
Do you feel like there's a lot of pressure on both of you guys in this matchup in general?
Well, I think definitely there's more pressure on them, to be honest. Naturally, they won 7 in a row, and they've been struggling a bit this season. I think it's natural, but at the same time, I know that they are striving for wins. So last time we beat them, also it was in Cologne, so they definitely want revenge. We also want revenge for the other, like 7-8 times they beat us before. So there's definitely pressure for both sides. We also are looking to win some trophies. And yeah, let's see who can handle it better today.
The fact is they haven't won anything, even though they beat us once. So I don't know if they have that much confidence more. They've been losing in semis as well, in quarter in EWC, so their result hasn't been the best either. It's not because they beat us once that their confidence is above the roof for me. So no, I think yeah, we have to play great. I remember saying before the final in Cologne that if they don't play better, they're not going to beat Spirit. That's what happened. I think they played okay. They didn't play the best. I think they're a bit like us right now. They've been underperforming, still doing the semis, etc., but not playing as good as they did in the first part of the season. So let's see how it goes.
You've heard of Robin Hood, but now it's time for Robin Cool and his merry men. That man being British royalty in Mezzi, going where no Brit has ever gone before to win a major and a Grand Slam, and now a chance to claim an S-tier trophy on home soil. But by no means is this peak Vitality, as MOUZ proved back in Cologne, where having lost so many times to Vitality this year, finally, Jacob, finally, they tamed their demons.
They finally got over the hurdle. They finally got a win against Vitality, but as Apex said in the interview, and he was being very, dare I say, brutally honest, you know, it didn't really amount to anything. They went on into the final against Team Spirit, got absolutely smacked, lost 3-0, and at that point you felt, was it all for nothing, Wu? That win against Vitality, is that going to give them that much confidence next time they meet them when it hasn't resulted in any trophies going their way? I think Apex is onto something.
I think he might be onto a little bit of something, but that win did kind of prove the downfall of Vitality, or at least the decline of Vitality, the begin of it. As you had that game, and I was ready to write it off a little bit. I mean, you have ZywOo second from the bottom of the scoreboard. Flames went 1-18 on the second map. I was ready to write it off, but then it got built on. They lose to Mongols. They lose to Mongols again. They struggle the rest of the season, and this is where I think they could kind of put the nail in the coffin of the Vitality era if they could beat them here.
Well, that's the thing, right? When you look at that Cologne result and Apex saying after, you know, we weren't playing our A game, but by no means were MOUZ, right? It was two, you know, pretty mid teams going head to head. And it's been kind of such a cruel story for both the side of MOUZ to Vitality throughout 2025. So many head to heads. Okay, yeah, you do it in Cologne, but as Apex said, it doesn't amount to anything in the end.
That's been the issue for MOUZ, right? As you saw on the graphic right here, they've been in the top conversation for a long time. They've been getting into semifinals, they've been getting into grand finals, but they got nothing to show for. And that's the massive issue within the MOUZ camp. Yeah, you got that one win against Vitality in Cologne. And as you said, that's going to feel nice. They can build on top of that. They won 2-0 as well. That Torsi performance, there's a lot of positives to take away, but at the end of the day, it's all about winning tournaments. And MOUZ isn't any closer winning tournaments today than they were just a couple of months ago or at Cologne when they beat Vitality.
I would love to say you're wrong, but I think you've got a point. They are still struggling. They managed that win against Vitality, and then they kind of had that moment where they beat the team they can't beat. They were 7 losses in a row. They finally beat them. They think, oh, we've won the tournament, and then they go in and get absolutely clapped in the final. And that has to feel almost worse than if they had just lost again to Vitality. 100%.
It almost feels like they just got super ahead of themselves after that matchup. And I imagine that took a hell of a lot of energy to get over the line. And yeah, then left in second place once more. Let's talk about one of the ex-teammates from the side of Vitality, Spinks. It's always such an interesting narrative when you think about, you know, you're going up against your ex-organization, your former teammates who you were taken out of the equation. How well do you feel like Spinks has fit into MOUZ since the beginning of the year?
I think Spinks has fit well into MOUZ, obviously, judging by the results, by how he's playing, and by how MOUZ have been able to stay consistent as a top 3, top 2 team for the vast majority of the year. I do think, however, there is certain flaw to his game. Spinks is a player that requires a lot of attention. We even heard that when he was in Vitality. Apex had a tough time figuring out how to get the most out of Spinks without ruining it for the other players around him. And I think MOUZ is potentially experiencing some of the same things right now. I think there's certain players around Spinks right now that are not playing at their best, and I think he could be part of the reason as to why that is. And then the question remains, Wu, does he give enough in order to give him all those resources, or is it still not good enough from Spinks?
I think sometimes when you look at lurkers, they have a bit of a time period where they do really well, and then sometimes they start to fall off, they start to get a little bit baity, and I don't think that's actually what Spinks has been doing. He's tried to get aggressive, he's tried to do his plays, but when you look at him on the T side recently, he is abysmal compared to his earlier form. He used to bail them out of so many rounds. They would be having a tough half, and then all of a sudden Spinks double entry, double trade kill. He just dominated on rounds when they needed him. Recently, he's absolutely cratered his form, especially on the T side. That's where MOUZ is struggling the most, and it's not like he's being put into different situations. He's just not succeeding.
The cool thing is, though, when you look at his CT side stats, and when you look at how he's performing on the CT side, we saw it against M80 as well yesterday. We see it quite consistently as well. He's a force to be reckoned with. He is the guy that will always get you a double kill. He's the guy that actually will be quite aggressive the way he plays CT side. Best mind I have is the way he plays catchwalk on Mirage. He's always in your face, always out middle fighting for it. So he comes with the caveat of sometimes taking away too many resources from the players around him, maybe struggling a little bit on his T side as of right now, but then on the CT side, he's world class.
I think you can give him a bit of credit that sometimes on the T sides, they're losing Xerxen early, they're not getting the entries, not getting the openings, and he wants to make that play. He wants to bring his team back into it, but oftentimes that can be a downfall because you try and get too aggressive. We saw it against M80. He tries to get too aggressive, and they're just waiting for it.
And it seems to be a tale of two sides when we're looking at both Spinks and Jimmy as well, because we talked about him, 2024, an incredible player. 2025, Jimmy's had a little bit of struggle, right?
Yeah, he hasn't been up to his best, and one could argue that that's ever since Spinks joined. One could argue that's just a downfall in form. The big conversation at the end of 2024 was Jimfed going to Falcons? Was he going to replace Messi in Vitality? Right now, I'd argue that you would like to stick with Messi, you'd like to stick with Jimfed in MOUZ, and I don't think his stock value as of late in 2025 has gone up. Quite the opposite.
It's definitely gone down. When you look at him on the T sides, he goes for the third lowest opening duels. He goes for like 6 or 7% opening duels. He just, as he's gone down in performance, he's gone down in confidence, and he's gotten more and more passive. And this is someone that's never been aggressive before. He's not the player you're expecting to go for openings, but it seems like his confidence is losing him, and then he's getting more passive, and he's struggling more and more as time goes on.
Well, let's hear from the man himself. It's Jimmy, courtesy of James Banks.
Do you feel like you may have had a mental edge over Vitality now, the fact that you were able to get a win against them in Cologne? Do you think that changes things where you're not as worried about playing them and you can go up against them in the same way?
Yeah, I mean, at least in a way that they're not as dominant now as they used to be in the last season. So, of course, it's kind of relief for us and also for them. I assume they come really hungry. They want to get the revenge on us. So, at the same time, like, they will have the pressure to win because they also want to win the trophies, get back on the track. So, it's the same for both of us, but I think in a mental edge, of course, like we have it because we beat them already once, so we know that they're not like an unbeatable team. So it helps us in a way that it gives a lot of confidence. But anyway, I think still today the game, I expect that it will be really tough because they are really good team still, like nothing to take away from them. So I expect it will be a hard fight.
Yeah, it must be a very unique situation for MOUZ to finally be coming into this head-to-head and not being the ones out for revenge. But when we compare Jimmy's counterpart on the other side of things to King Messi, what's the story there?
The story is the opposite of Jimfed. I think Messi were not necessarily struggling in 2024, but he wasn't performing consistently at a very high level. There were certain rumors, certain discussions, at least from the community side of it, maybe you should replace Messi. Maybe you should find someone who could do a better job than him. And I think ever since he had a little leave where he didn't go to a tournament because he got a kid, I think Messi came back renewed with good energy. And ever since he's been playing maybe as one of the best players in the entire world at his specific role. I think he fits well in towards Vitality, doesn't take up too many resources, and he's doing one hell of a job at the moment.
Well, let's check in with Messi ahead of this semi-final series, courtesy of James Banks.
Messi semi-finals day, home crowd as well. How much more does that make a difference for you?
I mean, of course, there's always an extra push, extra bit of motivation when you're playing in front of the home crowd. And also, like I said before, like the special thing about this team is everyone wants to push even more for me as well. Like I think it's a really like family vibe. So it's just nice that everyone's behind it as well. Even though I think we've been pretty tired of being on the road and so many tournaments, but now it's like another push before we have a bit of a break of tournaments after this. So yeah, I think everyone's excited to be playing in front of the crowd.
And you got family in the crowd, right?
Yeah, I got my partner and my daughter here, so it's yeah, it's always special to have any family or any support, but to have these guys down, it's so nice just to get them out here.
Now, you've won a lot of trophies, but last time around when it came to being in London, you got eliminated in the semis. Do you feel like this is the time to do it? Do you feel like this is okay, this is mine?
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, I think the things that we've been shown, I think we're slowly improving. And yeah, I think just the hunger in the team, like I said, we had a very good first part of the year, and now we want to get back to getting trophies and get back to winning ways. So I think it's the perfect place to do it. And yeah, I think we're heading in the right direction.
It's obviously, he's been on such massive stages throughout 2025, but we can't underestimate what it means to actually be playing in front of your home crowd and actually realistically have a prospect of hoisting a trophy here.
That's the thing. That's something that motivates Messi, and I think that's something that we've seen from Vitality as well, that they take pride in each other's motivation. I think if you're Apex, if you're Rups, if you're Saivu for that matter, Messi have helped them so much and been such a great contributor to everything they did in the beginning of the season that they would love to pay him back by showing up to this tournament in peak shape. Is that going to be the case? We haven't really seen Vitality, you know, play at the big stage so far. The group stage were okay despite losing maps to every single opponent, but I do feel that they're coming in with a bit of revenge here.
Yeah, I think Messi is a player that thrives in the comfort. He thrives when he knows what his teammates are doing. I think he's going to thrive in this environment as well with the fans in front of him. He thrives off of that type of cheering support, but his team around him have been struggling. They've been struggling to allow him because he's one of the players, him and Robs really have been static this season. Flames, Apex, ZywOo, all really struggling.
So what's the story in terms of ZywOo? You know, we're looking at him still in contention of, you know, maybe claiming the best player in the world status come the end of 2025. But it is a tight race, let's be real, between him and Donk.
I think so. You know, I don't think there's any doubt that Donk is the best playing player at the moment. It's just ZywOo playing on the winning team and has the most trophies to show for it. He's also been, dare I say, struggling a little bit as of late. And that's the thing with ZywOo. When he's struggling, when he's in a bad period, that's a peak moment for pretty much any other player out there. You see the event rating right here. It's going up and down a little bit, but it has been trending downwards for the vast majority of the time. Now, I have no doubt that ZywOo is going to bounce back. And as I said, you know, last 3 months, 1.24 rating, I believe. If that's a downfall, if that's a bad period, Wu, I don't know what is a good one.
I don't think we have to lie here. It's not a close race. Donk is clearly better, especially when you look at ZywOo this season. His T-sides have dropped, depending on when you look at the date range, 1.4 to a 1.1. He is really struggling on T-sides. Of course, the meta has changed. You're looking at a more CT-sided meta, but still, when your star player, when he can't deliver the way you know he generally does and always has, you're really going to struggle.
Yeah, the numbers, they don't lie, Jacob. They don't lie.
They don't lie at all, and that has been the case. And then people are trying to make up, not necessarily excuses, but they're trying to explain what's going on. Well, he has been sick at a couple of events, apparently, and that's obviously not going to help him out. It's also, dare I say, small sample size. It's only been 3 events post-player break, but as you said, I feel like that's why this tournament is super interesting. This kind of sets the tone for the rest of the season. This kind of sets the tone for what's leading up to become the major as well. If ZywOo is having another poor performance today, and if they were to lose to MOUZ, then maybe we can start to beg the question. Is he not playing as great as he has been for quite some time?
Well, gentlemen, I am very excited to find out exactly what we are playing in terms of maps in our picks and bans. Okay, I love when we come into a situation like this where there's been so many head-to-heads, there's so much data. Is there an opportunity to maybe get a little curve format in this one?
I feel like Vitality can go a lot of different routes. There's going to be no Dust 2, no big surprise in that regard. Vitality have picked different maps. Train is one that started to pick a lot. Mirage coming in, you know, as a map pick right here by MOUZ against Vitality. They found an awful lot of success, so that makes sense, Wu. I'm curious to the Vitality pick. Where did they go with this one?
The problem with MOUZ is they can't go anywhere but Mirage, and Vitality, as you said, can go anywhere. They go for Inferno. That's actually a really interesting. I thought they might go for something a little bit different, but Inferno, a map they have beat MOUZ on. Inferno, they did look a little fallible though on that map in the group stage.
I think MOUZ is happy because then they get to remove Train. They do not want to play Train against Vitality, even though that is 2 teams who played at a high level. That makes sense. Now Nuke could be a potential third map, as there's been so many times. That's going to be the case right here as well. Overpass, no one is willing to risk it. It's still a relatively new map in the pool. Nuke, both teams played at an incredible high level, and if I'm not mistaken, I think that's been the decider in 4-6 of those matches between the 2 teams.
Damn, that's pretty wild. I really hope we get there. Chances are pretty high that we will do that, unless we see the same MOUZ that we saw in Mirage yesterday versus M80, though.
Yeah, MOUZ have struggled. I mean, M80 said MOUZ look defeatable. They look beatable, and that's not what you want to see if you're MOUZ coming into this one, especially when Vitality knew they could have known 6 months ago MOUZ are going to pick Mirage against us. They were able to prepare for this. If they're not looking like their best selves, and I think M80, as crazy as it is to say, gave a bit of a blueprint on destroying that MOUZ default.
It's the T side, right, for MOUZ and Mirage. They've been struggling so much, and guess what? They get to start this matchup on the T side on Mirage. Ooh. I'm curious to see if they're going to change anything. Yesterday was a lot about mid control, trying to get the opening picks. M80, as you said, absolutely destroyed them. They cannot afford to make the same mistakes. So I expect, I guess, Cyclone and the boys from MOUZ is going to approach the game differently, but do you really want to start changing the way you play against Vitality in a semi-final? I don't think that's good either.
Yeah, I would say no. Jacob, surprisingly, you've been a bit of a critic. You've been looking at the glass half empty. Yesterday, I remember when we were talking about Vitality Falcons, that series at EWC. You said some pretty nasty things about Vitality, if I recall that. Do you want a chance to course correct, to change that tune now? Do you think we're going to see the same Vitality as we did in Cologne in that series versus MOUZ?
I think we're going to see a better Vitality. I think they've had their rough showings already. I think what we saw at EWC in that third place decider against Falcons, where you lose 2 maps in a row, 13-3, that's not good. People out there would say, yeah, it's a third place decider. They don't care. Well, there was $1 million on the line for the organization of Vitality, thanks to the whole World Club leadership board. So I do think Vitality were motivated, and I do think that was a wake-up call for them. They have to do better, and I think they will.
Either way, gentlemen, it's almost time to get the semi-finals started, but not before we head things to a short break. When we get back, it is time to welcome both teams into the arena. It's MOUZ versus Vitality.
I hear that you are up for renewal when it comes to our membership, and so I've dusted off your portfolio, and I would like you to give me your thoughts on what I consider to be one of the finest of Counter-Strike's cultural moments. Ahead of us, we have Inhuman Reactions by Hiko. You remember this well, don't you?
I do remember it. I can't escape it in some sense. It has become part of my life, just like Counter-Strike has. So.
I think that when we talk about culture, we talk about context, we talk about history and all these things that make Counter-Strike great. But the beauty of Inhuman Reactions by Hiko, by Anders Bloom, is that it's short and sweet. We play this clip.
The thing to really remember here is that we are in an era of Counter-Strike where the Swedes dominate everything. There is no challenge. Everyone knows they're the best, and Hiko is just this North American player. Sure, he's got a bit of a personality, he's got a bit of something going on for him. And then this happens. What is that?
Oh.
God, Inhuman Reactions!
That is Counter-Strike in its essence. We see him go on to lose this round, and I think one of the great things that you said here.
Not even with an aimbot could you have got that kill, and Hiko
Sometimes anything is possible. I think Hiko's very lucky, Mr. Bloom, that you were there to elevate this moment.
Ultimately ended up being a big moment for both of us in many ways, even years later.
So when we think of cultural impact with Counter-Strike, I give this a 10 out of 10. And in terms of mechanics, that lizard flick that Hiko puts on display, I give that 10 out of 10 as well. This is a magnitude 10 shaking of the Counter-Strike world. 100% glory in my eyes.
Well, I would be remiss to argue with that. I will agree with your score.
Ah, fine taste. It's my pleasure to approve your renewal. You may continue casting Counter-Strike.
I appreciate your generosity.
Ah, yes. Oh, it's not on behalf of myself, sir. This is the Culture Clubhouse, after all. It's on behalf of all of Counter-Strike.
Well, together we will continue to build the culture even further into the future then.
Greater than ever.
London! This is looking much better. And you've got a treat for the opening game of today. A semi-finals clash between Vitality and MOUZ. You're still booing him. Maybe on this one I expected it. We've got Mezzy on the Vitality side. We got some Mezzy fans in the house. He's got family here watching as well, so keep it PG in the audience. But MOUZ deserves some respect. They were able to take down Vitality last time around, but now they got to take you guys down at the same time. I've seen some MOUZ jerseys around here, so all the MOUZ fans, you gotta really step up. Let me hear you! That's better, that's keeping it even. But Vitality is supposed to be always loud, always crazy. Vitality fans, make some noise! It's a split crowd, you're a special crowd. Well, let's get ourselves into the semi-final, but everyone in this arena, give me this now. Let me hear you make some noise! It's time for the semi-final.
Tell me about your mentality.
It's still great, I would say, for the team. I think our mentality is getting better and better.
They know that we are really hungry to beat them and to show them that we are capable of being the best.
Sky is the limit for this team. Your Blast Open Lisbon champions. Your Blast Austin Major champions. Vitality!
I mean, right now it's 8-1 in the past to them. We want revenge.
Jimmy head on a swivel. They'll take them all out of the round.
Once more they face an old foe for that route into the grand final.
How would you describe MOUZ?
Consistent.
How would you describe Vitality?
Strong.
They have felt defeat more than most, but finally they overcame the bees. Now they must strengthen up and do it once again, even with London's booze. This is MOUZ! The conquerors of 2025 have felt their first devastating defeat. But this is where they learn the most and now must look to overcome it all. This is Vitality!
It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. What were the final bosses of 2025 have now struggled coming out of the summer break, but Maui, this could be the perfect opportunity to Vitality to right all of their wrongs and make a statement here in London.
A great opportunity for Mezzi to do it on home soil, and in my eyes, the era still stands, as long as Vitality reclaim it. In the middle of Astralis', they lost 4 tournaments in a row before they bounced back with the Berlin major win. At this point, there's a great opportunity for Apex and Vitality to keep us believing, and they have to take down MOUZ to do it.
I think the same thing could be said for MOUZ. If MOUZ can replicate what they did at IEM Cologne, knock out Vitality, go into the grand final, then MOUZ is looking at a final opponent that's either going to be G2 or FURIA. We're talking about a team that's been in semifinals, that's been in finals every single time they had to face Vitality, so they have no trophies to show for. Where if they beat Vitality today, MOUZ are the favorites heading into a grand final, finally winning a trophy.
That's pretty crazy that you say 4 events, looking back at the Astralis era, because the clock is very quickly ticking for Vitality if we're going to hold them up to that same metric, right?
And there's already a lot of naysayers, already a lot of non-believers that are rearing their heads right now. They're wondering, was it even an era? Is ZywOo the best player of the year? Is Apex actually a great captain, or was everybody just firing on all cylinders? This is a great time to shut up all of those haters today.
Do you think they have what it takes to be finally, you know, making a statement this side of the player break of 2025? We're going to be beginning on Mirage. That is the choice of MOUZ, where, as we were just talking about, Jacob, they've got to start on the T side, which has not been kind to them as of late.
No, I think so. I think Vitality are still the firm favorites in this matchup. I know that recently MOUZ beat them, but before that, it was 8 victories in a row for Vitality. I think Apex said it pretty well in the interview leading into this game. He doesn't think that changes the confidence, right? MOUZ are still going to remember the 8 times they didn't win, and so is Vitality. So yeah, I'd say so. Vitality may not be playing at their best right now. I don't think they have to beat MOUZ, because they're not either.
For the year, these teams are deadlocked on 3 wins and 3 wins on Mirage. So this is the best of 7 tiebreaker that we've got before us today. But the last time that MOUZ were able to win, they only needed 4 rounds on that T side. They had a dominant CT side. So don't just write them off immediately if things go poorly for MOUZ, because they can put up a wall when they switch halves.
They got 3 T rounds versus FURIA in the group stage game. They got 2 T rounds yesterday versus M80. 2 games in a row where their T side were non-existent. They also played G2 in the group stage just a week ago where they got 9. Was that G2 being weak? Was that MOUZ playing better? I don't know. All I'm saying is 3 T rounds versus Vitality today, that's not gonna cut it.
Call me a member of the whole W religion, you know, but with Mirage, I'm so excited to see how this aggression down mid is going to be taking place, because we have some of the very best players on these positions taken to the stage today.
I mean, ZywOo is gonna fight out there. You know, Apex is always gonna be aggressive in connector. The same could be said for a guy like Spinks on the CT side. He loves to push out catwalks. So I think you're right for it. I think a lot of this game will be decided in the early mid fights, just like we saw versus M80 yesterday.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for your thoughts. It is time to be kicking off our first semi-final here in the OVO Arena, Wembley. It's Vitality versus MOUZ.
Wembley! Are you ready for Messi? Okay, I think we are. Vitality, MOUZ, our 9th installment in this classic head-to-head in 2025. It's a Team Vitality trying to raise the roof again, get back to their winning ways, versus a MOUZ who know they've done this before and they just might do it again.
This was one of the head-to-heads that went on to define the Vitality era. Last time Messi was here in London, he went out in these semis. London, get loud! Get animated! We've got a semi-final!
BO7 decider, Maui called it, between Vitality and MOUZ. 3-3 on this map alone. Often delivers. Didn't last time. Vitality have a point to prove. The MOUZ who look to level up. Semi-finals was all they could muster. But that's Vitality's worst placing. MOUZ come into this pistol slow and steady. Vitality with a stack. Nothing surprising. A team who always puts that 3rd piece in place on these CT sides, always seems to have the right read.
Apex hears them coming, knows he's got his troops in the right place. ZywOo and Messi combined for the openings, and right now Messi, the stopgap on this A play, slows it all down. MOUZ hemorrhaging bodies go looking, 4 kills into the spawn, and Messi sends them packing, a hat-trick to open up in front of the home crowd.
Couldn't want anything else here in this semi-final. Cheers of Messi. Comes in steady to this pistol. All eyes on him today. All eyes on ZywOo as well. Player who felt very quiet in that previous head-to-head back at Cologne. Him and Flames some of their lowest rated maps of all time. I mean, for ZywOo alone on Mirage, it was his worst map in 2 years, dating back to mid-23. So when I say point to prove for Vitality, it's not just that they can beat them for an 8th time, it's that they can get vengeance from what was a dominant victory MOUZ found just weeks ago. MOUZ settle in, slow and steady in this full eco.
ZywOo and Rob's about to farm. They can have 5 bodies crossing out in middle and just a couple of P250s. 1 kill for Spinks, more damage found, but Robs is here to keep them on a leash. And so shouldn't get any weirder than this. Jobs are good in the conversion for Vitality.
It's a very exciting time to see this matchup because it's not like these two teams are playing at the top of their game right now, right? Both having recent early eliminations. Vitality a shakier start to this second season. And even for MOUZ, not looking unbeatable. M80 showed that yesterday on this very map. But they did level out come the third, Inferno, which is Vitality's pick in this series as well. Can MOUZ come in clean to this first gun round? Popping out middle. Spinks Brolin out under. Brolin always looking to be a nuisance in these lower plays. And after MOUZ puff their chest up in middle, they reset back to a site.
I'm over here in Palace, and that's right as Flames is looking to make a move. 2 players in front of him. Spot on Jimmy, but he gets nailed, and Apex dead as well. Round slows down. The bomb's a long way away from B, but that's where MOUZ are gaining some ground here.
Ezzy got to hold his own. He's not rotated fully off the site, but he's thinking about it after that bomb scene in Palace. Vitality aren't certain, they aren't sure. Route open to reset back to B. And Vitality gamble wrong.
And on the back of this gamble, it's likely just going to be MOUZ on the board in round 3. Right, you're out of position. You rotate off of that bomb spot, as you say, and that kind of seals the deal for Vitality in this round. They're a long way away from giving it a go. And so a safe call they were prepared to make.
Nice double for Jimmy yesterday. If you remember that Mirage game against M80, no one could do anything. Exertion was really struggling on opening kills. No one was exactly bailing him out. Jimmy put that 1 T-side round in the bag with a 3K out of Palace and a clutch as well, but MOUZ had nothing to talk about in that first half. So very important to see them getting activated early in this game. Brolin making the right read. So MOUZ are in the game.
Bit of a change of heart there. Deciding to play late out in towards middle. ZywOo was going to go for it, but instead he's found himself on short. So maybe an idea here for Vitality about this mid control. The MOUZ want nothing to do with it.
Similar round for MOUZ, just going back. The difference is Spinks is coming under this time, so actually opting away from it, decides to join his team on the big reset. So as a re-smoke comes into window, Vitality still looking for answers in middle. They find nothing. It's going to have to be a retake round. Flames back at CT. Not looking to die inside of the site. Rob's already getting into position. There's no AWP in this one, so it opens up good retake potential for Vitality. They're going to try and get stuck in A before the hit comes through.
Flames plays to under Palace. Sits behind the Flames, unable to get cleared out here. He's good for the first. Just looking to be a nuisance is Flames, and a double kill is more than enough. Jimmy and Torshi do what they can to bring MOUZ back into this one. It's Rob's teed up for a late swing over here in CT. He's looking to be the difference maker in this round. Held for now, tap on this bomb. It's not the commit, and Rob's plays on the back of it right into the hands of Spinks. Still close enough this time for Vitality to justify giving this retake a look in. ZywOo creeping forward. He's got Mezzi riding shotgun, but very quickly it's stripped away from the MOUZ with a 3-on-5 turnaround. A Flames double, not enough for Vitality.
Yeah, you don't see Robs getting caught off guard like that very often, do you? Getting baited to swing that default bomb plant, knowing there's a good chance he can deny it. But it's actually cover from Spinks all the way down ramp side, who stops him. That makes that retake very hard for Vitality with no util to supplement. And MOUZ having comfortable positions. Vitality broke now. And even though Vitality have a Brit, it won't stop them hating the French.
It's fair. Here we are, Torshi. Oh God, there's team damage, they're killing each other. It's a mutiny in middle, and Robs is gonna capitalize. Him and ZywOo swing out for a kill apiece. This is the eco round from Vitality, and they might be about to pick it up.
Classic Vitality.
MOUZ did so much team damage, and that kind of led them down the garden path. They kept spamming, they kept shooting. And so a disaster class over here in middle.
Still got to finish this though. Apex armed on this B bomb site, even getting info, not overplaying it. He has a Molotov to block, so if MOUZ try and come into B, Vitality gonna have time to set up again. This is a nice safe play.
I mean, the fact that this is the one bit of util he was able to pick up is kind of huge. I'll just be able to stop this. And Apex, yeah, you're dead on. He's not overextending here, playing it safe. There's the spot. Ooh. Molly in. They're going to play right through it. Apex, ugly, but he burns out Brolin. Still takes one in the grave with him. That leaves just Exertion in the hot seat, and Vitality are closing in.
Not known for his clutches. How about today?
Damage on the first. There's the wraparound. Vitality with nothing but pistols. Hold on to this early lead.
Oh, shock and horror round for MOUZ. It feels like they got the chance to build into this T-side early, and Vitality win with almost nothing. Barely even Kevlar on this CT side. And yeah, he called it perfectly. Flashes blinding them, team damage, everyone boxed in. Shooting gallery for Vitality, finds them an eco win. Torshi's AWP in play. ZywOo yet to do so. Boost up the connector, but Apex ain't going anywhere. He ain't walking through that door. Vitality not really overcommitting to middle right now. Letting MOUZ make the first move.
And you also kind of see a tendency for MOUZ to posture for mid, but then never end up taking it. And so, you can imagine that's also played a role in Vitality only really reacting once they know this is a commitment from MOUZ. And here it is in the mid round, a flash out into middle. ZywOo and Flames get stuck in.
Hear that AWP, that's a warning sign. Vitality count their lucky stars. They can opt to give it up now. They've wasted a lot of time, but they've also burned all their util in doing so. Was it worth it? And it's conditioning of this lack of mid presence late in the round. Vitality see that smoke, they don't buy it. They don't think it's a fake. They know MOUZ are coming in. They look to fight them on their ground.
Still, there is this double pincer in middle. Flames has to give it up. Now he's spotted them moving out through Palace. Apex and Rops offer up some resistance here, but there's that Torshi AWP finally making an appearance. Drop in, plant for CT, and there's no swing for Vitality. Mezzi's going to arrive there too late. No chance to stop this. It's left to a retake for Vitality.
Oh, that's a sharp shot. AWP stuck in, peeking into Mezzi, hanging on in quiet desperation. Mezzi looking for that third player. Where's he gone? Spinks hiding in the Palace. Rops clearing position, time ticking low and not to the favor of Vitality. Spinks with the chance to dance, but he doesn't bite on the first tap. Second one will force a fight. Mezzi off the bomb. Spinks in the 1v1. Puts it down for MOUZ. The Brit won't save them this time, as MOUZ pick up a clutch round.
And that's just such a huge clutch to pick up for Spinks. It keeps them competitive, it keeps them close, right, and allows them to try and capitalize on some of this damage, right? There's still a world now for MOUZ where they can look to win out this first half. It would have been them on the back foot in a big way. Vitality picking up some serious steam. And so Spinks has just kept this first half very much alive on the back of that 1v2 clutch.
Yeah, hey, you win the eco, but you can't capitalize enough to break the money of MOUZ, so they're just going to keep buying in. Still going to have this AWP. And Vitality, they're on the ropes. Whoever wins this round breaks the other and sets themselves up to streak in this first half.
Just a five-man all-in play, but the ZywOo AWP finally making an appearance here, and you want it to hit hard. There's the first kill for ZywOo. Flames nearly gets timed on that ladder, but gonna deal with Jimmy. Can he stop the ramp spillover? Low on health, he's a shot away from certain death, just looking for something else, but exertion won't let him have it. Still, MOUZ learn about this AWP. They continue trying to work the A site, and they run right into it again. That leaves Torshi with nothing but time to kill here. Minute left to play with in the 1-on-4. He's got the timing. He's made it past Rops here on this aggression into top mid. He hit the perfect window, and they have no idea. Starting to consider it now. ZywOo's moving over, but he'll be the only player inside of B for Vitality.
He's cautious at least, but is it too cautious? It will allow Torshi more room. He's only looking to save by the looks. 40 seconds going under. That's not a route to a round win. And so if no one comes for him, Torshi is just fine holding on to all MOUZ will have in that follow-up round. Vitality just too hard to break, and even when you do, they win the eco.
Forced to commit there into a stack over at A, right? They barrel in once they get the Flames kill, but they learn about that ZywOo AWP very early in the round. There were layers to that defense for Vitality, and they're even coming hunting for this Torshi AWP. Knife out for Apex. Knife to a gunfight. He was never going to win that. Oh, Torshi might just kill himself. That's refreshing into ZywOo.
Oh, dear.
And that is an ugly way to lose the AWP.
After time, no less as well. So $1,300, that's all you got to show for your round. Bit of a disastrous way to finish it. And Vitality, who were the ones to eco first in this game after gun rounds, have now put MOUZ in quite a predicament.
Ugh. Safe to say that's not a moment you feel proud of if you're Torshi. And so just down to pistols now. Vitality, this is their chance to capitalize again. Let's see if they can do it.
looking for big CT halves today, right? Even though there's a lot of familiarity in these two teams playing so many matches head-to-head, this game is getting more and more CT-sided. And Vitality have been pretty open about their struggles on T-halves as well, coming into this new season, not liking how disconnected they are from each other, making their own individual plays and not getting away with them like they were at the start of the year. So CT sides are the name of the game today. Winning these rounds is of mass importance. 1-for-1 will do Vitality no favors.
It's a gun gifted over as well. Into the ZywOo Warp once more. And since it's made an appearance, it's been finding a lot of impact. There's Apex on a smoke push, and so the two Frenchmen keep that round clean for Vitality.
It's across the road, mate. You've come to the right place, though. MOUZ, I feel like they've spent this whole game on Eco. Now just 2K per player. It's only going to get worse.
You talk about the familiarity between these teams. I think you've seen that in the early stages of this game, right? It's felt very chess-like. Pieces moved around the board, careful consideration behind every play. And that comes with familiarity. As we say, this was like a head-to-head that went on to define the Vitality era. MOUZ were there kind of trying to chase them down, but this was the one team they could never get past. Only breaking that Vitality streak in this head-to-head back in Cologne.
At least it's gotten closer, right, over time, because at the start of the year, it was 8 maps in a row for Vitality to start that streak against MOUZ. And, well, MOUZ finally started to break in. Grand final in Lisbon, couple of close maps, eventually ending in Cologne with a series win.
Shooting gallery round for Vitality. And now a chance to cement their lead in this first half. 6-3 up. You don't want to give MOUZ away back in at this type of scoreline, right? You feel happy with where you're at, but a chance for a very damaging half hinges on these final couple of rounds.
And it's because of that head-to-head, I think, that this gets even more important for Vitality to win today, to show up in good form, because not only do they want to show that, hey, that Cologne was a fluke, we played really, really poorly at that event, we came in slow, you know, we got destroyed in both maps against MOUZ. It's not just the head-to-head, it's also just the season. Vitality have had nothing to celebrate. Yeah, top 4 is nice, but when the bar is this high, Vitality want trophies.
No, and then I think you're dead on, right? Like the difference with this Vitality squad was just they felt leaps and bounds ahead of even number 2 in the ranking, right? It felt like there was a huge gap. Yeah, like you had number 1 in the world and then you had number 10 in the world, and that's actually how it felt, right? They couldn't get beat.
MOUZ's highest heights were Vitality's lowest lows in those semi-finals, so it's a perfect matchup to start off our Saturday run. ZywOo's AWP has certainly come through in this game. 10-4, good start. MOUZ go back to mid control. They take it a lot clearly this time. 4 players swinging out top mid. While Vitality look committed to A, they've got to watch out on their beside. ZywOo moves away entirely, giving away mid control to MOUZ. Struggle to find an AWP with as much reliable opening power on CT side as ZywOo. A lot of attempts and even more success. MOUZ just sit back in middle, but Vitality aren't coming for them. MOUZ are kind of hoping they get flash played and Vitality go for info, but Vitality have enough info. They've got Robs covering the back line. We've got Apex Flames set up on ramp, and ZywOo has the connector. So MOUZ will have to make the next move. Leave yourself enough time to do it.
Just getting past this ZywOo AWP has felt so tricky. MOUZ haven't been able to do it yet. And so they're about to run in to ZywOo and his AWP one more time on this T-half.
Cheeky.
The bait is fantastic. Jimmy is not ready for Apex there at the ramp. Flames pivots back round. And this offense is cut in 2. MOUZ have no room left to run, no time left to do it. And so this round will just peter out. Another one left to the wayside for MOUZ. Vitality, they've cemented the lead. They've won out this half at bare minimum.
That's MOUZ really thinking Vitality would do the same as last gun round, right? Popping into middle late in the round, try and get that info before an A commit comes in. Figure out, do they have lurkers in middle? Is Brolin coming out under? Where's Spinks? But Vitality just call their bluff. They say, you want middle, you can have it. We've got both bomb sites locked down with a strong setup. And MOUZ run out of time and have nothing to show for that round. No kills, 2 saves, and no money to buy around them.
And I think, you know, when Vitality are all kind of showing up like this, right, they don't have some huge problem area, like thinking back to that Cologne game where it was just a failure to launch for a number of individuals. They can sit back fairly safely in these 3-2 splits between A and B, faith in the crossfires, faith in the individuals to haul it over the line. It's MOUZ feeling all the pressure there in kind of the tail end of the round. They're not being super active here, right? It is a pretty stagnant CT side. But MOUZ want these fights in middle. They want a chance at that opening pick before committing to the site here. And so that's why this is starting to feel very, very awkward for this MOUZ team, and it's all by design for Vitality.
Something more explosive perhaps here, and all in for MOUZ, moving away from middle. All 5 players set up immediately. ZywOo behind triple, a committed position. Will he get the warning from MOUZ? Smokes laying up.
I mean, one thing that feels a little problematic here is outside of just that top mid cross smoke, there's no util middle, and so Vitality won't be holding onto this position for long. They can see into mid, and they can see there's no one there for MOUZ.
Second exec, the second timing here for MOUZ.
Once more into the ZywOo warp. It still has yet to work. Flames will open. ZywOo nails his. Goes back in for a little bit more. ZywOo's in hot water, left fighting alone. His teammates are trying to come through to help him. But ZywOo doesn't need the help. Nails every single shot. And MOUZ are getting blown out the water in this first half.
And we're seeing misses from ZywOo, right? He's not nailing every single shot, but when he's 13-4, finding 3 kills on triple and the openers again for Vitality, those missed shots don't matter. MOUZ don't get any room again. Sure, you can spam him from triple, but you need to be alive to do that. Flames has also been a rock on this A bomb site. Seen him in those setups with Apex. Seen him put on important opening kills from under balcony as well. ZywOo and Flames are not your way to get into this T side. 6 and 2 on openings between the both of them. Make that 7. ZywOo finds another pick. Now we've got an answer. Exertion 3 and 11. Again, a cold start to Mirage. Can he save them in this final integral round? Not seen B or half here for MOUZ. Mezzi called upon.
It's Mezzi under the microscope here. Flames is moving around to join him, but Mezzi, they're closing in on his position. Got a teammate in tow now, he falls straight away. Flames can't hold on. And so that ZywOo AWP being asked for, but gonna get cut down in rotation. MOUZ finally find a way to break this Vitality streak.
He's back.
I think he's
back. That's for sure. Brook has been playing very well lately. Since he got benched for the team, for Sasha to standing in, I think he came back with full desire to show his true capabilities. When you watch him at the beginning of each game or each round, he's not really aggressive. He's always gonna do crazy things, and that's why it's making Broky a special player, because you never think about what he's gonna do in mid-round.
I feel he's in a full focus, and he's in his zone that he was when he was in his prime.
It's amazing to see, because I have been on the other side sometimes, and Brook is just like relentless. It's just going forward, and he's just pushing everything he can. And yeah, he makes some magic happens, and that's what you want from an all person.
Yeah, I think he's back. He's playing good lately, and I think this pause or break, whatever he had, was good for him, I think.
It was personal circumstances that kind of crashed him during the last season and the season before that. So he's been working very hard on it. He feels like a different person, both inside and outside the server.
In a Counter-Strike Classic from 2025, Vitality sit 23-6 in head-to-head v MOUZ. The gap looks to widen today. Mirage starting strong for Team Vitality.
Yeah, MOUZ's map pick instantly called into question. Need to have success in this pistol round, or else Vitality are just going to storm the board and run away with this. I mean, it's been a red-hot start from really everyone in the Vitality camp. Mezzi only with 5 kills, but had a great pistol round and then rarely got to play over towards this B site. Everyone finding their impact. And so no slow starts for Vitality. They go looking for this B control early.
They were ready to get blocked. I mean, look at the util Vitality have. They've thrown almost nothing right now. They are ready for this play from MOUZ, and they look to recommit. Jimmy now has no way to stop this, but his trusty USP.
Messi with the util. Rest of the play now coming in for Vitality. Torshi trying to hold on, dancing around them, but caught by Mezzi in the apartments. Roland tries to just charge in, and the head is lopped off. The captain gone. Exertion tries his hand at the wild push, and oh man, that's crazy. Left on a Apex, low health for Spinks, but it won't come to matter. MOUZ recover in the pistol.
Not ready to just get run down like that off the plant, but Exertion knows that's his best chance to win the round. He can't sit back and let Vitality take post-plant positions. Empty pillar with a man and abs. That would have been the way to win for Vitality. Instead, Exertion has other ideas. Very quiet game from him. Still time to save that. Vitality with no plant, take the full eco here in the second.
Not the start you wanted if you're Vitality as well. You felt a little rusty on T sides. And that pistol round would have, put you on the path to a win. Now it becomes a lot more of a grind. This gap is sure to close.
Seeing similar looks from both squads early in these halves. Vitality using this like a pause, chatted over. Getting a good game across the board from Vitality, but like you say, this is the true test. These T sides where ZywOo has fallen off individually, and so has the whole squad with their recent results. Roland getting caught off guard, bit of pressure here, but the MP9 puts them down. 1 deep for Rops is all they've got. Team Vitality coming in with a gun round now.
Going to be keeping a very close eye on Exertion and if he's able to recover, because you touched upon his kind of slow start to this game. He looked good in that pistol round. Starting to fly up the scoreboard for MOUZ, and it feels like he's a very important piece. This game he's had versus them was in that time that they won back in Cologne. Outside of that, though, this has proved to be a very, very tricky matchup for Exertion. Here's some huge drop-offs here. Spinks and Torshi. Quick work made over the A hit. Apex backstab might have to save the day. Has a couple of kills potentially in front of him, but they battle forwards. They go and fight over the stairs, looking for Rops on this lurk in Palace. Oh, he's dead straight away, and so that's just Apex now, 1v4. And nowhere left to go as the smokes fade, more angles open up. Jimmy just gonna catch him. And so a 1-round game as MOUZ start to level out.
Vitality don't even make a dent on that A hit. Spinks is proving to be a rock for this team in recent times, through thick and thin. Showed up yesterday in that 3rd map against M80 and played out on his mind. And maybe just that little bit more to fight for against his former team. Checkered past with Spinks and Vitality. One that he's looking to iron out.
I mean, Spinks being a part, kind of a fixture of this head-to-head, the one that went on to tee Vitality up for the hot start to the year. It kind of would have been like if, you know, Kirby was in the Liquid Evolved back in the days.
Maybe with harder feelings here, though.
Almost certainly. Okay, Apex. He is a scouter.
Rollers on one.
There's a lot of damage done here in a low econ round. Guns have now been picked up. MOUZ are on the ropes.
Not again.
Vitality about to break through with nothing to fight for. And it comes off of these Apex tags doing big damage. Spinks is so low and you're a man down. I think MOUZ have to save Vitality. They weren't supposed to win this, let alone do it flawlessly. 5 alive at the end.
2 massive eco wins in this map for Vitality, both of them without Kevlar. There's only 2 Kevlar players in this round. Those scout tags felt negligible. But MOUZ get caught isolated into 1-on-4s. Vitality just run over them, 5 alive. AK's picked up, that's an absolute robbery of a round on this T side. At least MOUZ saved the orb. And London hates saves. Final timeout coming from MOUZ here. Cyclone has been hot on these timeouts, even in the game yesterday. Burning 3 of them in the first half. Knowing that, hey, yeah, Mirage has gone back and forth in this series. We've even seen MOUZ win Inferno dominantly over Vitality before in lost games, but at the same time, you want to start strong. You need to start strong. Use them or lose them.
You are dead on there. MOUZ are very, very liberal with their pauses. I almost wonder if the game plan is there, right? If we start coming back, they know that that's going to force pauses out of their opponents. And so in a way, they can try and draw them out a little bit later in the game.
Yeah, true. All right, last time Vitality went for this A hit. Spinks shut it down, but how will this one look? Vitality get their mid-util in. Spinks spams a smoke. Orb in the wrong place. That's too tempting for Flames. You see a gap, he sees an opportunity.
Oh, no, this is the equivalent of a red carpet being rolled out for Flames. He had a real chance to catch Brolin there. And this position is not as secretive as Brolin thinks. Still, he does well to get out with 1. Keeps this even, keeps MOUZ in with a chance. They're grouping over towards CT. Torshi's AWP is on the way. Jimmy plays ahead of that AWP's arrival. Messi nearly catching 2. Forces Torshi to show a bit more respect out towards the spawn, and Exertion can't catch them yet.
Robs has the health.
Swings wide and Exertion dead. That might force another save out of MOUZ. They're going to feel reluctant to do it, but they're not in a position to go for this retake.
Hard call to make for Vitality. Just popping instantly. You are so down to the pathing of your entry and whether Flames gets that opening kill. And even though he doesn't, he got the info that led to it. We've seen what happens when you lose that first man coming out of ramp and don't have a trade. Round can end off of just 2 kills from the defense, but MOUZ have nothing on this A site. They lose Torshi to the bomb. He was in ladder. Oh dear. AWP gets dropped over. MOUZ have to find a way, but it's Vitality off the back of an eco win, just exploding into A and taking double digits. Robs with the kill of the round there. 2 very low teammates, forces the fight onto Exertion.
Toshi looks to have been crowdfunded in AWP.
Ooh, not ideal, missed window smoke. They just go back to the same play. This time Spinks is here.
Going into a stack then, and so this is where MOUZ have got to hope they can hold on, but they lose Exertion straight away. Good pathing on these entries, a clean sweep past the stack. And that is a very bad omen for MOUZ. They had all their pieces in the right place, early util down. The same play back to back out of Vitality, and it cleans up. This is not a good feeling for MOUZ. They can feel this game spiraling out of control. And money now running dry. Vitality have every reason to go and look for a hunt here. They know that these guns are all MOUZ are going to have to work with.
It's brazen for Vitality, but the way they're playing doesn't put them in any mid-round positions, doesn't put them in those moments where they've had trouble on these T-sides where individuals have had to make decisions and bail you out of rounds. It's just very team play CS. Vitality just going for instant executes, punishing MOUZ despite a triple stack. MOUZ getting absolutely shut out of the A site. Vitality winning rounds in seconds, saying we are the better team. And showing it in the server. 1 kill to the 3 on that A hit. Back to back for Vitality. But MOUZ make a read. They don't think they'll do it thrice.
I mean, they might not do the exact same strat, but this is looking like the same end destination for Vitality. No presence over towards the B side of the map. Mezzi's just faking here. And with Apex having opened up A, that's too much of a gift for Vitality. They follow through on this split, and MOUZ might just have to save again.
What do you do? What do you do?
I'm joining in. Boo.
MOUZ just can't go for it. 4th save in a row, decided by the couple of entries that Vitality give us. It's Flames and Apex. I mean, Torshi has not been on the A site in any of these hits. Finally, he's there. Apex runs through Ram Smoke and takes the entry again. Vitality, Stratbook out the window, playing contact points,
and I mean,
quick.
They can just feel they're hitting way harder than all of MOUZ right now, right? You don't really need to outbrain them in this current state. You haven't been running into stacks, and even the few times that you have, you've gotten through it with ease.
Apex is a genius.
And so why bother overcomplicating it? You know, why leave it to these slow mid-round decisions where you can, you know, fall off the same page? No, if you're hitting in the first 30 seconds of the round, there's very little you can mess up.
I mean, Torshi's there, stairs scoped on Rap. Are you ready for instant rush out Palace? No respect from Vitality, making a statement since their eco win. Yet another streak building. 4 straight, 5 to finish. MOUZ have had the gun rounds afforded by these constant saves. 4 stack on the A site, and thinking this has got to be the way. If Vitality win it now, it is the perfect statement.
Yeah, it's a product of just kind of necessity here for MOUZ. You know, you can't call their bluff again. You don't have any more room to call their bluff, and so their hands are tied. They're playing this stack early on over towards A. If Vitality still break through, going into 4 players, that is a statement. And there's the openers. Torchi dead as well. All of MOUZ here to watch Mirage slip away. As Vitality's form undeniable in the first map of this semi-final. It's not even been close. The scoreline is almost deceptive to how one-sided this one has felt. Vitality with 5 rounds in a row, all ending at A. And able to get through these stacks with ease. Vitality are messing around. They've got a point to prove.
Vitality arrived with a sting in their tail and a statement scoreline on their opponent's map pick. Pretty much every single individual on the side of Vitality lighting things up today in the server Maui. That Mirage best of 7 you talked about. I guess Vitality are the winners.
They take it home at the very end of it all. I mean, that T-side was just dominant, okay? To call in that fashion, if you're Apex, to just keep pounding that A bomb site repeatedly with A execs, barely changing up what you're doing. I mean, there were a couple times that there were more players in Palace, like the last round, maybe one player coming up from Connector. MOUZ got to feel a little bit foolish after that because they got 4 rounds on their T side, but they just put up no defense. That doesn't usually happen in the second half of the year. We're in the CT meta now.
Yeah, that was a cool T-side and a cool approach from Apex and a cool way to close out the game for Vitality. I like the simplicity of it. As you said, it's not like they changed up too much, but it kept on working and working and working. And you could almost see MOUZ were like, yeah, it's not going to happen again, so we're not going to over-rotate. We're not going to overthink the scenario. And then he just kept on hitting the same bomb side over and over again. It was also Apex who started this entire thing on the T-side with the scout in that round that we're going to get back to as well. So in terms of the calling and the impact from Apex in this game, top-notch.
Let's maybe go in a linear fashion as we tackle this one. Back to round number 6, because this was a point where it was a very competitive scoreline, and thankfully Spinks managing to pull off such a beautiful clutch in this one made it even more close for MOUZ.
Listen, we made the case that MOUZ had to have a good T-side in order to stay competitive in this game, and it requires sometimes that you have individuals doing something in the round. You have Robs coming in here together with Messi, going for the retake. MOUZ have shown not to be great playing in this scenario. Spinks finds himself in a 1v2. Good thing for him is that there's not a lot of time left, and he gambles the first time around, doesn't go for it. Rob starts to second guess himself, and then Spinks is just playing out the time, winning a beautiful clutch. I thought to myself here, Maui, Spinks getting a massive clutch at a pivotal moment in the round. You get to a 3-3 scoreline. This could be the T-side that finally puts MOUZ on the board and could remain them competitive in the game.
To only get a single other round on the T-side feels unforgivable because they're so hard to come by nowadays, these T-side rounds. I mean, for Spinks in that moment to step up like that, I mean, it feels like that's enough. You're going to carry your team to a certain moment, but they really just fell flat after.
And particularly for MOUZ, who we've been looking at and really calling out the T-sides, right? Like you said prior coming into this, okay, 4 is what they had last time. It's a necessity for them. And then you kind of see, I don't know, just all the ideas that they had just not really coming to fruition.
Not really working out, no. Not capitalizing on the moments in the game where they had the opportunity to get more T rounds. Again, 2 against M80. You get 4 against Vitality today. You got 3 against FURIA just a couple of days ago in the group states. There seems to be a trend here that the T-side, when it comes to Mirage from MOUZ, is simply not good enough at the moment. And that begs the question, was that really the best map you could have picked against Vitality? Even more so, you know, you go into this matchup thinking, if that still is the case, then in terms of the map pool, MOUZ are far behind Vitality at the moment.
And I totally agree with your sentiment, Maui, that it feels almost criminal that MOUZ only get 1 more T round after that, because Vitality, they go on such a streak during the mid portion of that first half. Round 10 is very impressive when we're looking at both Apex and Flamesy opening things up.
Yeah, great setup all in all. At the very beginning of the half, we saw that Vitality were trying to push some of the extremities. They double push Palace early. This is a great little trick that they had. The fact that Flamesy drops the Molotov at his feet, Apex catches a player unaware, and then Flamesy just goes for the full swing here to get the double kill. And MOUZ, I mean, they had a chance to keep pressuring that round, but at that point, they've been outplayed, outpositioned, and they just got flat out tricked.
Beautiful Counter-Strike again from Vitality, as we know them the best, proactive, in your face, constantly setting up moves for each other. It's been some of the stuff that we perhaps have been missing a little bit from Vitality in this stint here, where they have been in 3 semifinals in a row, have netted them some losses. This time around though, clear to see that Apex was very vocal, staying active throughout the entirety of the CTR.
And that's the thing, it's 2 players that we really have had the microscope firmly on, you know, because it's been a little bit hit and miss, if we're going to be real, from both Flamesy and Apex.
Their performances in the second half of the year have been a bit weaker than what we got for the first 6 months. So to see them connecting on that A-bomb site, regularly having plans, I remarked upon the fact that early on, I think it was around round 3, round 4, they pushed into Palace to try to test Yimpat, but there were 2 MOUZ players there. They kept making plans though. That didn't slow them down. They kept having ideas. They kept making sure that they were playing off of each other. They didn't just play a default all the way back and just hope for the best. They were rotating positions and rotating players around, and so that caught the better of MOUZ.
And then we move on into the second half, and I don't know about you, Jacob, but whenever I see Apex with a scout, I know something's funky is going to be going down.
Yeah, me too, and this time around it really worked out for Apex. They're given a lot of space right here in middle. I don't really want to fault MOUZ for doing a mistake. Exertion, you know you're up against a weak bar, and that shot is just nasty work from Apex. Roland, however, white swinging, putting himself in the open right here, trying to get a refrag, gives up his position, goes down to 1 HP. He's the sole defender of the A-bomb side. I'm not quite sure why he felt the need to be so aggressive in his peak. That shot right there from Apex is beautiful, but Roland, I think he should have played it differently. I think he should have played it better. The retakes is still very much possible, given that you're going up against a force buy, but they have no utility whatsoever. So it was a clear sign to me that Roland and MOUZ felt the pressure despite the scoreline actually getting close.
He's trying to just shave one off so badly, but you could see MOUZ in the mid-round there just either player. No one's really playing off of each other. They're just going for these individual little peaks. And yeah, you do have to take some liberties in those situations to keep some sort of information for your team, but the full commit from Exertion, the wide swing from Brolin there, both of those can be seen as mistakes.
It feels very timid, dare I say it, from MOUZ, which always worries me when we see that type of MOUZ showing up to a stage.
Seems fragile, you know, because after that round, we just saw right here, they weren't able to get anything done on the CT side. Even though they had a more or less a full buy in all the rounds, they kept saving. They kept surviving 2 or 3 players in all those rounds. As we spoke about already, Vitality simplifying the game to a point where it was just A hit after A hit after A hit. I guess the caveat to that is that MOUZ then gets to save 2 or 3 players, which meant that every single round Vitality had to win was against a full buy more or less. So for MOUZ not to do anything or even come close to winning a round from that point onwards, that was very timid and too fragile for my taste. It's your own map pick, for God's sake.
I mean, you would like to see them try it because Mirage is one of the most retakeable bomb sites also. And I know they were going down 2-0 for most of those rounds, and most of the times it was a 3v5 almost instantaneously, but for them to not ever really try for 4 rounds straight there in the middle of their own defense, that's when you're just thinking to yourself, when are you going to actually join the server?
Yeah, no, that was the big question mark throughout the tail of that second half. Pretty wild that Apex comes out as the highest rated player for the Vitality side of things. Just next to him, though, it is, of course, ZywOo, which I love to see, Maui. We were talking about it coming into the game. ZywOo, it's not been his best performance ever since Cologne, so to get online now, that's a must for Vitality.
Without a doubt. And so many times, ZywOo picked the right spot to be. Even Hugo and Harry were remarking on the cast how Torzy, on maybe 3 of those A hits, 4 of those A hits, he was nowhere to be found, playing somewhere like middle, but ZywOo in the right position very frequently. They identified that MOUZ were going for these A splits, as they normally do, and so ZywOo was the benefactor given the fact that they just adapted. They just rotated him around.
He was there when they needed him. You know, it wasn't a dominating performance by ZywOo according to the numbers in the sense that he took over the server and he was the single reason, but he had that stint of rounds on the CT side, as we just saw right here as well, where he was the one keeping Vitality in it, and then on the T side, the rest of the team came alive. So that's what we want to see from ZywOo. When he's needed, when he's called upon, that's when he steps up.
Where is the status of these 2 teams if we're going to compare them to a very recent history in the Cologne semi-finals? Because, of course, the first time that MOUZ did manage to tame the beast that was Vitality, how different are we seeing these 2 teams today?
MOUZ look like a team that have recognized that they missed a golden opportunity at Cologne to really secure a true S-tier trophy with the elite teams also playing at the event. And Vitality, on their other hand, they're trying to recapture that sort of magic that they had for the first half of the year. It's 2 different positions. For me, I'm more prospective and high on the likelihood that Vitality will make the bounce back versus MOUZ making a leap that they've never made before.
I've been very vocal about it as well. I think during the Austin Major, MOUZ didn't play great Counter-Strike despite the result was decent, getting into the playoff, of course. Same could be said in Cologne, same could be said at EWC, same can be said right now. I do not think MOUZ is at their best. They're getting the results because no one else is as good as they are right now, but in terms of where they're playing just 4 or 5 months ago, nowhere near that level.
Well, MOUZ, they need to get that act together sharpish because it is Vitality's map choice of Inferno awaiting on the other side of this break. When we get back, it is time to be diving into map number 2.
We get many weird and wacky ways of enjoying Counter-Strike. We've got the alien heads. Do you even know what is on top of your head?
Something to do with Coldplay, I think. They're playing next door, aren't they? But this is better.
And you just thought you'd buy it?
Yeah, they were cheap, eh?
Okay, so we bought some crazy hats, but who are we cheering for? Who are we supporting today?
I'm here for MOUZ, definitely.
MOUZ?
MOUZ.
Okay, you said MOUZ. Why is London booing MOUZ?
They ain't got a taste. That's it, they ain't got a taste.
You don't seem to agree with him. Who are you going for?
Got to support Vitality, got to. Our homeboy's got to win.
So, you two are not going to be friends by the end of the day?
I don't know who this guy is anyway.
All right, what about you two? Who are you supporting?
Vitality.
Vitality?
Well, I was going to support Mongols, but they couldn't make it, yeah, but I'll have Vitality.
Okay, so you're on your own then. You go. He goes that way. It's Vitality the whole way here. He's lost his place in this. We'll see what happens at the end.
Nothing beats Counter-Strike on a Saturday, and nothing beats having a British player up here on stage. No bias, of course, from my end, but for the side of MOUZ, now they find themselves in a position where they could already be beaten in this semi-final because it is Vitality's map pick, it is Inferno. What was the logic, do you think, Maui, behind Vitality going into this particular map?
Well, it's been no secret that it's been incredibly difficult to come along for getting just T-side rounds in this half of the year. This is one map where Vitality can dictate the pace. They can just always go to the reliable banana execute. All of that really, and the tools that Apex has with Rops on the other side of the map, controlling everything towards apartments. He has so many options on every single round.
I'll give you a stat here, Maui. In the last couple months, this is the only map since the update that's still T-sided. And that's the side you're gonna have Vitality starting on. I think they're a little comfortable.
And in terms of MOUZ going on the other side of things, beginning on that CT side, anybody that we particularly have our eye on who, you know, maybe towards this Banana's position might be feeling a little bit of heat?
Let me give you one. All right. In the last 3 months, Brawlin is their best CT side player. I was actually looking at the gun versus gun stats. He's a 1.7 rated over 8 or 9 maps on their CT side on gun rounds. He's carrying.
Either way, it is time to see how this semi-final will fall. MOUZ already finding themselves in a deficit. Now is the time to reverse that fate.
MOUZ's Mirage lets them down here in this semi-final, and now they go into a tailspin. Vitality looking for vengeance upon that Cologne loss, looking to eliminate MOUZ in London, and it's the perfect storm, Harry. We have ZywOo firing off. We have Apex calling rings around Brolin. We have Mezzi in Wembley. What's not to love?
Vitality, they haven't picked up a win yet in this season, right? Last season was all about this Vitality squad. It would be a fitting place for it to start again with Mezzi in London. Vitality are just one map away from the grand finals. Wembley, are you ready?
Inferno T-side here for Vitality, old reliable. And MOUZ have to hit hard, have to come through now.
You're rubbing your hands together right now if you're Vitality. They don't know it. They don't know it, but they're going in to just one player. It's only Jimmy in this A site. Now MOUZ are quick flanking down through Banana, but Apex is about to hear all of this. He knows he's got the read. There's one. Just the one and done for Apex. They're desperately looking for this last man. Jimmy will get away with another, and so the advantage leans for MOUZ. 4-on-3 up in this retake. And here very, very quickly, thanks to that push down through Banana.
ZywOo waits, the crossfire holds. Mezzi doesn't move, and Jimmy jumps first on that flash. They walk in to a crossfire. It's deadly as hell. Flamesy alone down in the pit. 1v2, just needs to buy time. The burst helps him out. And Spinks on the bomb. I don't know if there's time. It's close. But it might just be Vitality stealing this pistol.
Oh, it's real close, but no time left. Buzzer beater for Vitality.
Too slow from Spinks on long side. His whole team are down Banana. He's shifting through Library. Vitality don't have that space. Just trying to hide out in the pit. Just buying enough time for a pistol.
And considering the position MOUZ have and how quickly they get there, it's kind of astonishing they lose that to time. You know, they are instantly on the flank as the bomb is planted. They're already in the apartments with the man advantage.
But they got to wait for Spinks' flash on long. That's what shuts him down. No kick costs you. It's a difficult map to play for retake. You want to gamble right. You want to read the setup. You want to stop the execute. Bare minimum, you want to trade evenly. Exertion alone on this B bomb side, just looking to block. 2 smokes available. Vitality, let's see what it looks like now as they go into the stack. They will avoid the rifle, but they run into everything else.
It's only this force to get through, but if you're MOUZ, you really don't want them going into the stack again and finding success. That was how Mirage ended. No matter how many players you put in the right place, it didn't matter. And so this would be a huge morale boost if you can pick this one up. Vitality continue down this path into the A stack. Living to tell the tale. It's all eyes on Exertion in the 1v2. Flames and Apex side by side, they smoke him off. And even though he's found a lot of damage on this spam, it's not the kill.
Oh!
Apex suddenly thrown into the 1v1 as Exertion's found more damage downrange. Giving him chances on this spam might be something that Vitality come to regret. Apex crosses into the site, and it's now they've got to have faith in their captain. Exertion looking for him, but he's lost him. He's lost track of Apex! Missed shot! Time's a problem again! Molly on the bomb! And no time for Exertion! Apex holds on!
Whoa, it's a heart racer there. Another buzzer beater. But a round nonetheless, despite Exertion's best attempt. 3 kills, plenty of spam. But it's that cheeky reposition backside for Apex. Exertion never considers. Even that molly, I think, makes a difference with how tight that defuse was coming down. Forcing a smoke instead of a stick, and he doesn't even save his gun. With Vitality on the ropes, MOUZ decide to try again. Full buy back in after 5 kills. It's not an awful buy, it's just going to lack in the util, and Vitality have that in spades, dumping nades up B into this stack once more.
Oh, it's rough for Top Banana. Damage on Spinks, but he makes the MP9 look like a laser. And so finally one of these stacks might come through for MOUZ.
Can't even blame that repeat for Apex. That felt justified, right? So much damage done. The jump shot didn't finish him off. And Spinks just nails double dink. Robs won't read this.
No, this is a crazy reposition out of MOUZ. Giving up B, giving up the bomb. And all committing to the flank.
Oh, Spinks, 9 health, but he's hungry for all 5. Surely you're hungry. Will Robs' patience pay off? Or will it be what allows MOUZ to get closer? They don't jump the gun. They know who they're up against. This is Mr. Cool we're talking about.
I mean, Robs in clutches. Him and ZywOo were kind of what made this Vitality team look so appealing at the start of the year. But not ready for a triple flank. Robs caught by surprise, and MOUZ, a risky decision to go back-to-back on these 4 spies will prevail.
All on Spinks, let's see this. Thing of beauty, Top Banana, MOUZ.
He has 3 bullets on that Apex P.
Woo. Turns him into compost. And gets MOUZ going far earlier than they would have anticipated here on the CT side. And I want to say it should get better, but we know with Vitality picking up those 2 massive eco wins on Mirage that changed the flow of the game on both halves. We know just how lethal this team can be with a little execute, a pop, just like this.
Torshi gonna have to nail this first shot and then get off the line, but the flash doesn't make it easy for him. Nades into the pit. Jimmy cleaned up straight away. Torshi won't have time to get a second shot off. Spinks trying to hold on. There's no smoke to get him off this angle. There is on Mezzi, only just coming out now. They know they had him boxed in. It's Flames on the ore.
Okay.
Quick shot, background behind him. They push on through. Spinks is brought down low, but he's lost his teammate. Has to do it with the pistol. A lot of damage. Can't find his way to the kill, and so MOUZ hold on.
Oh, you want to talk micro? I mean, if Flames has one more bullet in that Tech 9, he's taking down Spinks. He's into a 1v1 where he can probably pull an AWP as well. So really not a easy round for MOUZ by any means, but they get it done, and that's what matters at the end of the day. Stopping a Vitality force buy like that. Redeeming some free rounds on this CT side on, as the desk said, a T-sided map, the only one remaining. So Vitality have to respect it. Take a back seat for this eco.
Apex setting up Flames, giving him the deagle and taking the flash off of him to try and set up these pistols for a mid-pop. It's 3 Deags on Vitality. Saw Torshi get wiped by the util last time, forced into a very, very tricky position. And Vitality kind of left it to chance. They played contact out in the top mid, using that flash later, but Torshi better spot this time and no util to punish. It should be a clean round for MOUZ as Torshi looks to lock it in. Him and Jimmy play together from the pit, and those pistols don't get close.
Mirage just consisted of execute after execute for Vitality. T-side is going to be a little bit more strung out before we can see those kind of plays. It can't be a fast approach here for Vitality on a map like Inferno. So their depth will again be tested against a team that has beat them on Inferno before. It's not quite lightning striking twice, but it would need to be quite the reactivation from a very cold MOUZ team on Mirage. Sidewalk Banana, Molly at his feet, 3 strong are MOUZ.
AWP here as well. Torshi on this line, flashes either which way, but Torshi keeps on peering through, looking for that opening kill.
Oh no.
Shot missed, and that's when ZywOo closes in.
Got abandoned.
Torshi fed to Vitality, and that opener gifted. Not a lot of info for it either, right? Considering how much presence MOUZ had at Banana, they've really only seen one man.
This rotate is good for Spinks, right? Not only because he has utility, but because you know Vitality in this position will surely just be execute. It is the safest play.
They're re-aggressing. On the line right now, waiting for it is Apex, and there's the shutdown. They spot Spinks spawn side, and he's dead on his swing.
Vitality aren't here to overthink those situations. They almost never will. And even though MOUZ make a commendable move, it gets shut out with ease.
I mean, that was also a 3-man stack twice over in that round for MOUZ. Vitality just haven't cared whether or not they've had the right read in this game. The manpower has been enough.
Save allowed, Vitality with a chance to build their own money in this T side.
And they kind of desperately need that, right, with how their early rounds went. Everyone dying in the pistol, everyone dying in the follow-up anti-eco, and then they immediately got reset by MOUZ in round 3.
Talk of a Torshi, I mean, just jiggled. And Apex, I mean, he's stepping up today. He was, top-rated player of the last map, albeit, I feel like ZywOo definitely have more impact on that CT side, but you can't denounce Apex impact on the calls on his T side. And he put up the numbers to back it up. Starting strong again in this second map of the series. MOUZ look to make a move in apartments. They've had a series of good reads, good stacks, but it's not necessarily led them round wins.
They were just highlighting Rop's 0-5, but this might be a round where he's required to get activated. You haven't had a lot of these kind of slower lurks from him out towards the apartments, and that's what you expect from Rops. And so let's see if this time he can find his footing.
Flash felt like it fell a bit short there. I mean, the MOUZ players didn't even get blinded. Just sprayed him on the swing. Vitality just going to try to do this by committee, 4v5 on this mid play. Torshi rotates out. One smoke, feeling like it's a trick.
That second one does have some cause for concern for MOUZ, but this two-man hold is all they're left with, and very, very quickly it's only reduced to Spinks down here in the pit. ZywOo with the clear. And MOUZ are locked out. They rotated away.
Get your booze ready, London. You know what you bargained for. You cheered Inferno when it came through on the veto. What were you expecting? Vitality doing it from a man down with a brutal mid-pop. Flashes wreck MOUZ, Molotovs force them out. And Vitality just looking to keep it pretty simple in this T side.
Yeah, and that's the thing with how Vitality have been playing, right? It's felt like MOUZ are kind of flying blind in these rounds. You're not really getting time to react or make the read. It's a real test of Brolin's intuition as an IGL to try and move these pieces around the correct way, because you're not getting an awful lot of tells thus far.
No.
You haven't had a lot of info either, and even in that round where they push up, they go and take apartments, well, that's on like a very first timing. That's as quick as humanly possible. They see one guy in the apartments, and that doesn't tell you a hell of a lot. There's still a minute and a half left to play with in the round, if not more. And so you're still somewhat flying blind. This is a test of Brolin's intuition and his ability to call on feeling. Where does he think Vitality are going to go?
Yeah, well, if we look at, the M80 game yesterday, the reads were perfect. I think a lot of that was Spinks making his own moves. He was always in the right site, but M80 were just playing pops, weren't they? They weren't really giving any kind of fake, weren't taking any map control. They were committing in the first 30 seconds of every round.
I also
it's not
think
going to be so easy this time.
This intuition style of calling is something that the older kind of veteran IGLs excel in. That's very much the brand of Counter-Strike from when they were coming up. And so that's where you look at Apex as having a bit of an advantage in that regard.
Well, you don't really get older than Inferno. MOUZ got to give it another go. Money on the line. And Vitality contact into mid.
Just another grouped play, another test of the read from MOUZ. Were they ready for this? Could they figure this out? Because Vitality have an awful lot of space here. The rotates have all started to arrive for this MOUZ squad. Trapped by the util early, but there's an opening kill for Torshi. That goes a long way. Flash through on long, and Exertion's fired off some warning shots to let them know.
2v4.
Spinks doing what he can. This MP9, it's a very valiant effort and enough to stop Vitality.
That's a huge block for Spinks on long side, right? He realizes I don't have the gun nor the weapon nor the utility to fight for this. Just drops that long smoke. Not only do Vitality get destroyed by that molly, they can't take any space. MOUZ finally find themselves with 3 inside of the site. It doesn't look easy coming through that utility.
Good nades, good spam, Exertion. Double kill and an early 5-on-3 delivered the way of MOUZ. They didn't have to do a lot to get it. Spam into that bottom banana smoke. And get out with quite the advantage. Now, will they expect the double down from Vitality?
Calling the bluff. Apex just tries to go in.
This is very committed. Blocked by the util. Apex plays around it right in to Exertion. Rops is late linking up with Flames over here at the B side of the map, but Brolin's been made to feel very uncomfortable by this util. Still, Spinks has moved around, and Spinks has been a promising sign for this MOUZ squad. Brolin didn't spot the cross in, but now should be aware. He's been hidden for a long time, waiting for the moment to strike. Flames in hot water, blind at the hands of Torshi. MOUZ move into the lead.
Looked like he could have gone very wrong there for Brolin, but able to just tuck in and hide long enough here. Vitality are scrapping for rounds, and they can't seem to get them over the line. Another disadvantage off the back of Exertion this time. A non-factor on Mirage, but everyone doing their work right now on MOUZ. Brolin, Spinks, Exertion, all multi-kills in these last couple. Vitality giving themselves something to fight with.
MOUZ actually in a very powerful position, right? Twice over, they've broken Vitality's money in this half, and if you're able to get away with that, that's how you go on these streaks. That's how you force a dominant scoreline through.
Those are the rounds they lost on Mirage, right? It's these kind of rounds, the anti-ecos, stopping a force buy, even armorless moments for Vitality were being won. MOUZ have not made that mistake here. Spinks playing very passive on long side, really giving them nothing. Anti-flash on A. We saw the pit nades being stacked by Vitality. They have nothing here, just a smoke. Spinks should be a shooting gallery. Okay.
Oh, they throw his aim off, and that lets Rops come round into a pretty good fight.
Good smoke.
There's also this half smoke that gets rid of both angles down in the pit. Nade needed to blow that open, but Rops is wrestling this one back. In comes Mezzi. And MOUZ can't believe it.
Not again. Popped through the smoke by Merriman. No info.
And right when you thought you kind of shook off the rust of dealing with these rounds, you finally found success up against one of these Vitality forces in the beginning of this CT streak. Well, now it's come back to punish them once more.
Just such a nice pocket strat, because if they have 4 pistols, they can't win that. But because of Rops' rifle, they can do, like you said, set Spinks' aim off, passive on long. Rops wins the fight on the gun. And then that cheeky smoke for Apex. Look at the room it gave Vitality. It let them flood the bomb site. They've got strats, they got surprises up their sleeve. And they force another save from MOUZ. It's not the end of the world, but it's another sign of the times, another low economy round won in this series by Vitality. What is that? The one thing I've liked a lot from Vitality today, it was very clear on Mirage, is coming through here as well. It kind of should on a map like Inferno, is they're just playing as a unit. We're seeing very packed CS, lots of grouped hits, very execute heavy. They're not playing very defaulty. And although you have to do a bit of house clean, spring keeping, you know, on this T side of Inferno, get the nades out early, jostle for Banana, Vitality are pretty decisive in every one of their T-sided rounds. This is the chance now to win the half.
I mean, dude, I think Vitality deserve a lot of credit for keeping it so fresh. It feels like every round is something new, and that's why MOUZ constantly feel like they're playing catch-up, right? They're playing from behind, even though it's a level playing field, even though the scoreline's even. Vitality have been the ones setting the pace and the precedent as to how these rounds play out. Finally, this is feeling like a better setup. They were prepared for this pop out through the apartments.
Also an uglier play. Vitality just kind of walk out of apartments. They have nothing supplement it. No one helps in middle. Torch is just given 3 shots and he rallies them down, every single one. Locked out of this A site with a flawless round. Whatever Vitality were trying to do there does not come through. No flash on that move. I mean, they're just trying to set up for the entry and the trade at worst case, and then their mid players can catch that mid setup. When the first 2 fall out of apartments, Vitality have nothing. MOUZ, they've survived the first half. They can sweeten the deal.
Slower round for Vitality. Gonna let Rops and Flames, this little duo, this tag team, work the apartment's control. To do that, they've got to get past the Torshi AWP, which is certainly easier said than done, but they've managed it, and damage put down the other way. They've served their purpose in this round, just there to kind of give a false idea that Vitality are looking for this control and keep bodies at the A side of the map. And MOUZ is stubborn, right? After seeing that push through the apartments, they haven't moved a muscle. They're still 3 strong here. Starting to reconsider now as Torshi makes his way over.
Good read. Shot called. Vitality into the gamble. Torshi gets his util in, but he doesn't float. Rotates out. Vitality going to execute this one. Spinks and Exertion tested on this B hold. They've been reliable so far. This will be the hardest round yet.
Spinks back to the site. Vitality beelining for him, but attention peeled away. Flames goes looking for Exertion, and that lets Spinks have a chance. Mezzi puts him down. Torshi, good smoke break, and that keeps the round alive for MOUZ.
Can't save here.
Bomb planted, it's left to a retake. Nades come in, but Zaiwu and Robs are very clean with it. And Jimmy's got nowhere left to turn. A shot away from certain death. Vitality rear their head in the final round of the half. And they come through with a powerful B hit. MOUZ caught slacking in this last round as Vitality tie it up at 6-all.
British player. British player. How does it make you feel, man?
It's fun. It's
British
great.
player.
That's all I need to be known for.
British player. You ever get used to it?
No.
No. Cheers.
Cheers.
British player. What's Mezzi about?
In the UK, I don't know, we do this thing where you just add a Z to, like, my last name's Merriman, and just call me Mez or Meza.
Meza, yeah.
Meza. And then I changed the name because the Asimov in-game, I called it Mezimov.
Does the Asimov creator know that?
No.
Have you told anyone that?
No.
Chicken shop first, cheers to that.
Cheers.
There we go. Can you do American accent?
I don't want
Can you just say, like, can you just say what this is?
bottled water.
I'm letting you in the country.
Thank you.
You got through.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. When's Asia going to be the #1?
Asia #1?
Yeah, you think Asia can be #1?
Yeah.
You ready for some long flights?
I'm not a fan of the long flights.
What's your least favorite part of the job?
The flights.
What are you going to do after you retire?
Maybe go to an office job or something.
An office job?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Use my degree that I spend so much money on.
What's your degree?
Accounting and finance.
Can you do Canadian taxes?
I can try.
Ask Grok.
Grok, ChatGPT. ChatGPT is my best friend.
Your best friend?
Mm-hmm.
Even more than Flamesy?
He introduced me to this best friend.
Why did he? What did he ask?
Just advice, emotional support. ChatGPT has it helped. What's the point in having Jack, our performance coach, when you have ChatGPT? But I think he did a great job with Flamesy.
That's kind of scary. I heard about that.
It's taken over.
They can't take my job though, right?
What do you do?
I talk.
You might be fine.
Would you ever talk one day?
Do they pay well?
I'll talk about it later.
Okay.
Maybe you replace your job with ChatGPT. I replace my job with you.
Where does that leave you?
Why would I do that? It doesn't pay that well. Where does this rank? Out of 10, what do you give this?
This would be a 9 out of 10.
Where would you rank your daughter's birth?
A 10 out of 10, for sure.
Where would you rank your wife? You can't use numbers you've already used.
11 out of 10.
11 out of 10. Smart man. He's gonna last a long time.
She told me well.
Nice. Okay.
10 wasn't good enough before.
I think I feel closer to you.
I'm feeling that energy as well.
You wanna do it again?
I would love to.
Cheers, brother.
Cheers.
Tug of war on Inferno. MOUZ finding a bit more success. Keep this one even on the half. Vitality able to bite back in, and now they embark on their CT side. They're a half away from the grand final. Haven't been able to make one in this season. Haven't been able to get their hands back on a trophy. Vitality want the narrative to change. They want to get back to their winning ways, and this would be the time to do it.
Yeah. Do it in 2. That would make it clear. Vitality trying to stand tall on this B holds Flames and ZywOo fighting tooth and nail, and MOUZ just can't get it done. Shut out, full house in Banana. MOUZ was so tentative to peak. They didn't want to commit. They had full util on so many players. They didn't want to lose it all. Off with their heads.
ZywOo sends him to the guillotine and tees up a strong start for Vitality to this second half. Well, they're hoping to be the final half of play. And a very different look on this CT side compared to what we got out of MOUZ. It's aggressive, it's in your face. Fighting for Banana in the pistol and now taking the control away up against the eco. That's weird. It won't come to matter as Flames has got the trade. What's Jimmy doing?
You wouldn't want to know. Don't ask, don't tell. Vitality come hunting.
He's gonna die to Robs. You've waited all around in this little corner, Jimmy, and you're gonna get shot in the back of the head. It's Vitality cleaning up those ecos.
Look, MOUZ came to play in this game, no doubt, in the second map, putting up 6 rounds in the first half, having some really clean ones in there as well. But I think, you know, this could just all end in an absolute whimper unless they start very strong on this T side. Vitality want to make that difference clear. They want that fast vengeance. Because just remember how embarrassing that loss was in the Cologne semi-final. I mean, it was Flames' third worst map ever on Train. ZywOo's 7th worst map ever on Mirage. ZywOo's worst map in 2 years. Vitality trying to rewrite the ship in a 7-1 head-to-head. MOUZ try and pick up the pace here. They've avoided the stack. Only 2 on this A side, but that is ZywOo and Rops we're talking about. These are your closers. ZywOo slams that door in the face of MOUZ. Looks for a third as well.
And now you got to have some faith in Robs. There's Apex with a helping hand. Torshi makes it interesting, but Robs still hasn't moved a muscle.
It's got to be here. Torshi knows.
And so he won't play into him, won't play into the danger man. Flames has even moved around. Both players here for Vitality. There's a small window of opportunity. If Torshi has the read, this B site is empty. But he hangs around, looking to extract even more value.
Like this.
Torshi with a chance. Just leaves it right as they move into top mid. There's a lot of gaps here. There's a lot for Torshi to be considering. But on that swing, that was the chance. Rob stops him in his tracks.
Oh, Vitality outpatience him. I think Torshi's play is still really nice, right? He wants him to push down mid to flank Banana, thinking he's gone Arch or Banana to B. But they don't move, they don't rush. Vitality let the round come to them. ZywOo getting flashed in on long. Double kill, swivels back for a third. What more could you ask for? No AWP needed. ZywOo playing fantastic Counter-Strike today, especially on these CT sides.
I mean, it's, you know, that #1 player spot became a bit of a conversation again with this slow start to the season. ZywOo very much gunning for it, but can't ignore the individual brilliance of a player like Donk, and so ZywOo gonna need to put a few more trophies in the cabinet, it feels like.
Yeah, two very consistent players, but even in games where Spirit loses, in tournaments they fall out early, Donk is still almost never letting them down. When Vitality lose, part of that is ZywOo. But when they win, same can be said. So why not just win?
Let's see how threatening MOUZ can make this round. I mean, this has been a huge part of the success for Vitality in these games, is being able to make these rounds interesting. It's kind of the hallmark of a great team. Making every round count for something and being forced to be innovative when you have less to work with. MOUZ haven't felt super adaptable in this series, so can they buck that trend in this round? Will it be more of the same? ZywOo seems to think so. There's the shutdown. Into Flames, alone at B, but not a problem. It's multi-kills on both sides of the map.
All right, MOUZ, do you have anything to show us in this series? Because if it doesn't start now, it's never going to. 2-0 on the line. Vitality on their map pick on the CT side. And T-sided or not, this is a CT-sided team, a CT-sided game with momentum as well. 5 rounds in a row for Vitality. What may be the final fall by for MOUZ?
Welcome to the last chance saloon.
Leave your coat at the door.
Let's just see how long they stay here.
Or keep it on. You'll be gone soon enough.
Take over Banana for Vitality. They play for this space early. And on the back of seeing nothing, they start shuffling players away from the B-hold, entrusting it to Flames on his lonesome. It's going to be a skirmish for top mid. Once more, ZywOo in the firing line. He's got support from Rops. This is the duo that lend Vitality so many rounds. So they'll lock it down. They deny that mid-take. MOUZ forced to look elsewhere. And ZywOo with aggression. He's low on health. He's 16 HP when he pushes the long smoke. And he's just confirmed with 50 seconds left that MOUZ have left mid. Vitality, as a result, start shuffling everyone round early. They've got 3 players here ready to respond, but Flames is the only man in the site. His teammates trapped behind this smoke, blowing open. ZywOo with a bit more assistance. And Vitality are all here. The net is closing on MOUZ. There's no room left as Vitality swallow them all.
Domination in this CT side. MOUZ are not coming close. These rounds have been so decisive, so one-sided. Only a Torshi 1v4 with 2 kills had any intrigue. Otherwise, it's MOUZ getting blown out of the water. And Team Vitality raising the roof yet again. Looking for another trophy. And underdogs are all we see in sight. FURIA, G2, and now MOUZ. all sitting a step below on paper to this Team Vitality. MOUZ want one more buy, one more chance. They give away grand final point on an eco. Or do they?
Gifted a very early opening there by Rops. Tries to show a bit of aggression out through the apartments. Just being confident in the face of it all, that's been the story for Vitality in this game. MOUZ have felt very risk-averse, whereas Vitality have taken it in their stride. So now is going to fall down because of that. Losing Rops early is a big blow to this Vitality squad. And it splits the defense here, forces some awkward decisions to be made for Vitality, who start leaning strong over towards this B side of the map. That leaves the resident Brit, MOUZ, responsible for a hell of a lot here. He's alone on A.
There's no flash.
Rent is due. They're coming out the apartments. Is MOUZ the lord of the land? No, he's shut down straight away. And so on this partial buy, the one gun for Spinks proves to be enough. Much like Rops in this position in that first half, the double does it for MOUZ. And that gives them something to fight for in this game.
We play on. No guarantees. And no surrender for MOUZ. And the T side, it's not too late to save. That eco win gives some breathing room.
I wonder if that scares Vitality at all out of going for these aggressive round starts. Now, that one all started spiraling after the Rops push in through the apartment, so do they double down? It's a very heavy lean over towards B to open up. So maybe looking to fight for this space, fight for this control. It's a boost up on Flames. Exertion lays in this corner, tucked in, ready to play a little bit later. But make no mistake, Apex and Flames are fighting for this space, and the nades have just been brutal. So punishing. Now it's supplemented with a smoke, and that Molly's gonna force the swing out of Exertion.
Okay,
in his dying breath, one kill. And a 4-on-4, they maintain the pressure. Apex low on health, that starts siphoning resources away from A.
And that's just what MOUZ wants. But last time, ZywOo and Rops was enough. ZywOo needs to get back into the pit. Repositioning, smoke to stop a Molotov. Might be needed as they come up on the short side. Molly goes early, ZywOo waits.
How many have the nades to punish him, so ZywOo's got open sight lines here. Double HE reigns in, and Jimmy will get his through from the apartments. Rops dead as well. More composed out of MOUZ. The airstrike on ZywOo, and the follow-up on Rops.
And a couple of shaky moments out of Rops in this series, right? Even on the last map of Mirage. Just gets stuck behind that box, hopes MOUZ don't clear him. It's optimistic at best. Doesn't want to force any kind of kill, but needs to get involved. And MOUZ edging rounds over the line. Trading onto ZywOo, not bad. With the game he's given us.
I mean, the big question on the util was Jimmy, right? He just kind of has the balls to go and swing wide out the apartments with the nade in hand. Usually you'd want them both on like short players, right? Get them lobbed into the pit. ZywOo would have been dead straight away, but good understanding from Jimmy that he can just end that threat. He can get rid of the ZywOo orb.
MOUZ are hanging on, refusing to go down without a fight, breaking the 6-round streak. Vitality realize it's time to pause. Taz tries to keep them in check. And Zertian waiting that extra second for a flash to come over the top. Lets him find that brutal kill to Flames. That's how the round unravels. We see the early rotate, a weakened A side, MOUZ jump on it. Well called couple of T side rounds here. Look at that UD for Apex, just turning them into smithereens.
A bit more aggressive here for MOUZ as they stake their claim to Banana. And they're given room, but it's retake Util out of Vitality, vying for this space. Both sides look to concede. With how Vitality have been playing, they don't buy it for long. They reflash back in and they play around this retake Util. And so space denied the way of MOUZ.
Buying as much time as they can here on Vitality. But MOUZ want to change the pace. Smoking that molly last tick, they just go straight into Flames. He melts flesh from bone. 2 kills on the back of Coffins. And MOUZ stop. Shunted on this push. The flash sends Apex back in as well. Flames has to do more. He's got it in store. 3 kills for Flames.
Spinks left up, he's looking for the bomb plant here. Spam falls shy of finding Spinks, so he's given himself a bomb to play around, but he does not have a lot of room to work with. Every angle could be instant death for Spinks. Post down in the pool. They're wrapping him through CT and the Coffins, and it's a pincer out of Vitality that seals the deal. Stellar hold from Flames when called upon and puts up 4. And MOUZ with the attempt at a pace change, even though they get the runway, Flames is quick to take it off of them.
It's MOUZ knowing, yeah, we can't just execute straight up, but that smoke's going to come down as soon as we announce it. So they try and bounce the timing and smoke that Molotov. Flames is at least in a perfect position to stop it. Apex may be smoked off, but 1 man is all it takes. 4 kills in a huge hold for Flames puts on match point for Team Vitality.
Now save this timeout for this exact round, calling it in with no room left to play. It's got to be flawless from here on out, or else Vitality secure that grand final placing here and now. This is what it's all built to. What's the move from Vitality? There was just that pause. I wonder if that kind of calls them in and getting aggressive here, sending a bit of a message, trying to disrupt whatever conclusions came from that tack timeout. And Rob certainly looked to go aggressive, but that Util slows his roll. And to not wanting to give away that early man advantage, Vitality settled back into a passive hold.
MOUZ are so frightened of Banana. I mean, retake Util's being set up, but MOUZ aren't even close. They only now re-enter ahead of that smoke. Now it's well timed. Molly will stop MOUZ's approach. Over it goes. Flames again forcing these kills, and this time he flicks up with ease.
Into top Banana, into Mezzi would be a fitting way to close. If it is their British player to do it, he's extended this advantage even further for Vitality, who can feel the win building up. And no matter how you sliced it in this matchup, there's multiple scores to settle. Vitality, since getting back from the player break in this season, haven't seen them made a final yet. Last time they were here, Mezzi falling short of the finals in London. And MOUZ the team that started it all. The downfall in Cologne, the beginning of the fall apart for Vitality. Well, they're back now into the grand final. This was a clinical dismantling of MOUZ.
Incredible calling from Apex. ZywOo showing up on CT sides especially. Mezzi on his home stage. And Vitality to another final. Not too good to be true. They are indeed back, but they still have a trophy to take here in London. Crowd's loving it as Team Vitality go all the way. Matisclair, Urbo, Cool, Shushan, Merriman, pressure. What pressure?
Vitality find themselves in the grand final. And London, I was just hearing some chants. Let's hear it from Mezzi. A very special feeling, a home crowd in here, but also this kind of looked like Vitality were back. Did it feel that way?
Yeah, for sure. I said before, we're making improvements, we're going in the right direction, and today it felt good to play in front of this arena as well.
Now, it did feel good to play in front of them, but it looks like you guys are finding the form. This game, at some points, looked a little bit easy, you know, especially this second half of Inferno. Did it feel comfortable like that?
I think you can never take the foot off the pedal, but I think today we had really good plans. We tried to stick to them, and yeah, just props to the whole team to stick to the plan and just listen to each other and communicate well, and this is the result.
Now, you've made it to the grand final. But if you were able to lift the trophy here, what would that mean to you, especially being in London?
Yeah, it would be crazy. I think just for the team as well, for the confidence to get back to winning trophies, and there's no better place to do it, so I hope we can do it for all the fans here as well.
And not just for the fans, but your family, for yourself, for the team around you. But obviously you'll be facing up either against FURIA or G2. Give me your thoughts. Who do you think it will be?
Oh, it's going to be a tough one. It's going to be an exciting matchup for both those teams as well. So, but I think FURIA are looking really good. Of course, G2 as individuals, but I think we'll go up against FURIA.
And just lastly, anything you want to say to the crowd, everyone cheering?
Just thank you for all the support. Make sure you're loud tomorrow as well. It's gonna be a good one, and thank you for all the support, guys.
There we have it, guys. Make some noise. It's Mezzi and Vitality.
Vitality's first grand final in this half of 2025, and back to winning ways versus MOUZ. It's all yellow in the arena right now, and perhaps for the Killer Bees, Jacob, proving that that certain head-to-head in Cologne was just a blip on the radar for Vitality?
That's kind of what it feels like when you see that Vitality once again beats MOUZ, and especially when you consider the fashion they do it in a game that ends 2-0, in a game where I feel Vitality were the better team for the vast majority of both of the maps. Sure, there were certain moments, where MOUZ could have done a little more, where they could have applied a bit more pressure, but overall I'm standing here with a feeling that the victory was never really in danger for Vitality.
I almost feel like Vitality really wasn't tested. I mean, they had good plans from the start, as Mezzi said, and they activated those plans and never really faltered. They never really had too many plan Bs, plan Cs they had to hit for, because ZywOo was popping off, you had Apex at moments, you had the entire team making the plays they needed to make.
Some incredible individuals standing on the stage today, and we have one of them joining us up here on the desk. Rops, massive congratulations. Back to another grand final. Familiar territory for you, but maybe not so much after summer, right?
You're right. It's familiar, and it's been a while.
It's been a while for you, Rops. Obviously, there's been some conversations. There's been, you know, a community notion that you guys are not playing your best game. Even felt that we heard some of the players saying the same thing as well. Where are you at right now? Like, do you think you're trending upwards again, or are you still struggling a little bit and trying to figure out the smaller details?
I think it's always getting better and better. I think there's days where we just don't show up on the match days, and I think that's just a frustrating part. I think we've had a good practice lately, but you know that's the game. And sometimes it's just not your day, and the opponents have a better day. And I think that's what we've been kind of just frustrated about. Obviously, we've made semifinals multiple times, but just the way we lost in the semis is very, very disappointing, and that's the part we just need to step up.
And excuse me for asking, is it a match day problem, or do you also sense that sometimes in the way you practice and in the way the mood is within the team, or does it only exist on match days that you sometimes seems to be not inconsistent but not playing to your best?
It's usually both. Obviously, you can have an off day in practice as well. I think it's just, it comes down to like individual form, how the players are feeling, how are you communicating. Maybe you're saying 1 or 2 words less in each round, in each strat. So there's really small things that in the end build up to a big thing. So I think in the end we just need to find our A game, and I think that's what's been missing.
Talking about your performance in the game, we're talking about Apex mentioned a couple times. You guys didn't have fight in you. In some of the series you've lost, you've not fought till the end. I think in the group stage you were tested a little bit. Maybe in this game you weren't tested too much. Do you feel like you're seeing that more from the team again?
For sure, I think it helps that I think MOUZ made some statements that we are not the best at the moment, and we kind of want to get some revenge. I think that helps. Good to play for a specific matchup, but I think in general, the matches we have lost have been to fairly top teams, Mongols, MOUZ, and we just need to, those teams are shooting quite hard, and when we're not on our game, it means we won't match up, and that's like the problem. And I think it's a bit of individual form, a bit of like communication, just missing like very key elements in all the strats, and like the reactions, like we're maybe 2 seconds slow to move to a part of a map, and then we just lose that round right there, and then it's a lot of those rounds.
Speaking of today's game, it wasn't really close. It felt like you guys had it under control for the vast majority of the time. Was it you guys playing your A game today, or was it MOUZ not really showing up and not playing up to their best?
I think today we felt good. Definitely we played a good game. Maybe MOUZ didn't show up their best, definitely. But I think just the way we moved, and as I said, like reacting and moving properly on the map, and like just this ping pong between the players was there today, and I think that's what we need to win tournaments, and we'll bring that to the grand final as well.
We heard it from MOUZ before coming into the game, just like the kind of energy management, I guess, when you have so many events back to back. As soon as you come out of the player break, now you've got, I don't want to say a break, you've got a little bit of time before you kind of head into the next stint. How has it been actually realistically managing the fatigue, the energy that you're able to put into both practice and preparation, but actually officials? Like, have you found any keys to unlock with that?
I think the biggest thing is just to manage the schedule properly. Obviously, there's a lot of events, but you can still find a proper way to schedule everything, find time to rest, even if it's a couple hours, maybe a day, a couple of days in rare cases, but not in this when you have many events. So yeah, it's just prioritizing things. We start the season, and we kind of have to go with everything we prepared in before Cologne back then, and now we have like a lot of events back to back, and we cannot, like repair things or fix strats or whatever, because it requires a lot of practice and just going through those things. So yeah.
100%. For MOUZ as well, of course, we're all talking about it on British soil, on home soil for him. I know back in previous iteration of Vitality with the Paris Major, the guys all talked about how important it was to get ZywOo and Apex a trophy on home soil. You guys kind of feeling the same vibes for MOUZ in this occasion?
Yeah, everyone wants to do it for Will. I think it's a big deal for him, and understandably so. It's a big thing to play in your home crowd, and you can definitely feel it with the crowd cheering for us and just cheering for Will in general. So I'm always happy to do that for any player, and especially for Will, especially.
Any final questions, gentlemen, or should we let him off?
I think we got a lot out of Robs here.
Yeah.
I have one question for you. Cut the BS. Would you rather face G2 or FURIA in order to get that trophy? Which one is easier to beat?
To be honest, we've been copying a lot of FURIA strats lately, so it will be interesting to play them. I think FURIA is playing really well. As I said, we stole a couple of their strats. They've been working really well in practice, and today in Inferno, there's a couple of rounds which were theirs. So yeah, I think FURIA is really finding their game, and it will be exciting to play them in the grand final.
Do you rather play yourself than G2?
I prefer FURIA, I think.
Okay. Final question for you, Robs. Anything you want to say to the crowd that have been cheering for you, and particularly MOUZ throughout this series?
I think the crowd is fantastic. Just happy to play in the arena once again. I think that's what every player wishes for, and having the crowd with you is the best experience. So thank you guys, and keep going.
Robs, thank you so much for your time. Thoroughly looking forward to seeing you guys in that grand final tomorrow versus whoever may win our next semi-final. Thank you so much for your time. Fantastic stuff to be coming out of Vitality. Back to the winning form that we saw in the first half of 2025. How close did they look to that version of Vitality that we saw just decimating all the competition? Are they making steps towards that?
We have to be careful with recency bias. I think this game versus MOUZ, I think there was a massive step in the right direction of Vitality getting back to it, but I also hold it up against what we saw during the online portion of this very tournament, where they have lost a map to teams they're not supposed to lose to. M80 was a game where I was like, that's not good enough for Vitality. That being said, though, it was online, it was straight after EWC as well. It was a bit of a tough one for Vitality to get into, so I want to see them play the final tomorrow, and if they play well tomorrow and win the trophy, then yes, I think we can open that conversation. But for now, this was just a one-off for Vitality where they looked like themselves.
I mean, this was a great game, but as we mentioned a couple of times, they weren't really tested. And when you look at what Apex has said about they lack the fight, and when you watch them in these series where they do get tested by teams like the Mongols, they get tested by MOUZ at times, they do kind of crumble away that you didn't see happen in the first season of this year. They had the fight, they had the ability to overcome. They were down 50 or 12-6 against Falcons at some point and come back from that. I want to see them do that once or twice before I want to say they're back at their level, because they can always show up on any given day and dominate if things go well.
It kind of sounds like an oxymoron when you say, it's a one-off instance where they look like themselves, right? Yeah. That sounds like kind of weird to be saying out loud. But I think it's totally the reality that we find ourselves in, right? Maui gave us a nice little stat of, when we compare this Vitality quote-unquote era to that of Astralis, it was 4 trophies that they missed. That's coming very close for Vitality. I mean, if we're counting Blast Bounty in with that, this would be the event where they need to hoist one to make sure none of that conversation, that door can't even open.
I mean, when you look at the way Vitality have lost, it's only in the semifinals, but it's several events in a row. You didn't see that from Astralis. When you looked at Astralis, they would pop off, lose it, and then they lose one game, then they'd come back the very next event and win it. And they didn't have this extended period of losses until you get to the very end, where it's kind of even questionable if it is an era. When it comes to Vitality, they need to pick this one up, and then the next one, and then win the major, and then it's a continued era.
Let's just stay in the present, We can talk about this for as long as we want to, this whole era thing. We don't know before the era is over. We don't know before Vitality is done winning tournaments.
But it's so sad.
It is sad, and I know you want to get ahead of yourself, but let's wait and see. If they win this trophy tomorrow, then sure, we can reopen that conversation. If they lose, then the conversation changes a direction once more, and yes, people at home can figure out whether or not it's the best or the second best era of all.
I'm just glad the book isn't shut for that conversation just yet. Unfortunately, things are shut down for MOUZ, though, which is just such a dire situation for them to find themselves in, because, as you said, Jacob, this is the opportune moment to be once again taking down Vitality, and then surely the trophy layup. It's there for the taking.
That's the thing, and that seems to be the tendency for MOUZ over and over again. And I know people at home are probably not ready for this conversation, and I'm not sure I'm ready, but I want to pose the question, right? If you're MOUZ and you've been so close winning trophies, you've been the second best team in the world, the third best team in the world for a long time, and you're seemingly not getting anywhere close to winning trophies. You're not getting better right now. Playing-wise on the server as well, it seems like you're declining a little bit. At what point do you stop up and feel like maybe we need something to change? Is that going to be a player change? Is that going to be something behind the scenes changing? Is that going to be positional changes? I don't know, but I think there needs to be a reaction out of the MOUZ camp now. Otherwise, you're just content with being second best, third best, or fourth best. And they're not. You hear the players say it all the time. Yeah. They want to win.
Well, let's get a few departing thoughts courtesy of Cyclone and James Banks upon their exit here at Blast London.
The struggles continue for MOUZ against Vitality despite managing to get the win in Cologne. I saw you at the end there just before we came to the interview. You look more unhappy with this than normal. Can you explain to me why?
I think sometimes, just to be honest a little bit, I'm just frustrated. Yeah, just frustrated that once again we lose to them. And today especially felt like we lost more to ourselves. And it was mentally, emotionally repeating ourselves. I think at both maps, we get to a position where if we're a good team, we can pull ahead. There's the 7-8 on Mirage where we have a little bit of momentum. We had the last 4 rounds, the last T round, the last 3 rounds on CT side, and they win a half by situation. Yeah. Again, also on Inferno, we get to a 6-6, and yeah, it's just really frustrating. And I think we have a long way to go if we want to be at the top.
That long way to go, we've heard it not just from you, but from the players as well. What do you see it as? You've got the best viewpoint of all of this. Can you help me and the fans understand what MOUZ is lacking?
Yeah, so at the beginning of the year, we obviously made quite a big change. Yeah. We decided to promote Bronn to being an in-game leader. It's his first time in that position. We changed around some of the responsibility within the team, who's the emotionally leading, who's more on the CT side, and that structure changed quite a bit. And then we brought in Spinks and also changed the dynamic for us. And I think this is what we're still working on. We're still quite young in this area. We're still young in leading. And this will take some time. And of course, when you reach that semi-final spot, the final spot, quarterfinals, you don't quite make it the full way. You start also to question a little bit, can we be good enough, right? And I'm sure some of the guys have that feeling, and you get frustrated with the mistakes, maybe to some extent with each other, or frustrated with yourself. Mentally, maybe you're not right there, and it's a tough spot to be in, because the critique in the team is always at the highest of level, just between each other, trying to edge out and find that few percent we're missing to make it all the way. And for us, it's about still believing and still trusting that we can make it, because in the moment we start to doubt it, that's also the moment we start playing worse. So for us right now, there's some much needed time at home. We had 40 days on the road. We instantly came back home. We had to qualify for this year, so it was officials, it was practice, and there's a lot of gaps in our play right now, and we need some time to fix it. We need to pinpoint what are the areas that we can improve the most in. T-side's an obvious case, the calling's an obvious case, and also making sure that we always show up in numbers on the stage. And it's the case right now that we're not. T-sides are not great, and we need to figure that out. And some time at home will do us good.
Especially after all that time on the road, I've been hearing it from you and all the other players. I want to ask this, and hopefully not in a rude way, because it's been some time. At what point do you make the decision on, do we need to look at making a change, or like how much time do you give this? Because normally we see maybe 3 months, 6 months, but because you've got a brand new IGL, it's understandable you'd give it more time. So how does it look in your eyes of what that future could be, especially because you're so close to like breaking through on it, and it's a guessing game. I'm guessing like, do I make a change? Do I not want to make a change? How do we do this?
Yeah, I mean, for us right now, we're fully locked in and making the most for the major, specifically with this group. We have a great group, and as I said, they're all still quite young. You know, and I think they have the best years ahead of them, and the question is if we can maintain that believing thing. So if at some point we need some fresh input, I wouldn't say we're there yet right now, but definitely it's also my position to be professional about it, to consider when do we need to make that and be reasonable. It's not in the cards at the moment.
And it's not an easy decision, mate. Thank you for your honesty, mate. Good luck.
I always appreciate how insightful Cyclone is in these moments, but I hate that I have to hear him so many times in these moments after yet another exit for MOUZ in the playoffs, in a game which could have been theirs, which, you know, if history was anything to go by versus Vitality, they managed to tame them in Cologne, and it was a totally different face here today.
That's my issue with MOUZ. I don't know how you feel about it, Vu, but I feel like they're getting further and further away from actually making that breakthrough. It's been the conversation we had so many times, second best team in the world, third best team in the world. It's only because of Vitality they're not getting the trophies. That's not the case anymore. Vitality is beatable, and MOUZ is not getting any closer to the trophies.
It almost feels like when it comes back to Cologne that they felt they had a goal to beat this Vitality team. They finally beat the team. They realized there's more to it. You also have to beat Spirit. You also have to beat the other top teams. And since then, they've been just on a steep decline. Honestly, they can't get consistency. You can see they're trying to adjust things. They're trying to go for different plays, but it's not working. They say constantly, they've said multiple times, their T-sides are bad, but they haven't found a solution. This is a MOUZ that I think I could see them sliding much further down the rankings.
Shout out to Cyclone for basically just bringing that up all of his own accord as well. Like, he very much recognizes the T-sides are a massive issue for them right now.
Even said the calling is an issue, right? And that's to be expected. Don't get me wrong, I think Brolin has done a tremendous job, but there's going to be a point in his career where he has to figure out, okay, how do I overcome this? And I think Cyclone and Brolin together as a unit and as a pair, they're going to figure it out. It's just a question, it's going to take a month, it's going to take 2 months, and will it take a roster change down the line? We don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
Well, it ain't going to be happening here in London. MOUZ do falter as Vitality progress on to the grand finals, but we do need to find them an opponent in our second semi-final. That's going to be FURIA versus G2. Not before we have some very special guests up here on the desk after this short break.
Yeah, and Counter-Strike is at its all-time low right now. Yeah, Liquid Complexity and Cloud9, they were heart of NACS for many years, and now They are not on the map especially. I mean, Liquid is, but still they need to do better.
I think we can say well about Liquid. I think no one enjoys looking at Liquid playing right now.
And it's really sad to see Complexity go as well after everything they've done for the scene. For Counter-Strike in North America right now, it is a difficult situation. I think overall it feels so lackluster. I think there is 2 points of view that we can take. The first one is the result side of it, and I think M80 now got a pretty big result coming into this playoffs.
When you see M80 play, it's really promising.
I mean, I'm really happy for M80 because I think they're really good guys.
They just need to have Liquid back, and I think NA can be really promising.
But we need more events in NA as well. Players traveling from NA to Europe, it's hard for them. They miss their families, they're homesick.
I do hope that it will come back to its own competitive region, and hopefully we get to see that again soon.
Plenty of treats in store this semi-final Saturday at the Blast Open London. And no exception are our 2 guests up here on the desk. We've got Lake and Hex from M80, who happened to have their first foray on a big stage yesterday. Hex, what was that experience like for you playing in front of this crowd?
Honestly, it was just purely exciting, honestly. The fans were great. They booed MOUZ, loved us, so we take that. Yeah, nothing could say but pure excitement.
And how about for you, Lake? Honestly, it really wasn't that big of a difference. Honestly, it kind of felt like the same back and forth from online to LAN. I really wasn't any nervous, but I mean, I enjoyed the crowd. I loved hyping up the crowd, all the reactions. It was nice.
Okay, what were like the walkouts like? You know, when you're coming down those steps, I'm always thinking, am I going to trip over? You know, was there any nerves? Was there any nerves about that?
We did a little rehearsal, like just us, and I was like, oh, that looks going to look sick. And we went out, the lights turned on, there's so many people, I was like, damn, this is actually insane.
It's
it was so
cool.
fun.
So cool. Obviously, the result not going in your favor, but a very competitive series nonetheless. We've, of course, got to talk about that second map for you guys, MOUZ's pick of Mirage. Maui rather was saying, you know, if you look at MOUZ, that's probably the map they're going to pick. Was it, in your minds, always going to be that? If you ever faced MOUZ, like, was the prep work kind of already done for you in that capacity?
I mean, yeah, we knew it was going to be Mirage, but we didn't I think people were saying that we did so much prep and everything, but we did the same prep we did online, which wasn't much. We did more so individual prep, whatever we wanted to do, and because it's been working out, so we just kind of kept it consistent, and I mean, it worked for Mirage, so.
It looked like Slacks knew what was happening all the time, though. So was he dialed in?
I mean, he likes to do his own prep, so whatever he did, I mean, clearly it worked, but I think he just likes to watch the Opper and kind of do plays that he knows will work, and clearly it worked, so.
Okay, that's interesting. When you say he does his own prep, What does that entail? Okay, actually, let's start off with a wider question. What does M80's prep look like? What's the routine for you guys?
So typically, at least for me and Slacks, I know I watch like my direct opposition. So who am I going to be playing? So I'll be playing against like Xertion, for example. I'll be seeing like what he likes to do in mid, for example, on Mirage. And Slacks is doing like what is Torji going to do? What does he like to do? Any tendencies? And then after that, just kind of go more into their rounds. Is there any like tell we can kind of sort of like know? But they're a pretty well-structured team. Like they don't really have any tells. So we kind of went on to warning like your other teammates. Since Slacks watches the op, you know, like, hey, he likes to do this peek. Be careful here, or be careful there. If you see this happen, be careful here. Like for me, I knew window boost. They love doing window boost on Mirage. It's kind of their thing. So I always knew, like, hey, if I have to gap this, be very careful of this. So it's always kind of good the way we do it, just individually. So far, at least since I've been on the team, we're not a great team with a lot of prep, like really prep heavy. But I think just for the individuals doing it, we do it pretty well.
How about then what Def is bringing? I mean, one thing he brought probably was the fancier side in some sense, given that he's British and all. But in terms of the prep for it, I mean, you say it's not the biggest amount or anything, so what's he constructing for you guys?
So he basically just kind of puts like what he wants to see out of us, like maybe he sees a certain thing. Obviously, we're not going to run really anything differently, like we're not going to change a bunch of stuff, but if there's a round that he sees, like he's going to think it's going to be good here. He also tells us like any overlapping prep, like if we like, let's take it for Ancient, for example. MOUZ likes to do A-rush smokes, but they never really like to use them. So he's like, hey, if you do this, like be careful of this. Obviously, we still got off guard in that game because obviously it's just high pressure. But at the same time, like knowing that prep, we knew that was going to come and just didn't really realize it. But him telling us that definitely helped us.
We also heard a little bit from Def that specifically for you, Lake, there's been a bit of a routine change. You've now got some more regular hours. Can you tell us what that is?
As of recently, since this boot camp, I've started like really hammering the schedule home. So just making sure I'm up on time. I think the jet lag kind of helped too. I've been going to bed at like 8, 9 p.m. like an old man, waking up at like 5 or 6. And then it's just nice being in the office alone, kind of just chilling, get to wake up, get to play chess, do whatever you really want to. Yeah. And then as you kind of get your day started, you kind of already feel awake, but before I was definitely waking up like an hour before practice.
Because you guys were here in the UK prior to this, right? You were telling us a little bit about where were you boot camping, what were the facilities like?
We're boot camping at Endpoint in Sheffield. So everything was good besides, you know, food's expensive as it's very expensive here. As heck, yeah, it's very expensive here. So that's the only downside.
It's true.
Okay, so what about late nights though? Because I feel like all of the best FPL games, high-level FACEIT games, aren't those in the evening? So if you change your routine, can you still do individual grinding at night?
I just DM now.
Oh, really?
I was the exact opposite. I almost never DM'd. Like in my entire career, I've almost never DM'd. I probably have total 15,000 kills on DM.
Oh, wow.
And there's some players who do 1,000 a day.
Yeah, yeah.
But for myself, I used to always play until like 4 or 5 in the morning, but now I've kind of enjoyed pugging less, and I've just kind of started doing my own individual DM more.
Is that just so you can think more about team structure stuff instead of having to fit in with your 4 random teammates every time, or what?
Honestly, a little bit, yeah, but I'm just not a fan. Like playing, everybody's different, but going from playing in EU, you play 6, 7 scrims a day, and then you go pug, and it's just another scrim, and it's just like, oh, that's a lot.
Okay.
So, I mean, I kind of just like focusing on my own individual aim, and then maybe watching a few demos here and there, and then being done with it.
Okay, so the main question I had for you guys coming in is that with Hex, you guys do look better, okay? I liked Rec a lot. I thought he was really actually quite reliable in a lot of circumstances, but you've already touched upon the fact in interviews that Hex is more vocal. I mean, how can you see the turning of the page in M80's story with Hex's addition?
I mean, obviously it helps a lot in his position because you can have different types of players. Some maybe more that's like quieter, or some that are more loud, but for us it was just needed that input, that extra bringing ideas constantly. So towards the end there, it just felt like nothing was working. Everything that required like all of us together, it just wasn't fitting right. Astana really, the 03 that we went through, I mean, that was kind of like the turning point where we realized like, if we don't do good at the major, is kind of it. Like, we've got to make a change, and I think the change that we made was pretty good, and the results so far have been pretty good, yeah.
Hex, I've got to ask you, I mean, we've got to ask you about your clutch factor, right? There is one that I think is burned into all of our brains from that VP game, right? Yeah. This is crazy. We've got it ready to play. Can you kind of walk us through this?
Yeah, I mean, right now, my heart was going like a million miles a second here. I actually did this in a scrim one time. And I was like, I've been dreaming about this scenario my entire life. I was waiting for this to happen. As soon as I walked onto the scope, I was like, please tell me this guy's in like a good spot for me to see him. Because I didn't want to like, my biggest worry was like, I was going to kill the other guy and just whiff on the opper. So I was glad that I killed this first guy really fast, so we'll take that. But yeah, I mean, honestly, I've been fucking dreaming of this shit.
It's okay. It's honestly okay. Yeah. But I mean, it was also like 1-to-1 what Electronic did.
I didn't notice that.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
Yeah,
I didn't know it was like that at all. But it's like pretty 1-to-1.
Yeah, he had the same clip maybe 5 years ago or something like that. Yeah, no, it was kind of eerie almost how he was in the exact same situation.
Yeah.
Do you feel responsible for benching Electronic then from VP?
Listen, I've been getting a lot of tweets about that. I might have to say yes.
Let's go.
Honestly, I feel bad. I feel bad.
That's ridiculous. Okay, obviously it's already been known that you're a more vocal player. Why do you think that is? Like, what kind of teachers have you had, IGL's coaches that have gotten you to this point, or was that always just in your nature?
I think I just like yapping, honestly. Like, I feel like I just like talking, so it's just like, it kind of just works for my in-game, I guess.
Yeah.
So
Too much.
Yeah, honestly, when I was new, I would say just the most random stuff that just didn't even need to be said at all.
Okay.
Like automatic. He would say that I'd be like just telling them my thought process like during the game, and it's just not needed. So I've actually toned it down a bit, but I still talk a lot. So.
What about, okay, so actually when you were coming up with, say, like RGB or RBG and Carpe Diem, I mean, everybody was saying that you guys are playing structured CS in Tier 2. Do you think that has helped you make the transition to this kind of play?
I mean, maybe, yeah, honestly, because I mean, we've been playing, like, I've been playing the same style, like, for the longest time. So nothing's really changed. I feel like the only difference is that, like, when you're in Europe, you just have to, like, hold your shift key a little more. That's literally, I feel like the only difference.
Okay.
Just one final question from my side. Obviously, you've had so many VRS points from just making it to this stage. What's next? What's on the cards for MAT? Where are we going to be seeing you guys next?
We'll be at Thunderpick, but honestly, our main goal right now, beating MOUZ would have been really big for us because we only would have been 100 points away from Pain right now.
Wow,
but
okay.
right now, we're only 200 points behind Pain, so right now we're really just trying to make stage 3 at the major.
Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us up here. Best of luck in your future endeavors. But we do need to proceed onwards to our second semi-final. That's going to be G2 taking on FURIA after this short break.
They eliminated you from Cologne last time. It was a tough game for you guys. How much better do you feel this G2 is now compared to when you faced them before?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we are better. Yeah, we are a bit more time together now as a team. Our stat book is a bit better, and yeah, I think we are working really hard as individuals and as a team to be ready for everything, be prepared for everything, and always upgrade our strat book, upgrade our mentality in any aspect, and yeah, just be strong as a unit.
What is the key to winning against FURIA?
Calmness and believe in your teammates.
Now, you did beat G2 in Cologne last time around to get that playoff spot. Both teams have seen improvements, but do you feel like you guys have an advantage against them currently?
Honestly, I think there's no advantage. They have been playing very well. I think Hunter is calling super well. I've been watching some of their games, and he's not only calling well, but also fragging as well. Okay. So I think this G2 team is very good, and it's going to be a very tough match. Whoever plays the best today is going to go to the finals.
FURIA take the fast pass to the semis after an absolute blinder of a group stage. Blowing out both Spirit and MOUZ is no joke to be stealing the top 4, and for MOUZ.BST, already in his 4th playoff appearance after bursting onto our screens in April of this year. A rebuild, however, is also cooking on the G2 side of things, and it looked piping hot yesterday, Maui, because the fashion that they managed to take down FaZe in when we're going to multiple OTs on that map of Dust 2, that was very impressive to see them making it to the semifinals.
It's usually the tenured team, the veterans who, when the pressure gets as strong as it did in that match against FaZe, you'd think FaZe is going to come out on top, but it was players like Heavy God, players like Matisse, who were able to actually outshine the old guard in FaZe Clan.
Yeah, when you look at G2, they just played great in the chaos. They created some awkward situations for FaZe. They knew that when things broke down, Jacob wasn't experienced, and they had Heavy God in the late rounds to just shut things down. I mean, you can't say enough good about how G2 played in that series.
Now, as Banks alluded to with Heavy God, this is, of course, a rematch of what we saw going down in Cologne. They played each other twice, but one of these games was not like the other, Maui.
Obviously, one was much more important for the playoff berth. That's where FURIA got the better of G2. In the opening matchup of the tournament, though, G2 was able to take FURIA down, and it was just a mirror match, essentially. Same maps, 2-0 on both sides. So teams have a lot of familiarity with each other. We'll get into the veto later, but it'll be curious to see if anybody switches it up just because they don't want to run it 3 times back.
Yeah, this is, I mean, when you're looking at those 2 series, you're right. The second series is the more important one, but when you're in the upper bracket, you're not taking it easy. I think we had a couple of underperformances, and it does come down with sometimes when you're looking at a team a little earlier in their life cycle to just players have to hit their shots. I think FURIA are evolving, G2 are evolving as well. I think there's going to be a little more tactical than last time around.
So what's the story when we're looking at the VRS implications for both of these squads, considering, you know, they've had rebuilds at different points throughout this year?
Well, we see that FURIA is already in a very strong position regarding just where they're, I mean, they can jump up, yes, with a win here versus G2, but it's G2 who have so much to win with the 4 places potentially if they're able to take down FURIA, and given just how cutthroat it is in the European side of VRS, you're trying to just scrap together every single point that you can.
I think FURIA they're comfortable. They want more VRS points, but they know they're going to get it eventually regardless. It's more about getting to a championship, winning a championship. When you're looking at G2, they are starting to pop off for the first time. They are struggling to get up that VRS board. I think it matters a little more for them.
And in terms of FURIA as well, and just the importance of making playoffs after playoffs, like we can't underestimate how impressive it is for MOUZ.BST to already be making it to so many, so consistently, so early in his career.
The talks of MOUZ.BST have drastically changed in the span of 3 months. At first, it was FURIA looking desperate, that they had no clue of what was coming next, that they were just searching for something because the Brazilian transfer market is so ridiculous to wade through. But now it looks like it was a stroke of genius for Fallen, for Sid to find this diamond in the rough, and for his game to actually translate to the big moments.
Yeah, it's hard to find a team that has had the narrative around them shift so fast, so hard. And when we're looking at this, we're talking about how their CT sides were terrible before. We're talking about how Fallen was not a great opera anymore. how we're not even sure if Yuri's going to find his peaks that he used to be at. And then they go for this pickup of Yakindar and Molodoy. Mola who? And then he shows up on the server and he has maybe one bad performance in a playoff, but since then he's been lights out almost every series.
It's so impressive. I want to kind of put the shoe on the other foot and take a litmus test of what we saw from G2 yesterday in their first arena as a squad. Of course, this will be their second game today, but how good do you think they looked under the pressure of these big shining lights?
They looked fantastic. They took home their map pick of Inferno against a team that just wasn't comfortable on Inferno. They go to Dust 2. They're down at times. They have to come back into it a couple of times, and they have the confidence behind Hunter and Saw. A couple of times Saw took a pause. In fact, in the beginning of the game, he took a pause. They went 6 rounds in a row right afterwards. Maui, Saw's your guy, but you sold me on him. I'm sold.
I mean, I think that Saw's worth was totally exemplified in that round 4 timeout yesterday. On multiple timeouts that we heard throughout the group stage, we're getting all of these listen-ins, and Saw always has this one sage piece of advice that he passes on to the players. It seems like it's just drastically different. We're in a space right now where sometimes we're not sure, are there cheerleaders behind these players, or are they actually tactical coaches? Saw is the perfect blend of both. He doesn't always have to say the perfect statement in an interview, but he always has the choice words when it comes to the timeout.
That's the thing. I feel like he's so direct in what advice he wants to give to the players in any given moment, and it seems so far that the players really appreciate, understand that, and are able to not only, you know, digest it, but actually display it on the server too.
And you see it with the game plans they come into games with as well. I mean, you look at Hunter, oftentimes secondary callers think they can be an IGL, but you need someone behind you that's helping you along the road. I think Saw brings them in with great game plans. They knew what they were doing against FaZe. From beginning to end, they were attacking Kerrigan, they were attacking the weaknesses, the chaotic rounds that FaZe was struggling with. That's Saw. I have to say that's Saw. And that makes your job as an IGL so much easier when you go in and you're already at an advantage in a game. You just have to bring it home.
That's what's so exciting about this matchup here, is that we have 2 of the best pickups of the year against each other, and in very different ways. The fact that FURIA got Molodoy, like we've already mentioned, how much he's bolstered their CT sides, but then Saw just creating so much structure that I think is going to propel G2 for as long as his contract lasts.
We're giving a lot of credit to Saw, understandably so. How much credit are we giving to Hunter, considering, you know, he lost his cousin, he lost one of the best AWPers in the entire world, and he's now taken up this huge mantle, huge responsibility?
He's also had the benefit of picking up Matisse. He had the benefit of coming in with MOUZ there. That duo, whichever side of the map you're going on, one of them is going to be entering with some support from someone else. And when you have them firing on all cylinders, it does feel like it makes it a bit easier to call behind it, because you're already in a 4v4 or a 4v3 on T side. You can call around it. You can get some reps on that. But yeah, he did lose. He did lose a little bit. He picked up a Sunpius that was struggling himself. Sunpius oftentimes on CT side can't hit the shot we need him to hit, and Hunter has still managed to work his way around that.
He's already nailing some of the in-server aspects of being a good in-game leader. What I love about Hunter is that he's gregarious and charismatic enough to be a captain beyond that. The fact that he's always looking left and right, he's always actually charming in the interviews. I'm becoming a bigger fan of Hunter every time we get to talk to him, because it always feels like he's getting all of the knowledge that he's had from all of these other leaders that he's worked with and the coach behind him, and he's making the best of it today.
Well, let's get some thoughts about the playbook and Saw from MOUZ and James Banks.
We've spoke a lot about the playbook being better for you guys right now. How much deeper has it got just in the last couple of events for you guys? Like, how much are you guys having to hold on to your minds and try and understand what Saw wants, what Hunter wants?
It's crazy. We have a lot of strats and everything. Like, it's a big playbook.
Yeah.
I would say the Holy Bible. But it feels good because we have a lot of options that we can play, and even if we have a game plan and we don't have some, like, a certain strat in it, we can just use it anyway. Like, we have a lot of options to use, and it feels really good.
Does it ever get to the point, though, where you're trying to, okay, which one is this one? Do I have to remember this one?
Not really. We get, like, the playbooks, so it's like we always can read it, yeah?
What has Saw told you before this game? Like, what's his main focus that he needs you guys to look at?
He just told us to just feel the game, to just keep focused on the moment, just not look either at the future or the past, we just keep looking at the present, and to just, if we do some mistake or something, just focus on what we have in front of our eyes and just leave it on our backs, any mistake that we did, and to just trust each other, have good comps, and yeah, that was it.
All the good stuff. Am I right in saying that Saw is quite a calming coach for you guys?
He is, but when he gets mad, he like for example, when we were playing Spirit, I think he paused and he said that he asked if our W keys were frozen. So that kind of stuff can happen, and it's really good because it can give you like a wake up call, and it's good.
That was one of my favorite mic top moments, by the way. We've had all tournament long. But for MOUZ, I know both of you have been keeping a close eye on him ever since he put on that G2 jersey. What is the current status of MOUZ?
I think one of the problems MOUZ had was coming in, he tried to be Nico. He was with Nico leaves, and he tries to be the same player. I think with Saw coming in, Hunter taking over as the IGL, he's learned to be MOUZ. And on T sides, we saw that earlier, 38.2% opening attempts. That's top 3 in the world. Surely that is unbelievable to combine with his success rate, because usually as you go for more attempts, it gets worse. He somehow finds a way to continually succeed in these situations, and he thrives in it. His team is putting him in those situations, pushing him forward. The only problem is when it comes to the CT side, I think he struggles a little bit. On the T side, he plays into his strengths, and you see that on the CT side of Dust too as well, where he can get aggressive. But there are times when he just gets over-aggressive, he over-pushes, he kind of sometimes ints away the round.
On the T side, it scales incredibly well because it's the point of attack. You need to make an incision when you're on the offense, and they're always going to outline how that's going to happen. On CT side, like Vu's talking about, sometimes he's just kind of forcing it. He's just trying to find some in on the round when he's not really as comfortable as you'd want. Just let the game come to him. Sometimes it's just always looking a little bit too much means that his hand gets caught in the cookie jar too often.
And keeping those statistics in mind, that makes the conversation very complex when we're putting the shoe on the other foot and looking at Furia's T sides versus CT sides as well, right?
Fury have the strongest T side in the pro scene. They not only that, but they throw the most successful flashes of anyone else, and that's it's no coincidence. It's no coincidence they throw that many flashes and they have that successful of a T side. When we're looking at a meta where we're talking about, oh, it's all CT sided, every team just dominates on the CT side. Furia are dominating on the T side because they have great executes, but not only that, they can slow it down, and they have the experience, Fallen surely, to slow it down in the mid round and say, hey, MOUZ, make a play against us, and they'll just be sitting there waiting.
I got 2 hot takes for you.
Go on.
I got 2. Okay, first off, Fallen is a top 3 in-game leader today. Top 3 in-game leader today. We got Apex, we got Blitz, we got Fallen. Second take, Fallen is the best flasher of all time.
Okay.
He is the best. This guy has always topped the charts in terms of flash assists for the entire time that he's been a pro player, that his entire time he's been an in-game leader. He is always top, just every single team that he has worked with, he's defined the meta in terms of the flash usage, taking space with all those flashes. This dude made Cello look like the most ridiculous entry for probably a 9-month span because of how good Fallen's flashes were. Like, this guy is a genius when it comes to the flashbang.
Okay, the numbers can back you up on the flash point. I don't know whether everybody would agree in terms of the in-game leader take there. What do you think, Vu?
I mean, it's hard to argue against the continued success Fallen had, although there was a little 6-year gap in the middle there between success to success. But I think in the current meta, with Yakindar at his side, I think that's the important part, because Yakindar, he's known for controlling rounds himself, being that secondary caller. When we see people talk about, we just had the last teams that were talking about, we're stealing the strats from Furia. That was Roth said that. We're stealing strats from Furia. Yeah. I don't think they're stealing strats from Furia. I think they might be stealing strats from Yakindar at times. So Fallen has a little supporting cast there helping him out, but I do agree, he's 3rd or 4th. I would put him 3rd or 4th.
Okay, and all it took is for Fallen to just give up the AWP, I guess, to regain that form of glory. That must have been a hard task to do, but the numbers, they don't lie in that aspect.
The stats wouldn't show you that it's hard. In fact, he looks like he's thriving right now. The rating that Fallen has put up while becoming a rifler is astounding, because so many of people in similar situations to him, I'm thinking about Cadian most specifically, they just fall off a cliff.
Yeah.
As soon as you take that AWP out of their hands, they lose their way. They're not calling plays for themselves. They're not enabled in the same way. They have to learn an entirely different new set of skills in order to defend their bomb sites. But Fallen, he passes the eye test. He makes a lot of great plays as a rifler, and he doesn't really seem like he's caught with just getting completely blinded, and he's just ran over on an execute.
Now, we don't have to go to Cadian to find IGLs that Fallen is outperforming. We can go to Kerrigan. We can go to Hooksy. We can go to a variety of IGLs.
All Danish. Why are they all Danish?
Those are the only ones that matter. Chopper, too. You can find a variety of IGLs that he's performing better than. He's not a liability like almost every other IGL right out there right now is. You see them, you have to avoid them on CT. You have to try and cover for them. Fallen actually is really good at holding his sight, which is something you would never expect to be saying when he swapped to rifling.
And it really helps when you've got so many different tools in your arsenal. We've obviously already talked about MOUZ.BST, but Yakinda, the glow up he has had in 2025, I love to see this.
I know people might have a knee-jerk reaction to this statement, but what Yakindar is showing in I'd say the second half of his career is not the same flair in terms of what he was as an individual, where he's a top 20 player playing alongside James, but he reminds me a lot of what Sui2K was actually, where he's an incredibly great aggressive rifler and secondary caller. He does both at a very high level right now. It aids Fallen so much in terms of the CT sides especially, given that he's in more active positions and he can dictate what's going on that side of the map, where Fallen's relegated to becoming an anchor. And for him, he really actually just jump-started himself. I mean, the fact that he's now back to a serviceable level of form. He's not winning any medals this year as an MVP or anything like that, but what he's putting forward is more than enough to keep FURIA competitive in the openers.
Yakinda just needed a little break, a little time on the beach to calm down, cool down, and then come back and just pop off to a level that, I mean, when we saw him picked up on this team, let's all be honest. Nobody thought this was going to be good. This was MOUZ.BST, maybe, and Yakinda is going to translate for him. He comes onto this team revitalized. He's actually playing incredible CS, and he is the perfect piece for an IGL like Fallen.
And just finally, to wrap up on MOUZ.BST, like, talk about coming out of nowhere and making such a massive name for yourself.
At this point, MOUZ.BST for me is a top 5 opper. Everything I'm seeing from him, it doesn't quite reach the heights of, say, m0NESY, Shiro, and ZywOo, but...
Hey, it's early days. It's early days.
But, I mean, even today, I mean, for him to be as high as he is, I'm saying that this guy, he's been outperforming so many of the other oppers. And the one thing, if you want to actually think about the micro for MOUZ.BST, this guy is so darn good when it comes to repicking. He is so good at catching when Ts have to aggress him. He catches them in those liminal spaces better than practically anybody right now.
Well, considering we have very much recent head-to-head data between G2 and FURIA, I'm very curious to see what the maps will be in our picks and bans. Okay, set the scene for me, Mr. Maui Snake. Are we going to see a different selection of maps to what we saw back in Cologne?
That's what I'm curious about, because FURIA have really been tinkering with their vetoes quite a bit. Boo, I expect that G2, though, will still probably go with their tried and tested Inferno.
Yeah, G2 have, as you've mentioned multiple times, I completely agree. Inferno is a map where G2, they activate the entries, the mid-round calling is great. It's just a map where they excel in almost every way. On the FURIA side, I thought they might go a slightly different direction, but yeah, Mirage makes sense, although it is G2's, it's another map G2's really strong on.
I'm a little bit surprised. I thought FURIA could go for something that's a bit more of a punish versus G2, but at the same time, I think that their Mirage has definitely been very strong for themselves. And okay, that means Decider is going to be, it's Dust 2. Okay, actually, you know what? I think FURIA are very happy about that. I think FURIA are actually looking at this like they got 2 maps that they really like to play in this series. I guess G2, it's a great, actually, handshake veto in general.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you look at G2, they want Inferno. They're comfortable on Mirage. They're comfortable on Dust 2. I think they can be happy with that. But FURIA as well. This is kind of what you want out of a veto, if we're being honest. We want a veto where both teams are happy and you can actually have a head-to-head brawl.
I like this pick coming out of FURIA, just considering what we saw from them on Mirage versus both MOUZ and Spirit in the group stage. I know it was online Counter-Strike. I know it's a whole different ballpark, but it was so entertaining on both accounts. So I'm really excited to see what they have to bring to the table versus G2.
Still versus elite opponents.
Yeah.
And the way that Fallen was able to mid-round incredibly well, it's just that they have so many more tools. When we see other teams, even Mongols, MOUZ on Mirage, even Na'Vi to an extent, it's almost like you kind of know what's coming next. FURIA are so surprising. They shock you with the fact that they can run the executes out of spawn, they can mid-round at a very high level, and they can play late rounds so darn well because they have so many players that understand how to just play off of timings and to clutch up.
When you look at the struggles that MOUZ were having, it's because they can go for defaults, those fail, then they go for execs. But when you look at FURIA with Fallen, they can go for defaults or execs or mid-round plays. They can do the whole gamut in any given round. So it's not like they go for option A into option B into option C. They have 3 option A's that they can go for on any given round. That's so so different than almost any other team.
No prizes for guessing who the fan favorites are here in the building. So many FURIA fans turning up for some Saturday night Counter-Strike. Let's talk a little bit about, you know, the AWPing side of the equation with MOUZ.BST versus Sunpayas, though. Is there going to be, you know, any question who's coming out on top in this one?
The gap between these two is about as large as you can find. This is Sunpayas having a very tough time recently. He started to pick it up a little bit, but he's still not topping the scoreboards. And you look at MOUZ.BST, explosiveness is how you define MOUZ.BST's AWPing style. With the re-peaks, with the T-sided AWPing, they can play around him on T-sides. He gives them so many more options. And Sunpayas, on the other hand, it's just, if he can be a solid backbone, you're happy.
We are inching ever closer to be kicking off our second semi-final here at the BLAST Open London. We're going to head things to a quick break, but when we return, it's G2 versus FURIA.
MOUZ.BST is definitely one of the best AWPers right now.
He's really good, and he has really good teammates around him.
Yeah, I think actually with the year MOUZ.BST has had, he probably is a top 5 AWPer.
If he keep going for what he does with FURIA right now, I think probably he can join, he could be in top 5 AWPer.
I think it was either FURIA or he was going to go somewhere else. He was not going to stay in tier 2. He was going to go to a tier 1 team for sure.
Bringing MOUZ.BST to the team, my first goal was not to intoxicate too much his own play style with my ideas.
He's good individually, better than Fallen was last couple of years, I would say.
The amount of output he can put against the best AWPers attest that he is one of the best AWPers right now.
He's also like a stylish player, I would say, like he's trying to make aggressive moves time to time. His play style is really fits the what people like in terms of AWP.
But the guy is just that good from the get-go, you know, like, and I knew that from the moment I practiced against him.
Now we get to find out who will be joining Vitality in the grand final. But one thing I know, inside this arena, we're gonna have one big party, right? Now, just in the past couple of days, I've met a lot of people from all around the world, but we've got some Brazilians in the house. We've also got some Kazakhstani people in the house. It's a smaller thing, but it's still there, it's still there. All the boos have started already. He's on the FURIA side, guys. MOUZ.BST's your boy. You gotta know. For G2, they're looking to get revenge after what happened to them in Cologne. and it certainly isn't going to be easy, but they showed up in style just yesterday. For FURIA, they're on a huge rise. They've got great system around them, and they're looking dominant, and they have proven it on the stage what they can do. Let's see if they can get it done and make a grand final. London, are you ready? Let's bring the teams onto the stage.
What is your team's play style?
Aggressive. We have strong firepower, and I think that's the way we want to play.
I would say we have aggressive stuff to do, we have stealth things to do. I think we have a mix of stuff.
It's absolutely amazing what they've built here in such a short period of time.
Heavy God's got the traits going. They lock horns and Heavy God rips Rain's head off.
G2 look full strength.
Becoming a mainstay in playoffs for the second half of 2025. A project many doubt, but no one can deny.
How would you describe G2?
G2, brand new.
How would you describe FURIA?
I would say crazy.
Finally fierce, truly ferocious. This Brazilian core has made drastic changes that have paid off for them already, and they don't look to be slowing down. This is FURIA! These samurais have sharpened their swords. They've developed their playbook, and they are fighting with tenacity, looking to get revenge against their familiar foe. This is G2 Esports!
G2 versus FURIA, two head-to-heads so far for these exact rosters in 2025. But Jacob, this is an entirely different beast. You cannot underestimate what happens on a big stage.
No, that's true. There's a couple of unknowns coming into this one. Molodoi has tried a little bit before, obviously slowly but surely nurturing on these bigger stages. I think he's held up to his own so far, but this is a different environment, Wu. There's a lot of fans in front of him right now, a lot of people yelling his name, as you could see it. He's feeling excited, but is that a good thing on this stage?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I mean, he did have one falter in one of his first games on stage in the past, but I think he's going to come through. I think he's just going to be hyped up for this one. With Fallen leading him, Fallen will be able to tell him the sage advice to get through this.
Yeah, I think we can put that to bed, Jacob. You know, it was the major, it was Cologne as well. He's got some reps under his belt.
Lost doing the major.
Can we talk about G2's map pick? That is going to be Inferno. Tried and tested, Vu. FURIA starting on the CT side. What should we expect?
This is one of the maps where Yukindar has talked about they need to be less proactive. Maybe sometimes they get overactive. They've really worked on being able to hold the bomb sites as duos, as trios, and they've evolved incredibly. You go back earlier this year, they would need to push everything constantly. Now you have a FURIA that can actually stay comfortable on their bomb sites and defend, or they can get active. They're not reliant on one style of play.
There's one specific matchup I look very much forward to in this matchup. Obviously, you have Yukindar on one side, who's known to be the banana aggressor. He loves to be out there, loves to be fighting. That's been in his DNA for as long as I remember Yukindar playing Counter-Strike. On the other side, though, MOUZ.BST, his prodigy, some may even say. I feel like he's as aggressive, if not even more so. I think Yukindar and MOUZ.BST would duke it out head-to-head a lot of times on banana. And I hope they will. I hope both of those guys are coming in with confidence. Both of them are willing to fight each other. And I think what we saw from MOUZ.BST yesterday is that he's definitely in form at the moment.
It would be so exciting to see that much aggression from the get-go. Tell me about the evolution of Yukindar, though, because I feel like, you know, he's had some growing to do. It's not just that unadulterated, sometimes mindless aggression. It's a bit more calculated now.
I think he's toned it back a little bit, but I think at the same time, you can still see him go for the over-aggression. You can still see him push and feel a little antsy at times and feel the need to go for a play that he probably would be inadvised to go for. But he has become a more solid player. Overall, he's so much better than he was on Liquid, where he was constantly just going in first, dying in unnecessary ways. This is a Yukindar that can go head-to-head with MOUZ.BST, but I'm going to be honest here, MOUZ.BST is going to humble Yukindar.
Time to choose your fighter then, gentlemen. I don't often ask for predictions, but this one has so much at stake, so many interesting storylines. Who are you siding with firstly in this one?
I feel like both of these teams are matching each other very well. I'm expecting a close game, a very competitive game, but I have G2 edging this one out.
G2 will dominate FURIA. Dominate.
Well, you heard it here first. This is what Saturday Night Counter-Strike is all about. It's time to kick off the semifinals with G2 versus FURIA.
We got a brand new G2 lineup. We have FURIA looking to see through to the grand final. The Brazilians are out. It's about to be live this Saturday night.
Yes, sir. There's a certain electricity in the air. We thought that we were going to capture it in a bottle yesterday because of the explosiveness that, you know, FaZe Clan and G2 were meant to bring to the table. But what we see tonight on this stage is two teams attempting to exit the woodwork. Suddenly, the top dogs in our space are looking at these rosters, recognizing their potential, and stealing their strategies. Many teams in Counter-Strike want to be FURIA and G2. So London, welcome to your second semifinal!
The great veto starts here on Inferno. These teams are going to be evenly matched. What we saw from G2 yesterday shows us they will not be pushed over, even if FURIA are favorites right now.
Straight through and straight down. Man, the MOUZ.BST consistency when it came to that attempt to run through all sorts of util all game long versus FaZe. 11 out of 12 rounds in the first half, he took that opening duel up banana. Huge jump, a little bit delayed. Molodoy goes down with only an assist here, so it's a nice slice from Sunpius. However, he gets tapped out of the round by a low-health Yuri, cleared as the king of the G2 pistol hits the ground. Mattis gonna find that plant.
Look at this, it's actually Hunter going ahead. He's trying to think about how to win the round, not just play in this post plan. A chance for a clip off here.
Wow, huge activity out of Hunter. Oh, they line up! And he taps down both Yukindar and K-Serato. Fallen clutch in the first round ready. Where did Mattis get off to? He's got to figure it out. Seems to be sensing this corner could be occupied. But Mattis, proactive, comes out from the corner and takes first pistol.
I'm sorry, you want to talk about proactive? We got to talk about Hunter, man.
Beautiful.
That was the only way for them to win, was for him to make that push that early, or they would have started checking their flank before they start coming in for the retake. This was a basically impossible and done round. The thing about the game with G2 that we saw, whether it was versus Spirit or yesterday in the quarterfinals, everybody had a moment. It was kind of incredible to see the clutches that FaZe put up and for G2 to match them. 1 for 1 every step of the way.
Analyst desk seemed very heavy on the G2 hype train. Where do you stand?
Wait, did Boo say G2 were going to beat them?
I thought they said, yeah, I thought he said they were going to smash them, demolish them, some type of very confident adjective.
Yeah, I was thinking about that, and I was like, wait, did he say FURIA? Because, you know, FURIA are favorites in this game right now.
Yeah.
But I understand, you know, I understand when I saw the game yesterday, I thought, yeah, I'm not sure if G2 have like a real ceiling right now. What is their ceiling? We haven't seen it. We only see promise, and we don't even see too many bumps along the way. Like every round just seems to be as impressive as the last. What I'm looking for is Heavy gonna have 2 days like that in a row? Because to be honest, he kind of flies under the radar as someone who doesn't come out of the game 30 kills a map, but in terms of every single round, he had massive impact.
I think he's also the kind of guy that gets the best out of his teammates. Almost feels like when Heavy God's near your bomb site, he can also set up others to get those multi-frags. I think of Mattis and him over towards that B side of Dust too.
Yeah.
Whoever's tethered with Heavy God seems to also get impact when the time comes.
You know, what my favorite part about that is some players are great, you put them in the bomb site. Some players are great, you put them in rotator spots, and they'll get their clip off and hide. Some players are only good when they push, and they're only good if they like go for the upper tunnels push and get really aggressive. Heavy God was comfortable in all 3 zones, and I think that was something that was really cool to see. He could push for the aggressive lurks, he could stay and be a tank as an anchor, which is his own set of skills, and he really, I think, showed a lot of range. Again, so impressive. It would be nearly impossible to see that 2 days in a row. We don't even have stats from Heavy God that shows that he is that consistent. But it was amazing that it happened on stage, and that's what makes me wonder if that's what he needs.
Well, the force buy out of FURIA is going to find a Maul of Death top mid. Bomb left towards that T-ramp.
And as unlikely as it was that G2 won that pistol, it's another G2 pistol.
That's a stat that's been defining them lately. What was that one on Dust 2? Something like 21 and 4.
Yeah.
Unbelievable pistol win stats. Of course, they lost that pistol, still won the game in double overtime. You know, it feels like Hunter really is just kind of growing from that base. You know, it's the foundation of his in-game leadership. Is it started with pistols, and from there, this organic growth.
And they just, you know, unironically have picked up a bunch of headshotters. Like, all of these guys are so consistent on rounds where it comes to the raw 50-50 duels. It was Heavy Gods oftentimes alone. MOUZ oftentimes alone. Mattis oftentimes 2K, untraded, no one behind him.
Yes.
All reliable. And this is a nice find.
I'd say it was all 6 fingers that came together yesterday, the fist that knocked out FaZe Clan in that, while every single player had their moment, we add in Saw.
Which finger is he?
Saw would be the one that grows out the side.
Yeah. That you don't want to get rid of.
No.
The one that you love.
You know, it's a party trick. You show it 3 times a game.
Oh, no smoke.
And they'll jump over, Fallen, unfortunately not finding contact to the Mattis bomb plant, so looking like a conversion to come forth from G2 here as well.
The only real bait for G2 is trying to go for extra kills when they would know they'd only knock down pistols. That's right, Lyndon, it's a save. I mean, the fact is, in MR12, being able to rely on winning both pistols it's so much more than just the 2 rounds each half or the 3 rounds each half on the conversion. Mentally, good starts every single time. You chew through, you don't have to win that extra rifle round in 1 half. You don't have to make a comeback every single time. You win the game sooner. This is just a massive deal.
And again, any critic who has to shout that it just inserts randomness when pistols have that much value, look at the win rates of a team like G2, specifically Dust 2, but beyond that,
yeah, I mean, it's true.
Just get better at them.
It does require you to get better at them. Some teams are bad at pistols. When Vitality were winning a lot, they were also winning a lot of pistols at the same time. There is overlap.
So this best of 3 starts with a familiar scene. G2 early rounds off said pistols. The MP7 for Heavy God and MOUZ. Again, this consistency that will continue all T side long. He is going to take an early look at Banana. He'll do it on his own. He'll do it with support in the form of Sunbias this round. But there is this grouping up inside of the apartments. Yuri's about to be tested. He's got K Serrano over towards Sight Pillar. Eats the flash. Hunter's assist looked good. Oh, there's the answer. It's a double kill off of the scout and a 5-7 frag in the middle of that. Now it's low health for the players still stranded in the bomb site. Their rotator goes down. but they shouldn't let their guard down. They know K-Serrano still has to be here. Sunbias's second frag off of utility so far this round.
Unspotted here is Fallen walking up.
Oh, gets tagged early. Sunbias slots into the pit. His nades get 2. The Galil finds 1, and it's a recovery from G2 as they almost stepped into the trap of that triple stack A site.
It's a recovery on the pistols, a recovery on this round. MOUZ.BST, we see a glimpse here. Getting 2 headshots with this scout. Getting steady for the second one's unreal. He's trying to just get to a better spot, maybe jump up, back on cold, or in the back of the site, excuse me, and still totally comfortable here in front of this audience. I think this is going to be a good test for Yakinder. This is him, he's going to have to be playing B. We know what the deal is with MOUZ.BST coming in his direction.
Whoa!
Op shot comes in.
Up close as well. MOUZ.BST on the escape. Hail Mary no scope covered by Yuri. So it's a lot of deaths on the side of G2, but they will find a bit of footing. Footing's not enough. Ton of damage done. 5 stand. First real round for FURIA on the board. And everybody alive bodes well for the continuation on the CT side.
I really love that. It's a real fast call here for G2. They try to run it up for the A-split quickly. Op comes into play. I think he takes one out in the back.
No, it's the front runner.
Oh, and there's somebody else at the same time here. K-Serrano, who finds his pick off simultaneously, stopping 2 ends of the split. Excellent rifle work. I like that G2 didn't slow down.
Oh, MOUZ.BST right back to it.
It's already a big start between that op kill, the 2 scout kills, this opening as well.
Expect him all night long.
This should hurt.
Yes, sir. Half a hunter gone to that frag. 3-player lean. Yakinder looking to get into action. MOUZ.BST head down behind car double.
Damn, and that's
Burning
all.
to a crisp though.
He got out of it.
Barely. 46 health left. Honestly, not half bad considering he's got 2 kills to his name. K-Serrano alone for the moment. MOUZ.BST quick sprint over. K-Serrano trying to lock into the corner. There's a bit of a hesitation here from G2. They didn't pounce. They gave him a second for the helping hands to come on over. But over goes Mattis.
Excellent scaling.
He'll fall down with the Galil to get his. Here comes the smoke forward. MOUZ.BST challenges. Hunter's got the cover.
Now it's just got to be a turnaround. Yuri can't get back into this surely unless a fortunate kill comes through this smoke. Let's see if they give him a chance.
Oh.
What an invitation, Yuri.
Look how far Hunter's gone.
There's still time here, Heavy got, and now Hunter, he might be sweating a little bit. They have a good chance of getting this kill if things don't get too hairy.
Look at this flank. Oh, Yuri's caught in wind of it. If Yuri gets the kill, sprinting in is Hunter. Okay, throws caution to the wind, wraps around the world.
He's ready for someone who's ready. That's the best way to be.
Clears out FURIA. All of the money that they were just able to save in the previous round under question now.
I mean, this is 45, by the way. Opening kill for MOUZ.BST. Can we talk about the scaling? MOUZ.BST gets these 2 kills back, that's awesome. But as they get into the site, Mattis coming up over oranges as the first player swings wide. This is perfectly drilled. If they don't have this sort of cohesion as they're coming in as quickly as they do, there's a chance for multis. G2 on that previous round, they got destroyed. No kills coming towards that A site. They still kept gaining space. How often do you see a team fail and then stop? We're not getting that element out of this roster.
Listen, man. Saw captain's a tight ship. Good flash. Again, utility catching them. There's a 3rd player here, and they will return the favor, but it is a 1-for-1. And then caught out in the open is Yakinder. Mattis catching a 2nd kill on the round. Yet again, it's going to be K-Serrano to have to step up. They're not going to find him on orange. They may think he's not here. Oh, backs turned still. Mattis continues.
The trades are excellent for Mattis. That's 3 for him on this round.
G2 making quick work of this. 5-1 T-side queued up with another glorious Mattis multi-kill moment.
I mean, you're looking at them. They're thinking, they're aiming, they're moving all at the same time. It just feels so fluid. They're on the same page when it comes to their follow-through. Again, they're not scared of the punch right now. They're not looking to just test the waters. There's always a 2nd, a 3rd guy to get back 2 entries at once. It was MOUZ.BST last round. It's Mattis now. Who's it going to be next time? FURIA have to deal with this over on B.
I mean, that's what we got to see yesterday against FaZe. Every round was who's it going to be, and all of G2 delivered it.
I don't know. I think it's going to take more than hopes and prayers to send him home at this point.
If Mattis needs to be the guy to continue to do it until the others find their groove, so be it.
You have to appreciate some of the utility timing here from FURIA. It's just that the action happens so fast back that they're almost not getting a lot of damage off their Molotovs. Their flashes are sort of irrelevant to G2 because they already have such a plan to come forward into it. There's an element of luck when, MOUZ gets this 2K and he's sort of blind as well. But it's not luck that he knows someone is going to be swinging off Hobbit when he's spraying off the corner of Car. This is something that he does every round. So sometimes you will be blind and still have to get the kill. That's something FURIA have to respect, live with, and deal with now. You can hate them, but maybe you will respect them. G2 are 5-1.
Rock solid start on Inferno, FURIA's map pick. MOUZ again ahead of utility, set up to swing into Molodoy, who currently is the only person occupying this bomb site.
You know how often they leave him even over here on Banana, sometimes it's over on B Mirage. They trust Molodoy with their entire rounds.
Sometimes it's just MOUZ, sometimes it's MOUZ and Sun Pius. This time, 4 members strong.
I don't like it though, man. Look at the A site. Like they aren't in a position to eventually come back to help. If they end up rotating over, this exec has to be totally fumbled for Molodoy to get 2 kills or something like that. And again, we've seen the scaling. Like I'm seeing at best he gets 1, unless they make some major mistake. Or it gets a collat.
Yeah, I mean, even falling away from the site to go into the CT cross.
Yeah, and see, again, because they're so passive on it, there's no greater plan to get info back.
He tries to sprint over to Coffin instead. By the time he gets here, smoked off. He knows he's in an awkward position, a horrible chance at holding all of this on his own, but he will strike Mattis off of the climb over. We get MOUZ trying to chase him down. He'll find a bit of damage as Hunter catches the headshot, exposing the CT cross. 2 down at the hands of Heavy God. Now the multi-kills start to trickle in for the other players of G2.
Oh, it's a deep con play, man. They can come and try to clear this.
Whoa.
He's
swinging.
They're getting more aggressive.
0 frags coming into that round. Heavy God quad hits the scoreboard.
There he is. Oh, and he likes the energy. He wants some fans.
Honestly, great positioning from Molodoy. This little position gives one, opens the door when they're going to go for such an aggressive CT crack open. Everybody looking for duels.
Yeah, and Hunter punished that kill as he jumped back through the smoke. Not much more for him to do. He did the best that he could. Being alone for that long, there was someone in CT waiting for, to flash him over, then they could talk, but man, it's a good test again for this B site from FURIA. It's really important, but Ykinder's still not on the board.
MOUZ has found this sanctuary again behind the car. It's, I think, an interaction on that smoke molly. He slides into it, again, just pouncing onto a B site that just doesn't seem ready for the tempo that keeps hitting them. But from Queserado's corner comes the trade frag. Heavy got off top mid, gets his. We go man advantage G2. And it's a dire position for FURIA because it includes a Ykinder who is still seeking his first frag of the map.
And he's going to stay here over on B. It's going to be a 1v3 on either side unless the CTs want to make some kind of move. To be honest, it's in their best interest. Even if this goes to a 1v1 with the bomb down, it's going to be T favored. But they're worried about everything right now. A lot rests on this FAMAS.
And if it comes in from one direction, it's going to be a choke point. Narrowed through that doorway. Heavy God, low health, first victim. And you're not getting out without jumping over that railing. Gives Yuri a better duel each time they try it. They could try and jump simultaneous. The split comes in. Hunter goes down.
Okay.
A delivery of a gun. MOUZ remains perched as he swoops forward at 25 seconds. What a play from Yuri!
Damn near impossible to make that happen. First pickoff into the smoke drop. And it's the perspective on it. Hunter thinks he can come in easily, get this trade. They can't agree on how to approach him. That's a beauty of a round out of Yuri.
It's almost the first instance of disjointedness between G2. Hunter trying to run in and flush, while the smoke cover here behind Yuri meant MOUZ had 0 angle. 3 separate 1v1s.
I think MOUZ is standing up on top, seeing if he can get vision of anybody who's outside of the smoke, and there is a pocket there for your Hunter to stand in.
Yep.
So he immediately thinks that someone has run in, and they don't punish it. It's really, really beautifully played there for Yuri. It's a lifeline for FURIA. And Yakinder was over on B, didn't get any action. But the test is going to keep coming in his direction. Uh-oh. Okay, he's getting away from these nades.
Oh, but looking at this setup, G2 could just be setting themselves up for the follow-through into the B site.
Man, this is a call-out.
Fallen trying to sprint back over. We got nades here between the two defenders, but the rotate closest is K Serrato.
Why does it feel like G2 have the better buy? Heavy God is here on a deagle. They've got map control. They need to punish this.
They've got the utility for the execute. It starts to trickle in. Yakindar facing constant pressure from this utility. Fallen on a frag grenade, throws that forward, finds a quarter of MOUZ.'s health.
Oh, he's standing in the molly.
Fire at his feet. Yakindar tries to help out. MOUZ is going to find his headshot. Fallen's on the double, and that is where he drops. Fire spreads to him. No safety found inside this site.
Upgrade here for Heavy God. He's on the M4 now.
Movement over. They crack open the cross smoke. K Serrato wants in. Smoke goes down in front. Yes, sir. So if they want a piece of this retake, it's going to have to be FURIA, 2 from Coffin.
Oh, Hunter's playing a late game situation. He can literally push through the smoke afterwards.
Oh, the dink is good. Heavy God low, still holds his ground. And then they come in swinging for it. Double for Heavy God. Somebody who was 0 and 4 3 rounds ago has found 7 kills since.
I feel for Yakinder this round. He gets spammed through the smoke, instant headshot. But Fallen gets 2 kills here. There's no additional frags on the round. And that's another B-site defense that's been toppled.
Two rounds for FURIA, non-consecutive round wins.
Look at,
Good effort here from Fallen, but it's another moment where Yakinder's empty-handed. If I'm not mistaken, one of our analysts back on the desk did say that MOUZ is going to humble Yakinder.
Yeah.
Here we are.
You definitely see, and they got to test in quarters, right? So we got to see how they're going to perform on stage.
Fast movements from Mattis.
Oh my God, they're running through this.
Yep, Yuri thinking he could go for the aggressive play. Molodoy just throwing it at them. And a beautiful shot from Yakinder. First kill on the board. What more comes from that?
Actually got another headshot here on Heavy God, but he's outside the site now. Drops his smoke early just to try to slow him down a bit on the plant, but that's coming down.
There wasn't a lot to do to finish off Mattis, but it's Yakinder's kill regardless. Stuck on the other side of this double moto smoke. Looks like they're going to try to puncture through. Flashbangs finding Sunpius. Made it awkward for him to get that gun up. And this is going to draw Hunter back over. Remember, the same time Hunter wrapped back around Arch, you can see Yakinder trying to keep eyes back there just in case. Hunter activates. Tap onto the bomb is starting to cause a bit of panic. Hunter into the Glock, desperate to get them off it. Knives pulled. Now we're gonna get Fallen in with a 10-second stick. Heavy God, only one of the 3. And FURIA find another.
Wow, man, holding their ground right there. Again, that A attack is relentless. The fact is, it's another situation where G2 don't care what happens. They're coming through. They lose one on the site. They don't reroute, try to make up for it. They get this kill. They're going to the end of halls. They know someone's in boil. They said, screw it. They tell someone about it, and they run down the hallway. But still, FURIA have been good over here when it comes to dealing with these fast plays. Getting in, taking out Sunpius quickly as a group of 2. That's a nice look. Yakinder's up with 2, coming over to support this site.
Yeah, but secret weapon saw.
He's amazing off the tack pause is what we saw yesterday. It's no surprise at this point that he's been an impressive coach. I think tactically, I mean, what we've seen from FURIA, it's been a total renaissance for both FURIA and Fallen as an IGL with the pieces. Like, he's got a better team than he's ever had, you know, since the days of pure Brazilian Counter-Strike.
Took a little while, but we've got Yakinder into play. And We've got MOUZ.BST continuing to take these early lines down mid. Great grenade damage here to the favor of FURIA. But there really hasn't been a lot of follow through behind that. Sometimes MOUZ is hunting for this kill inside Banana.
They switched this up. They've got Quesarado and they got a lot of utility damage. That's a good sign.
But then they're gonna lean into backside.
I kind of love the instant adaptation, right? You just saw Yukinder had an amazing round on A.
Sure.
He was super solid. His confidence is probably pretty low over here on the B site. Normally you don't change out players in a moment like this, but being able to has got to be useful.
Mattis slow walk up, MOUZ.BST alone for the moment. Hits his shot for 83 damage.
Mattis got to give that AK up surely. Heavy got sitting there with a deagle doing nothing.
From the frag grenades to the op wall bang, it is still all 5 G2 players standing. Watch as they will attempt to flood this bomb site. MOUZ.BST, fast adjustment, doesn't land the follow-up. Yuri will finish the little that was left of Mattis. Can't believe he kept that AK. Yukinder challenges.
There he is.
And we get the answer back from Sunpius, but it's bomb possession over to Yukinder. It was a critical hold to the arch side. Not making Heavy God's job easy by not giving him an AK. Oh, wow. Yukinder writes off this threat as Sunpius coming at it from mid instead. 20 on the clock. Certainly not ideal, but what if they line up? What if this is that perfect peak? CT's right there for the trade frag, but both stand tall. FURIA, consecutive round wins.
Yeah, they played it awesome right there. Another good moment for Yukinder. Just so happens to be on the A site once again. I love the fact that FURIA were willing to make this adaptation live in the match. Again, it's just not something you see very often. Usually you just wait for your round. Yukinder here, he picks his spot really well. He waits behind this library smoke, and sometimes that can mean you're out of the round until the retake. If you're not careful, it's very hard to get out of that door safely. You never know if it's being watched, even if your teammates have information. And he still found a timing to do it, get the 2 kills, get a round here for FURIA, keep him alive. And there he is on A again. I have to reiterate, you know, how rare it is to get a live switch up like that.
Adapt or die feels like the mantra for FURIA as this half has gone on. Looking to seal the defense with 3 rounds straight. And it's been constant pressure out of the G2 camp just due to the economy they had to roll with. Finally, it's all pistols. Enough utility, though, to come through, blanket this bomb site with smokes. Instead, they just round the corner into a prepared Quesarado.
Wait a second.
You know there's another in the back of the site. And that's going to be Fallen's moment to shine. But he's not able to escape the Hunter Tech 9. Off angle, missed by MOUZ.BST. 63 health and a late arrival for Yuri. Not to mention deep position here from Heavy God.
They're going to peek from the left, but will Heavy God trade is the question. MOUZ.BST is deep on this angle.
We'll see who ends up taking the fight, but they just let Heavy God's patience pay off. Yuri with nothing to lose, but it's a delivery of an op over to Heavy God. Sunpius anchoring the back of sight with that M4. 2 players to take, and he won't be able to best both. It's a rebuttal from G2 late, an impressive 8-round T-side.
Welcome to Instant Recall. I'm here with Hex from M80. Thanks for joining me. Hex, I'm going to show you a clip. Then, I'm going to ask you a series of questions. You have to complete the questions before the kettle is boiled and our knorr is finished. Are you ready to take on the challenge?
I'm ready.
Bolognese or carbonara? What's your flavor of choice?
Carbonara.
Let's start the clip.
Woo! Shui's activating.
Hell of a shot from Shui.
Oh, and Twist is also looking to make a name for himself. Heard of this guy. Not this game. Oh, they smoked themselves off. That's fine. Is it? In a weird way, it's probably okay. Oh, you okay?
No. Oh, this game is really upsetting me, but like in a good way. Like I'm crying, but I think it's good crying, like from laughter. Oh. Okay.
Is this the modern...
They're gonna win, aren't they? What's happening?
They're gonna win.
Tears in my eyes.
They're gonna win.
They're gonna win.
They're good.
They're on the deep.
They're doing it.
Snap. Stop them. You're the only one who can. Oh my God.
That's a cinematic round for sure. Absolute cinema.
All right, cinematic round indeed. Let's start the kettle. Time is live. What event was this?
Blast Bounty.
Correct. What was the score?
24-24.
Correct. Who was top fragging?
Syra.
Incorrect. It's Ultimate. You want to take a guess how many kills?
37.
44.
Damn.
It's a lot of rounds. A lot of rounds. Whose map pick was this?
Ecstatic.
Correct. Who won the series?
Liquid.
Who died first in the round?
Who's the Opera? It's the Opera. Wait, who was that? Christu?
Yes.
Yeah,
oh. Who lurked A main inside of the smoke?
Nerds.
Oh, dude, you know what? Yeah, lurker. Yeah, makes sense. Who defused the bomb?
Nut.
No, TMB. Who failed to stop the defuse?
Naf.
He was the only one who could. Name the full ecstatic roster.
It's Nut, TMB, Christu, Syra, and
time's up. What was the final score of the game?
27-25 or something like that.
Close, 26-28. Final question. Who is the best North American team?
M80.
Correct. You nailed it. You beat the clock. You beat the Knorr. You win the game. Are you ready to eat?
I'm ready to eat.
Cheers.
Cheers.
This was instant recall.
Oh, it's timid starts from the entry fraggers on both sides. 8-4 the lead for the G2 squad coming into the second half.
You only live once.
If she came here with you,
Yeah. Oh man, dude, that last round feels like it made a difference. You know,
think so?
It's 4 to 8 just feels totally different. Also, the fact that FURIA just started making changes to get back in, and they were working. You get the 2K here for you kinder, but then it gets stolen back, and the raw numbers and the pistol stat is just standing against them.
All right, good pistol stat line. Inferno specific. Oh!
Uh-oh.
Yes, you love to see it. As a pistol fan, the one tap down mid challenge from K-Serrato as Sunpius catches a second kill. This ult clear from Molodoy trying to catch the deep push of Mattis.
Hunter has a good angle.
Yeah, right, Hunter's got him covered. Ooh, the trade actually comes out of Mattis, so while Molodoy knows he can't swing out without killing Hunter first.
That was tight communication, right? Because Mattis could think, I gotta stay focused on stairs in this spot. Now it's a 2-on-3. It's still possible for FURIA. You know, maybe it needs to happen here. What's the game plan?
Kind of scary, though. You can see the fear in Fallen's mind when he's worried about somebody popping up from underpass.
This is kind of an interesting, you know, creative problem that they've got to deal with, but they have a smoke and they have a molly, right? Good odds if they get into a post plant. Can they find a way to take out MOUZ?
Yeah, I can think of a way. Easy headshot right here. He's looking for the duel. Oh,
hello.
Mattis crawling across middle. Oh, gush, too, on MOUZ. That brings Sunpius back into the action.
Oh, I love that piece. I love 4K.
That's the one piece you had to avoid. 4 frags for the Spaniard.
Sun's out, guns out. You know, I love that, though. The sense of urgency, not to peel back to do 2 1v1s, but to instead go, all right, we know that they're both in underpass on stairs. We can get vision from B and from top mid. We know our teammates low are taking a duel over on B. It's time to fight. If he peeled back and went into a 1-on-2, this gives FURIA a chance to recuperate. 2 pistols again here for G2, man. When will they stop winning pistols?
See if this fast move from K-Serrato can upset.
Straight flash.
He's managed to get past the M4 nade dump here for Heavy COD, but he just remains outside of Boiler. You know, there's no follow-through immediately from K-Serrato. I think this is a great way for FURIA to burn a bunch of responsive util. Look what nades are left out of G2.
Yeah, they're trying to bring this back, and sometimes you can elicit a B push, and that might have been what they were looking for as well. If they got an early kill or they put too much pressure on A, you don't expect a team to do a full util strat in a round like this while faking.
Man, I love the way Fallen just pulled that emergency break. There goes the last nade. MOUZ trying to contain this all in rush. Mattis with him. they tried their damnedest. You got to give it credit.
I think it's cool. I think the only problem is that they actually don't have any util left after that. What they really wanted was to get that flank coming in. So a lot of the strat is actually not based on let's take A. It's like, let's make sure we're obviously taking A. Now you need to make some help happen, push through a smoke at bottom B, make some kind of mistake, but that didn't play out. But I love the approach to an eco round like that. Like that's something that's honestly not used a lot, and it's really cool that someone like Fallen is doing new things.
You know, in this pregame interview, when asked about it, Quesarado said, you know, our team has a lot of aggressive plays, but we also have stealth plays. And we've seen moments on Train lately where they just sneak a bomb through connector to an opposite bomb site, and it just shows me that FURIA are very much in the labs of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I talked to Yakinder, he said him, Quesarado, and Fallen, they're all nerds about the game. They're always coming up with new stuff. And they've kind of got a lot of players on the team that are all just bringing in ideas constantly.
They're also fond of these one-weapon buys. That's what they're trying to weaponize here in the 15th round. When the scoreline gets this lopsided, you've got to make a move.
Ooh, Hunter's going to be pissed about that.
And MOUZ.BST could be that key.
They want to try to sit on this gun, but for now it looks like it'll be an upgrade.
Sunpius clips Yakindar. Frag goes deep off the back wall, but doesn't go around the corner. They get away from that potential threat.
They didn't get a gun. Where is that Hunter weapon? Was it just an MP9?
May have just been blown away by that frag.
Possible.
Regardless, Mattis slips out from Arch. AK hits the ground now. You know the pistols are going to stick around to try to grab it. Heavy God sees that as an invitation to fire. So he will. And now we're talking about a G2 that has gone 4K Sunpius, 4K Mattis, triple kill Heavy God, and we are tapping into that explosive potential of each of their players as they run away with their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, no kidding, man. They're bulldozing. They're looking just as good as they did yesterday. You could see Heavy God looks as sharp and as prescient on every single peak as he did versus FaZe. We're seeing the team that beats Spirit today. We're seeing consistency in a latent lineup, one that hasn't even had time to really build up. This is just as impressive as what we've seen from FURIA lately, except it's versus FURIA.
And when they sense a moment to close around, they jump on it.
I mean, I love it.
Heavy God agile as ever. And again, the plan worked out nicely. That AK-47 gets the opening duel. Now the limitation in this round is that MOUZ.BST Tech 9, and curiously, he does keep it. I feel like more often than not, you see Fallen be the person who starts off with the pistol. But he's escorting Yakindar towards apartments out of the gate. And great damage out of MOUZ.BST, just taking the chance to spam away on that smoke. Always on the pressure, this guy.
You know, this is the last chance. The stat that we had was MOUZ.BST tried entering every round, T-side, CT side on Inferno.
Yes.
Every map, in fact. But he didn't actually have that many more kills than deaths. He was just attempting it. FURIA know this. They've got to come and try to fight him.
Double molly for MOUZ.BST. They'll catch him.
There we go.
MOUZ.BST given Quesarado's AK as he took that damage through smoke. Makes the most of it. And it's not this instant all-in out of Sunpius either. Smoke grenade to buy a bit of time. It'll draw Sunpius back over. But again, he's kind of back and forth. There's this uncertainty from him as Mattis decides to reposition off of the site.
Man, how did G2...
Oh, they're going for the gamble?
Yeah, I mean, this lean, let's call it a lean, it's actually looking quite wise. What a spot to play, actually, versus this round.
Hunter's calling the correct move at 25 seconds. We've got an incendiary down on short side. That's going to make this problematic for FURIA.
Has to go.
And then we get this activation out of Sunpius. Bombs down! Oh, man! Again, it's the multi-frag. Again, it is G2 throwing a wrench into FURIA's works. They come out short on the approach despite man advantage. Aggressive is Mattis now down Banana. It is Yuri running for the hills.
There was so much time pressure right there. Sunpius, he made that early rotation over to A. This is an excellent read from G2 as a team, whether it was Hunter, whatever. They figured out exactly what FURIA were going to do, where they were going to end this round. That's what allowed Sunpius to get comfortably into Cubby, see that it's past 30 seconds, they're not wrapping Arch, and know that smoke's coming up. His teammate checks lane, and then he pushes through this smoke. K-Serrano has the bomb. He has to go plant. He's suspicious that someone's going to try to do this, but you have to respect the clock. It's the #1 thing that you've got to respect in this game. And the fact is, they didn't have enough time to pull that off.
3 players on that lane side, everybody looking at Pit. K-Serrano in the corner catching Mattis on an aggressive move. Leave it to G2 always. Once they touch 12, if they have any wiggle room, they will throw that Hail Mary to just try to kick down the door, finish this one in style, finish it their way.
Oh, good chip damage on both entering players.
And keep an eye glued to the screen because I don't doubt them even despite man disadvantage. You've got damage on Yuri and K-Serrano.
There we go.
Hunter, though, oversteps. Takes a glance down Banana. We get the trade from MOUZ, but no multi-frag this time.
Ooh, a third.
Can Sunpius do it again? Since he's taken to the CT side, multi-kill on multi-kill, and the spray gets away from him. That is a vacant B-bomb site, prime for the taking. An underperforming Yakindar with what should just be an easy close. Yes, sir, headshot point blank. Majority alive for FURIA. But it is still a 7-round road to overtime.
Yeah, I mean, they enter this T side. We know they should be gaming here on Inferno. They do a good job on Banana for a couple of rounds now. You rely on K-Serrano here. Plays the spot perfectly over at Bell as they're trying to come down towards him. Knows when to keep vision, when to play anti. Full punishments there. Still, lots of money to play here for G2. FURIA got to chew through this one. They've got a little Galil coming into this round.
Exchange of grenades again. You'll find MOUZ usually behind that smoke, and sure enough, walked in on him. K-Serrano wants another. Matt is taking damage.
So suspicious of the right thing.
Second volley of nades. Mattis holds his ground.
Oh, they want this kill back. They want it back now.
Hunter can't help him. That last flash. Oh, jumping M4 kill. Why the hell not?
Mattis on a mattress.
Util. Drops a smoke in front of it. It is FURIA from the back foot.
Oh.
1 health. Jumping M4 frag.
1 health with the wings. 18 and 10 for Mattis here in this first map of semifinals. They said, great job. Now you can have beat all to yourself. Oh, but see, this is the difference, man. When we saw the FURIA setups on the A-leans, they weren't nearly as relentless about going back to get information. CTs know what's going on now. So they're playing to win this round too.
Hunter gonna try to end this himself.
So much utility here.
Mattis won't be able to offer much. Single point of health, no grenades between the 2 defenders. Again, utility here, but Hunter's been able to hold his perch, hold his nerve.
Don't make a mistake.
Yakindar cross. Mattis makes his move. And Hunter has kept his head down, now falling off of it. 7 seconds. They've got to get this plant, and the cover's good. Just barely. And suddenly you're going to get FURIA scrambling for some kind of a post plant. Yakindar swings in, goes down. Heavy God triple. Ever since this CT side starts, it is G2 fireworks, and FURIA's fans silenced.
G2 have certainly been cooking on Inferno, and this one smells delicious. I cannot believe that Heavy God seals it like that. The audacity to be able to do that, but also the situation to set him up in. And that's definitely 2 sides of the coin in that one.
There are very few players in the world that inspire such consistent fervor as people like Donk, where you know that every single game he's getting his. Heavy God is starting to enter that rarefied inside air. This guy is elite. He is so good in such a variety of situations. He is masterful in the late round because not only does he have a great head on his shoulders, but his mechanics are unbelievable. This dude is clotheslining just about everybody that is peeking him, and they're peeking him in the right ways. They're not just doing some lazy peeks sometimes. They're crouching into his angle. They're trying to jiggle into him. His crosshair placement is so magnificent, and on top of it, he is shooting just so damn fast.
I just love the fact that every time we get the scoreboard from a game, it says support next to his name.
I know, it doesn't matter.
He's so good at everything he does at the moment. Heavy Guard, as you said, he's transitioning into becoming an elite level player. All of the pro players, all of the people in the community, they're asking, how do I become consistent? How do I deliver game after game after game? And there's no clear answer to it, but Heavy Guard right now has found the formula within this iteration of G2 to consistently deliver at a very high level.
He had a really nice quote after that FaZe game yesterday where he said, basically, TLDR, I'm striving to be perfect. I know that that isn't achievable. Nobody is perfect, in the words of Hannah Montana, but the fact that he is going there, he's trying to aim for that. He's getting so close, so consistent.
Another thing is just that I only have one player's jersey for the past 2 years. It's an OG Heavy God jersey. That's the only one I have. Just because this guy, as soon as he broke out onto the tier 2 scene with a legitimate team, I knew he was going to hit the ground running. This guy is just phenomenal. I mean, yes, he's hard on himself, and he also is one of the most humble people. Every single interview I hear from him, I almost wish I could learn a little bit more because he would get agitated, but he never is upset. When he was playing with Keto as the in-game leader of OG, he always said things are going well. I'm learning, I'm trying to get better, and that's the kind of mindset I want on a guy that's on a tier 1 team.
Unbreakable, huh?
Yeah, let's go back to the first half where things did basically look unbreakable for the side of G2. Starting off on the T side, you got round number 5, Maui. What's the story of this one?
Playing through adversity. The fact that FURIA were able to find the opening pick here. Molidoy shaves off Sun Pius. There's some decent utility here from the FURIA side. It inflicts a little bit of damage, but right before the game started, Vu said that MOUZ is gonna humble them, and boy, he did. He humbles Yakindar consecutively into Fallen. This is nightmare fuel for FURIA fans. There's a ton of Brazilians here, and I'm sure when they saw that one, they were just jeering.
And that was a big part of the story for the first half. MOUZ finding a lot of success on Banana, and Yakindar, unfortunately, finding no success at all. Nowhere to be found in the beginning of the game. He did have a couple of rounds later on where he found a little bit of impact, but this round was a great example where MOUZ, he was the king of Banana, and I feel like G2 were controlling the pace on the T side.
And we know it's so important to have, you know, such a stamp on that particular position when we're looking at Inferno. And for the side of FURIA, when we look at that first half, it really just did come down to some individual heroics to even have any hope of getting around on the board.
Yeah, I feel like round 8 is another great example of what I actually liked from G2 in this half. They're so good at the trading. They're so good at setting themselves up in winnable positions and winnable scenarios. Especially all the players have the ability to win the duels. Look how fast this is going, right? We're just 25 seconds into the round. There's going to be a trade kill right here on Banana. Instantly trading both sides. That's fair enough. It's going to happen in middle as well. Back and forth, back and forth. At the end of the day, it's G2 ending up in a 3v2 scenario with 1 minute and 20 seconds left of the round. Now, FURIA are banking on the fact that one of these two players will do something crazy. Yuri finding by himself a FAMAS in pit. First player goes out. I don't mind that from Heavy Guard. Now that the G2 players is aware of where he's at, they have to get this kill. He's in an isolated position right here, and for some reason, Hunter decides to go in by himself, not flanked by his teammate, not able to be traded. And I thought this was the moment where Yuri and FURIA could come alive. Unfortunately for MOUZ, he could do nothing about it. But winning a round like this, that could have installed a bit of confidence. That could have kept them alive in the game, but that's what it felt like. It had to come down to individual heroics like this for them to even remain competitive in each individual round.
The problem is that FURIA relied on those kinds of rounds too frequently. They did leave their players separated on both bomb sites. They didn't always aggress to get a little bit more bracket control. You see G2 on the other hand, they're always trying to just posture for a little bit of information, and FURIA relying on heroics is only going to get you the victory if you are leaps and bounds better than them. Yuri had a great moment there. He couldn't repeat that in multiple rounds.
No, it's kind of heartbreaking to see how that one did eventually play out. End of that first half, though, Jacob, what kind of put a pin in that two side for G2?
See, that was the issue, right? It did feel like Yakindar came alive, did feel like FURIA came alive, and then you see the final round of the first half. Round 12. A force buy obviously coming in right here for G2. They have no money, not a lot of utility to work with. Queserado even gets the first kill, instantly gets traded by Mattis. Yakindar being caught in CT spawn with utility in his hand, leaves Fallen by by himself on the bomb side. It's a little bit unlucky, per se, that Yakinda's being caught off guard, but it's a scenario that you cannot afford to lose if you're FURIA. Had they won this round, then I think they would have went into the second half with a certain amount of confidence, a decent comeback, you know, after going down in the beginning of the half, but losing a round like this just before you go into halftime, that's a heartbreaker.
And I mean, even looking at the setup, though, they're just hoping that the double stack is going to net them, what, 2-3 kills? I mean, they almost had a great case scenario where they got the first kill, they disassembled it, but then G2, with all the space that they were allotted, they just flood out, they fan out, and FURIA just can't contain them.
And then we move into that second half, right? And I'm sure FURIA are wishing, man, I wish we came into the second half with more rounds on the board, because when you have some players firing off on all cylinders, we kind of talked about it, you know, the head-to-head between him and MOUZ.BST. Yeah. Many of us would have favored MOUZ.BST in this situation. That's because some players hasn't been the most consistent, but man, was he able to do some work on this map?
I think that's the scary part about this G2 right now. If you consider it like this, Maui, and you look towards this round and look towards the impacts on players had in the second half, I think most of us would agree that he is per se the weak link within G2 as of right now. And I'll be honest, if your worst part of your lineup is Sun Payers, a player that, you know, a year and a half ago were rated as a top 3, top 5 AWPer, you know, definitely in the top 20 of HLTV as well. I know he hasn't been to the same level, but if he's your worst player within your lineup, you have a pretty stacked lineup.
No, without a doubt. The fact that he had this multi-kill impact towards the end, though, is definitely going to give him a lot of fire moving forward, and it feels like he just has to play himself in this shape. He's been put into a lot of good situations by G2, by the structure on their CT side, hasn't always delivered in terms of the shots, still technically didn't actually really get the op in activated for that game.
Yeah.
That's like the one caveat here. But I mean, if he's 16-8, I don't really need much more opping.
No, still doing the work nonetheless. As was Mattis as well. He's kind of a name that we're so guilty often of skipping over, and that goes to show the quality, once again, of this G2 lineup.
I think he's dangerous, man. The 1-2 punch you have of Mattis and MOUZ in that entry department, it is crazy. I think he is severely underrated right now, and part of that is because he came from Fnatic. Not a lot of people are watching Fnatic on a regular basis because they do play Tier 2, they do play online Counter-Strike a lot, especially when he was in the lineup. I think he's fantastic, Maui. I think his 1-2 punch potential together with MOUZ in the opening department, especially on the T side, it's remarkable. And it's at a point right now where, yes, we speak about m0NESY leaving, yes, we speak about Nigu leaving, but they found so much talent in the replacements. Heavyguard stepping up, MOUZ being part of the lineup, and now bringing Mattis into that mix as well. It's a deadly rifling trio you got right now.
I'm going to do something that might ruffle a couple feathers, you know. I feel like Mattis, great map there. I've seen the flaws in the past. It's in the mid-round, the late-round decision-making, but what's so great about G2 and finding a way to praise them regardless of that fact is that they found the perfect way to use him. The fact that, like Pimp said, he's the second punch behind MOUZ in many of the entry attempts. He's frequently running in as they're going for the set pieces. They're using him the exact way that you should for a guy who maybe isn't always making the perfect decision in the late round. Like, Mattis today, you throw him in a 1v3, I'm not really banking on him to win that with the brain, but it's the brawn that has really stunned me.
So many stars from G2 shining bright in that first map. Let's just touch upon FURIA very quickly because very lackluster start to this series. Do they have a hope of turning it around?
Yeah, for sure. I think coming into the second map, there's definitely hope. MOUZ.BST was trying to heat up on that CT side, was in the face of G2, found a bit of impact early on as well. So I'm not going to discredit FURIA in the game, but there's no doubt that Inferno want to forget.
I feel like FURIA are going to just throw that one away. If there's any people that can reset so far in this tournament, they're probably up there with some of the best. I mean, Fallen, Quesarado, these are guys that they've lost a map in a series before in an arena. It doesn't get them down. They're going to be able to bounce back. Their map picks coming up. They're going to be fine going forward with whatever game plan that they've concocted.
This ain't Fallen's first rodeo. Let's be very clear on that. But the chance to change the tune is going to be now. We're heading things to a quick break. But when we return, it's FURIA's map pick of Mirage. G2 off to a flying start in this series, but now it's FURIA's map pick that lays in wait, and that Fu is going to be Mirage. We saw them submitting the hurt to both Spirit and MOUZ during the group stage on this very map. Do you think the same tale is destined for today?
I mean, with the way that you actually saw G2 look in the last map, it's hard to say that it's going to be that dominant for FURIA, but I do think this is their home map. This is a map they're very comfortable on, and this is a map where G2, the flaws in some of their T-sides do shine through. I think FURIA, it's going to be a close one. I expect we're going to 3 maps.
G2 have some flaws on their T side, but I'm actually putting MOUZ under a little bit of scrutiny for his CT side. The connector play, which he is still adapting to at the tier 1 level, is something where I've been left wanting more, understanding where the first fight's coming from, and not just sending it, because it feels like if he doesn't get action for the first 30 seconds at con, he's just going to swing regardless of the situation.
Okay, interesting, because G2, as far as I'm aware, will be starting on the CT side of things. Who do you think is going to be giving him the most pain in terms of that FURIA T side?
I'm actually looking at MOUZ on this map. This is a map where MOUZ, he came into FURIA. He had 5 or 6 terrible maps in a row. They go into the player break, comes back, and now he's balling out on this map on the T sides. Opping on T side, he's got a 1.4 rating in the last 3 months. Damn. Not something you usually hear about an opper. He can take over rounds. This is not a Shiro that's gonna play in the back lines, play for the late round. He will be given keys to carry the game.
It'll be interesting to see if MOUZ is able to do it on the stage, but even more so than the individuals, I truly believe that FURIA's structure is what will carry them to even out the series. The variety of calls that Fallen has at his disposal here are set plays, you got your defaults, late round calls, and he also knows if one round doesn't work, he can change it completely. He doesn't have to wait for a timeout. He's one of the most experienced in-game leaders that we still have in the tournament. And so if the going gets rough, he knows exactly what needs to come in order to fix everything that's going on.
I think you're so correct in that as well, because we saw so much evidence of that in the group stage view. Not once again to cite the same head-to-head matchups, but there was such a diverse array of looks from this FURIA on Mirage.
G2 are scary on this map because they can go for execs, but they struggle with the default. FURIA are scary on this map because they can go for execs, they can also play the default, they can play a slow map, and they can do, as you're mentioning MOUZ, they can wait him out, they can force him to make a mistake, wait for it, get the kill, and convert around like that. G2 struggles to do the same on the other side.
Either way, it is time to dive right back into this semifinal and see if FURIA can turn the tables.
It's not a lot of time for FURIA to catch their breath between these maps, but they're gonna need to step it up. The desk is praising the playbook of Fallen, but every play they tried to make on Inferno ran into a G2 multi-kill.
Yeah, something about this tells me it might go beyond the tactics, it might go beyond the strategy, it might go beyond the game plan, it might go beyond what we've seen before from FURIA. This is a game that it feels like G2, they're on a tear right now. They have a game behind them on stage. They are feeling great, and their form looks impeccable. So no matter what happens tonight, London, let me have some Saturday night energy!
Coming out of spawn, bomb towards mid, and they pause for a second. Meanwhile, we're going underpass out of the FURIA side, and MOUZ is on the prowl. Take a look. Nothing that he can see, but if he continues on this journey, he could have caught them off guard. MOUZ, though, all the wiser. Comes back up into the apartments, finds his. Quesarado from bottom middle, connects another headshot. I mean, are my eyes telling me the truth here? We've got FURIA beating G2 in a pistol. G2 losing a pistol for once in their lives. Unless you try to take it to Hunter, the man who crafts these strats. Here's Yakindar stomping towards him. Yo, it leaves a lot to be desired. Magazine's empty.
They are trading him.
You get Mags.
No, they are trading him.
Sunpius found a kill as well towards A. MOUZ able to get one.
Yes, he does.
Bomb down towards mid, and Quesarado out through jungle. Oh, you thought this was FURIA's. You thought.
3 on 5. MOUZ must now get the 4K. There's one.
3 kills to his name. Bomb to be scooped up. 25 seconds to pull this off. We had a Sunpius 4K in the pistol back on Inferno.
Sunpius, will he get the read? He has to take some kind of risk here. Can he go for standard retake when he has 4 HP? If he's not in position inside the market when the plank, oh, and Molodoi hasn't put it down. This actually gives Sunpius a chance to get comfortable.
Man, a single bullet out of this USP and Sunpius is down. Molodoi keeps 5 bullets in the magazine despite all the time he could have reloaded. Makes it all the harder. 4 shots, 4 health.
This is a crazy play. Sunpius looking for him to go up above.
No kit here for Sunpius either. He's wasting critical time on this, but he does manage to get out. Another missed shot here from Molodoi. The last shot closes pistol. It almost looked like G2 would take it, but the 5v3 closes out with Molodoi the sole survivor.
That's an excellent clutch out of Molodoi. A must-hit trade to put himself into the clutch. I mean, this is disaster averted. Pistol on the board for FURIA. Exactly what they needed to see right now. Oh, it's actually nuts that Sunpius got that kill. But it's great work from Molodoi. I mean, with the ops pretty much on Inferno they were okay. They didn't have too much impact.
Jumping out through window. Back's turned to Mattis. Cacerato's Mac 10 goes down. Oh, they may lose the pistol, but it's another 5v3. This time G2 losing control. MP9 slips down beneath them. And you get Sunpius over towards the bench, trying to join with Heavy God, pistols in hand. And now suddenly Sunpius has been revealed, so a quick reposition. They don't know where Heavy God's at. His element of surprise.
Now spotted.
Could reign true. Now found out. Deagle shots missed.
You gotta be careful with this guy on the prowl.
Oh, the shadow there for Yakindar as he just gets back into his cover. Yakindar plays it as if he doesn't want to die, and you can understand why. Heavy God goes for the reload. Again, bomb planted, but still with spare time. Yakindar continues to move around, both on the same pillar, both holding, waiting for Heavy God to make that move. Oh, he finally pushes Yakindar over. Fallen 69 health, no kit, he's got this. One survives for FURIA. It's not pretty, but conversions nonetheless.
It's a recovery, and that's what we want to say. That's what G2 did early on Inferno as well. I think the thing about G2, great at winning pistols, great at recoveries, even in those close second rounds. Same can be said now for FURIA. This looked like a very lost position, honestly, when they couldn't get out of halls. The player beneath them has an MP9. Feels like, how do you survive this? Yakindar makes the right push. And only Heavy God, it feels like, can make a round this scary in this position. He is so cerebral in clutch situations on top of entries.
Quite a few missed Deagle shots, though, in that sequence. I think he holds himself to a higher standard.
They missed, too.
AK reaction as Molodoi gets pressured. Hunter's got that rifle, though. Maybe not anticipating an actual gun in this round. Oh, there's MOUZ with the sidearm straight between the eyes of Fallen.
That's a big mistake to make, man. You got 2 players who are separated.
Check bomb.
The upgrades can come through. They can go back and get this. The CTs are just thinking about how they can get free upgrades. This burns time off the clock quietly. That's going to be the secret killer of this round if FURIA aren't careful. Yes, there are 4 players alive. Now they have to decide, do we want to push forward into the guns and see if we can get some early fights and see if they really had gone for these engagements, or do we take it to B? It's going to be option A.
Like Galil just out of arm's reach for MOUZ. Flash comes through. He grabs the gun, tries to retreat. Oh, the fadeaway!
That's the Iverson out of MOUZ on the walk back.
And he is locked down beneath the palace. Bomb carrier smoked out of this at 45 seconds. You called it early. Time will be the silent killer.
Comes for us all, but it looks like for FURIA first.
Waiting this smoke out as Yuri gets into the action, peeling Sunpius off of what was this 3-pronged A-site defense. We go to 25 on the clock.
I like the MOUZ reposition.
It could be huge. He hears the approach from Yuri, stomping up that staircase. 32 health here for MOUZ. Hunter, who started this, back towards the ticket booth. Bomb dropped again, slide out from the in-game leader. G2 strike with a single Colt. 1 A1S, all they need.
Yeah. Signs out for Heavy God. He's been so good, but this round's about MOUZ. Honestly, such a great shot. But FURIA, I wouldn't say they played this sloppy, but it kind of felt like they played a full rifle with the 2 lurkers coming out. maybe they were in a position to punish, but it's really G2 who are looking for fights. I mean, the fact is now, you have 3 rounds in a row that were close. FURIA should have won all of them, and G2 win this while saving. This is already a really rough start, even though they're up 2 rounds, or up 1 round, I should say. FURIA, they know that they're bleeding right now. They're not playing their best.
They are leading, but bleeding.
Let's go G2.
That's one way to start a chant. Imagine being bored after winning a round like that. And again, full credit to Fallen. I think we've seen some of the most sort of innovative play on rounds like this. Half buys, force downs, low util buys. Not the first time that we've seen MOUZ with the 1 gun.
Oh, MOUZ. Oh, wow.
I mean, that flick is just disgusting.
Crosshair placement, not what he wanted, but the reaction is a thing of beauty. So the Galil exchanges hands. Not by MOUZ's choice. Sunpius, headshot, overkill.
And you know, people don't look that good opping on Inferno, but Sunpius had a great scoreline despite the op. Now on Mirage, I think there's going to be a lot more chances for him, as well as MOUZ, to really show off.
And while we watch the form of G2 rise, the one piece that's still kind of sputtered out ever so slightly has been Sunpius. We know what his ceiling looks like. We know that the riflers take up a lot of space on this team. But for him to post a great series could be an even better sign of what's to come. Here is that Galil back into the action. Heavy got on 50 health.
Oh, he dealt with
hits
it.
the ground, so it's not going to be able to get out of the window. Bomb carrier dropped, but Yuri on a recovery with the Deagle kill. Stop right then and there. Sunpius is finding multi-kill after multi-kill as these rounds go on. And that was a forced issue from FURIA. All the money that they managed to scrape out of the couch cushions came together for this, and it failed.
Yeah, didn't work out. Now they'll have to, I think, take the knee for this next round. Crazy reaction again. They set up MOUZ so well to get that kill. That's the kind of frag that MOUZ gets. It's really not even lucky when you look at his POV consistently enough.
One smoke, one flash, Glocks across the board, barring MOUZ's Desert Eagle. You know, one of the things I thought was awesome about G2 yesterday was the mobility of Sunpius on Dust 2. So many different moves. You know, you want to sit there and praise the Fallen in-game leadership and the depth of his playbook. It feels like Saw has been digging deep too, at least for opening op moves. Right now, easy test, of course. Glocks for 4, Deagle on 1. But he doesn't whiff. He opens it up with ease. Wallbang ends Yakindar. What a message to send FURIA. We know where you are. You cannot run. You cannot hide. Come to us so we can get this game over with.
Yeah, they're calling him out. Use your utility. Get something going because you're not about to hang around here.
Woo! Oh, you want it? Fallen brings it to the table. That Deeg grabbed off MOUZ's body. Bomb thrown forward to Mattis. He will push this one over the line, and we have G2 leading 5 rounds into play.
Yeah, it's lovely here for G2. I mean, everything we could say that's great about FURIA with utility as well. Strats look awesome for G2. You know, it's been great to watch this quick rise from FURIA, but the team that I feel like is perfect for this matchup is G2. A team that's gotten good so fast. It's sort of a pace that none of us are ready for. I think a lot of us who at least knew about Mattis, know about Saw, thought, okay, this G2 team, like, this is something cool. But the level at which they've risen to. This is what exponential growth looks like.
It's not even 2 months since this new form G2 comes together.
You know, whoever wins at this point, Vitality need to start deathmatching now.
You know, Rob said that Vitality's been stealing FURIA strategies. Problem is, FURIA strategies aren't working versus G2.
I mean, the sad part about that is they need to be able to perform in this situation, and sometimes it's not just the strategies. At G2, they have stage performers. That's what we're seeing.
Smoke down for Heavy God, frag beyond it. Challenge right through. Great trade from Sunpius. But honestly, awesome entry. Fallen hits that instant headshot. Pressure coming out through ramp. Wow, Sunpius is accurate tonight.
Damn. Yeah, it's any gun, it looks like. On point with that op.
Molodoy would love to get that bomb into the site. Challenge into connector here for MOUZ.
He
was one of the pieces that the desk put under the microscope. Growing pains, they said, but he slices through these two like it is nothing. And supported by Mattis behind him in the jungle. 15 on the clock. Down goes FURIA. G2's defense, stellar.
You know what? Sometimes IGL can be inconsistent. In this case, I don't think it is. I think the difference is who's performing in this high-pressured situation. Now we look at MOUZ and, like, you know, if we were going, MOUZ is gonna humble you, Kinder, and then he does it on Inferno. Why is he saying that? We saw MOUZ yesterday. You know, we've seen MOUZ do it in really big matches where the aim doesn't change. It doesn't get worse. Kinder's, he's not getting into this match. He's got some time, but it's running out.
Oof, again, the utility. Feels like FURIA haven't been afforded a chance to get onto a bomb site where they actually have full bars of health or 5 players standing. A wealth of nades here in round 7, still plenty of time to play it out, and nobody actually dedicated inside of this A bomb site. What are the odds that FURIA just get through this time?
It might be a handshake agreement. You could have the site. We have a CT player at least to hold him back.
Heavy God moves over in time. Get utility resistance for Yuri to have to handle. Hunter wanting to pop things open, looking to throw a wrench in the works. He can also pressure it with an AK spray down. Player position, top stairs. Heavy God throws caution to the wind.
Oh, baby.
Certainly not his best spray, but there is still a lot of damage across the board for FURIA to have to deal with. And G2 don't let off that pressure whatsoever.
Yeah.
See you later. 4 strong for G2. 3 rounds, their lead.
That's something G2 do really well, is they know, like, get a little bit of info, they blow that smoke open on the jungle cross. First of all, when they see the forward smoke, they know there's a threat. The jungle takeover could happen, the T's could get even more aggressive, and they haven't planned it right away, so there's more to this game plan. But then they're just ready to fight. They're just ready to come in together every single step of the way. Look how close they are. We're all in shock.
How we doing, London?
Any new G2 fans? You know, it's hard not to be.
Ooh, couple taps out of MOUZ. He looks up into the kill feed like, who just blew my head off? Fallen. It's crazy he's been able to keep his stats on par with his opping throughout 2025. Wasn't the most dominant op ever, but just no fall off for somebody who is reinventing themselves this deep into his career. Good on him. You know, this game does have a story of reinvention for both in-game leaders, whether that's the weapon Fallen uses or Hunter's evolution in 2025.
Yeah. No, arguably there's more to learn, you know, for someone like Hunter to come into that role.
Hunter is a family man, has always kind of worn his heart on his sleeve, will step forward for the families, followed Nico as long as he could throughout his career. Almost felt like often Hunter's playing for Nico. Here he is leading his troops. tucked into the depths of A, losing teammates behind him, but still has Heavy God over on ramp.
Oh, please tell me they clear this.
Great distraction
They're
here
gonna
from
forget
Heavy
about a third
God.
on A.
Bomb in hand for Fallen. Oh, a second!
What a kill.
Sunpius goes down elsewhere. Heavy God gets off of his position. Nade with Hunter's name on it. 7 seconds.
They think he's on the ramp.
Oh, it gets stopped again.
Yes, they get
It comes
killed.
down to the frags, and they got it. By the skin of his teeth, Yakinder into the kill feed. Better late than never.
Oh man, good thing he didn't play with his food right there. Heavy God was scrambling to find a good way to take that fight. Yakinder made sure to end that battle quickly. Good clutch for him. 4v5, scary moment, but the job's done. This kill, the second one from Hunter, is lights out.
That's the kind of moment that's going to keep Furia on their toes.
And Yakinder, there's some impact at both of the last kills with that HE as well.
Swoops through Sandwich, collects his clutch.
And there's something about the confidence.
We go right in, full-blown execute onto this A site. What about the Palace push? Heavy God's gonna try to take a piece out of Yuri, and he gets popped. However, the 8 defense holds off of Sunpius.
He got tagged. And that nade, watch out.
Barely goes around that
Oh,
corner.
he got him.
It's an alley-oop from Sunpius.
Don't jump this box.
But he does have to forfeit some ticket control. Fallen getting closer. Bomb plant goes down default. Mattis and Hunter keeping the pressure on. There's not a lot of comfort here for Furia.
They're helping him get close.
2 players stuck behind triple box. Hunter looking for the trade frag, just can't find it. The Brazilians break through.
No, those Fallen kills are actually insane. He was looking like Mattis for a second with how quickly he adjusted to that spot. Sunpius, the only one to do work this round for G2. It's a quick call, a successful A play. And finally, they establish a dominant round. I was gonna say, a lot of these wins are there, but they're also expensive. It's like everyone dies, one person stays alive, one clutch. Now it's majority. Oh.
Just enough, just.
Wow.
It's a thigh spotted on Heavy God.
That's great though. That nading that Palace smoke is so awesome from the ramp.
Mattis trying to slide through.
And this is one of those moments. Got the SAW timeout. Again, conversion after these has just been palpable. Like, you don't even do the math on them. It gets real scary for G2's opponents when he gets involved. Of course, this also means a moment for Sid, and I've heard great things about him as well.
Yeah, we've watched him kind of glued to Fallen's screen in the group stage of this event.
And we've got the bad Fallen upgrade now after those rifle kills.
Hell yeah. I mean, also just the call. I love the way they went into that A site with tempo. Keeping G2 on their toes as the CTs remain in the lead for now.
Feels like with the way he's playing, man, he might just take the swing. He's been dogging him these last couple of rounds.
And Flash will keep him on his toes. Is there some kind of a push behind it, he wonders?
I'd love to know what the call is. Yeah. I'd love to know what the call is. You know, off the tack pause, you get a slow round like this, it goes into a longer default. It's going to be a late time game plan. Furia really trying to draw out that retake utility over on the A site. It puts a little bit more pressure on the hold. Oh, and there's the find.
Switch. Fallen finds his timing, but Hunter has been lights out, and he goes unnoticed.
That's crazy.
Oh, and he doesn't just pull the trigger. He waits, backs turned, bomb in front of him. He gets found.
That was such a good play. Nice try, Hunter. Oh, the only thing he could have done better there was look for who might be covering a third guy up in halls. But for now, it's a clean round out of Furia, leveraged by Fallen in his entry.
Damn, man. Hunter operating behind enemy lines like that. And that's not even one of those times where London spoils. That's just Yakindar coming across an enemy beneath him. Game tied, 5 rounds all. Still, we've got a bit of money for G2 to play out. We've got 1 rifle saved. Curious to see what they bring to the table in this next round.
I honestly think this entire comeback is the fallen rifle kills. You know, it's the opening here. He's come out of the A ramp, got a kill. Even though he gets instantly traded, he's kind of, it feels like almost always won on that head-to-head. Wherever he's taking the risk, he's not just dying right away. Regardless of if his team can convert from that point.
Man, what is that clear from Yakinder? Radar maybe?
Trust but verify.
Cat challenge here for Hunter. Ooh, and Sunpius with the heads up op v op duel, 1 towards mid.
Oh, quick decisions look to be made.
G2 want that lead back, and a 5 versus 3 is a perfect place to secure it.
They've been supporting each other so well. Sunpius immediately gets back to his comfort position. They abandoned mid. They know FURIA don't want this anymore.
Smoke fades towards ramp. Oh, hello, Sunpius.
So solid.
A little slow on the trigger, but doesn't miss, and the MP9 slides up. 5 players strong from G2. Listen, Fallen's rifle kills impactful. Calls great. The change-ups, well, they work and they don't.
Right now, G2's Mirage record is pretty bad. You know, it's down there, but they play it a lot, and the only teams they lose to are elite. They lost to MOUZ, they lost to Spirit twice. These are games that are going 10, 11 rounds against them. They're losing by very fine margins. FURIA are top tier right now on this map, absolutely. But they've got good practice.
Talk about what you learn from losses, how that fuels improvements, and it would be the perfect moment to pull it off. Op forward on the angle.
Oh, that works. Ooh, that takes away from the underpass play. Let's see, Yakinder, he wants to take this duel. He wants to badly. Oh, this is awkward.
They hear that fallback.
Molotov not ready, actually.
Not
he only
at
thinks
all.
they're bottom mid.
Now that's bomb dropped in front of him. MOUZ feels like he's unleashed, but does he offer the tease a way back in? Now Heavy God's attention gets split, and while he's holding bottom middle, we actually have K-Serrato scoop up that bomb.
Wow.
Great team play from Sunpius.
And they know they have under cat watch. Sunpius with another.
Nicely done. Catching the follow-up, it all falls onto Yakindar. Final round of the half. Nades with his name on it. He is stuck inside of the flames, and it's gonna be Mattis with the backstab down beneath him. 2 rounds the lead for the G2 CT side. They stop that FURIA momentum.
Hey Pim, what's this Nova Shots thing everybody's talking about?
The Nova Shots prediction game?
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of cool actually. It's a prediction game where everyone can take part. Basically, you start with 1,000 tokens, and then your goal is to make sure you get as many tokens as possible at the end of the tournament. It's not gambling. It's not something where you have to put in your own money. You start with 1,000 tokens, and then all you have to do is basically make sure you get as many as possible, which is why I brought you here, Maui. I need you to help me to gather me as many tokens as possible during Blast London.
Sure, let's get into it. So what are we doing here?
Well, essentially, we're just trying to predict the winners of the games. The more we predict correct, the more tokens we're gonna gather throughout the tournament. If we, let's say, predict an underdog to win against a big team, then we get the team at a cheaper price, and that means we get more tokens if they were to win. Conversely, if everyone predicts Vitality and we do the same thing, then I guess the return of investment is not going to be as great. So we have to figure out how much we're willing to risk. We're starting with 1,000, all right?
Yes,
and we have
gotcha.
a couple of different teams, some of the favorites, Vitality, FURIA, straight into the semifinal.
Yes, gotcha. Okay, so I mean, we've got our first matchup, FaZe versus G2. These two teams look like they are a good bang for the buck right now. They're both pretty inexpensive. I might just swing for the fences on the underdog here. G2 looks really, really ripe for the taking.
I'm with you on that one. I think G2 have a pretty good chance on taking down FaZe.
All right, let's get it. Okay, should we use it all or should we divvy it out a little bit?
I think diversify.
Gotcha.
Something I've heard, you know, so
okay.
we spread out the tokens a little bit. But I'm okay with, you know, risking a little bit.
Yeah, okay. How about, so we thinking half or are we thinking 75%?
Ooh, 75% on
Okay.
G2. Yeah, let's do it. You know, let's do it.
We're gonna swing for the fences,
let's
right?
Go for it. Let's go
okay,
for it.
we'll make a safe one later. Okay. Give me 750 of G2 now.
Oh.
Okay.
We got 25% left then. Do we then do some safe predictions here, or what do we do?
Yeah, I think it's probably a wiser choice to just take the bigger favorite.
Who is the favorite?
Well, I mean, MOUZ are playing M80 in the quarterfinals. I think that's almost a sure thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I love M80. I love what they're bringing, but it's MOUZ. It's MOUZ we're talking about.
Are you sure about that?
I'm sure enough.
Okay.
I'm sure enough.
Okay. Well, then go ahead. Well, there we go.
Awesome.
You placed your tokens, so fingers crossed that we're right. I mean, I feel like we're risking a lot on G2 to beat FaZe, but
it's true.
I mean, in it to win it. We hit that one with G2. I think we're in prime position to go all the way.
Oh, we're gonna go huge. Yeah. We're gonna go huge. All right, we've made our predictions. I'm already more excited about these games. Can't wait to see the results.
Me too, man. I just hope we're right so we can get a share on that 25,000 USDC.
And then you could get a new sweater. So you at home can play the Nova Shots prediction game by downloading the Nova Wallet app. So see if you can beat me, Maui Snake, and Pimp.
There's no way.
G2 loses its stars, has to rebuild like this. But are you impressed with what you're seeing now?
Mate, it's class, honestly. Heavy God, what a cracking player. MOUZ.BST, we signed him because he beat us to a pulp. Like, he's class as well. Matt, Hunt has always been a loyal G2 player. What a guy. You know what, we don't need Monty, we don't need Nico. We got MOUZ.BST, we got Heavy God. Who else do we need, man? We don't need anyone else.
Every single Brazilian here. I never met these guys before, but we have a lot of energy. We believe in FURIA. I don't have a voice. FURIA! FURIA! Let's go! Vamos!
FURIA trailing by 2 rounds, and that is at the hands of Sunpius. 6 multi-kill rounds in the first 12 rounds of play. There's been a lot of dialogue about G2 as of late and the depths of their riflers, but in this match, this map, this moment to eliminate FURIA from the semifinals, it's all about him.
Good half boys. 5 T-side, not easy to get. Good job, good job, good job. We focus CT now.
He's right.
Looking at the positives.
T-side, it's not a bad position to be in.
And Fallen is the reason that they got back into the game. You know, he goes 8 and 10, but it's the late rifle impact that actually got the openings to give him a chance.
His counterpart, though, in Hunter is having an excellent game.
Yeah, Sunpius looking at MVP this series.
Kindar testing the side of the smoke. It's an all-in bust for G2. They'll find nobody in the bomb site, nobody over towards Ticket, but oh boy, a shot through the smoke, which comes in from K Serato on Catwalk.
All right, let's see how they transpose from this situation. It's gonna be a clash in CT.
Flash in, great cover,
Nice.
not even. Yakindar just blind, connects to the headshot. This is a 5v3
They're gonna
for
run him
FURIA.
down.
Momentarily, they had a double man advantage, but G2 sensing that they were in a dire spot, get aggressive, push off site. Sunpius with another multi-frag. Yakindar in an act of desperation has the kit, and as he taps onto that bomb in the middle of the smoke, the knives are out. He's bleeding now, and G2 take pistol off a 3v5.
Oh man, again, the Sharks are circling. Another pistol one here. Somehow, even against those kills, K Serato on them crossing the site, Yakinder blind in CT when they tried that tactic. On both fronts, they failed. This should have been a situation FURIA could pull this in easily and go for a retake. But instead, what you have is, again, cohesion. You have a sense of urgency. You have great aim for G2. These are the hallmarks of their gameplay. It's what they bring every single round. They never let up on the gas pedal. It's just tons of pressure constantly.
FURIA force out. What is the limit for Sunpius in this map?
You know, you talk about the multi-kills in Sunpius. I always look to Molodoi to multi-kill for FURIA. I think in that Spirit match, he had 12. He had the most of anyone in the whole series. Like,
over Donk.
Yes, and this is, you know, somebody who we've seen great kills from even in this series, but volume isn't there.
Boy, Yakindar catching the Deagle headshot. That's going to activate K Serato. No kill for him this round. Rifles across the board just best their pistol threats. And the Akindar's Desert Eagle may all be in vain. Molodoy late to the play, gets gunned down by Hunters, whose SMG gets them one step closer to double digits.
G2's secret weapon right now is just early good starts. Getting those pistols every single time. You see right now, like FURIA, Fallen has to do the job of calling the strats. Now he has to call more ecos. Now he has to say, inspire the team emotionally. We can make this comeback. There's so much extra weight on his shoulders. They're gonna need some heroic efforts. I don't know if anything happens this round. G2 likely to touch double digits while up a map. Again, they have lots of losses on Mirage, but they're all extremely close and only to elite competition.
Gonna have to get desperate. So they sit stacked up. And we haven't seen any sort of flubs out of G2 versus buys like these. Feels like FURIA need one now more than ever. So they'll swing down into underpass. Hunter just farming these easy kills and all the while causing a distraction that Yuri can't leave. He has to kill him first, but in that timing, we've got boots on the ground inside of that A site and a bomb plant that should guarantee their 10.
It's awkward. You pick up a good gun. You don't have armor with it. No chance.
What do you do?
You don't want to. You want to just go save. That's right, London. A save here from FURIA, but it is the best decision. G2, and you know, it's not a small thing to say. They are equally as good at winning the pistols as they are landing safely on the conversions, recovering a lot of really awkward situations in moments like these. And this is a great test versus FURIA, who again, they excel in doing a lot with very little. So they'll have to be proud of their 2 kills as we move forward into G2 double digits.
Except right now you can beat them.
Yeah, FURIA losing this game is one thing. FURIA getting crushed, that's another. Double op comes out, Fallen and Molodoy.
All right, it's time to shake things up a bit. This is a moment where everybody on this FURIA squad, 7 or 8 kills to their name. You want to be the hero tonight? Step it up now.
Nice.
And K-Serrado will do exactly that, finding the Mattis lurk over towards apartments.
Ooh, awkward nade bounce.
5v4 is a perfect place to kick off this round. It allows for FURIA to lean back into this 3-player A setup.
They take a risk buying these 2 ops, but if they survive a round and they get some money to pad it, that's going to feel a lot better. They also, if they can, try to keep these a secret for as long as possible, right? Why even show that you have 2? So we'll see if they get control. G2 get into an awkward spot. They might slowly give up. Wow, every FURIA player has 7 or 8 kills right now. There are no heroes on this team. It's essentially what that's saying. That can all change though, as Fallen said. CT side.
Down to 35 seconds on a buy round. G2 gonna let this one burn down to the final moments.
Again, their follow through is so good, but yeah, with time remaining.
And because of that double op, Fallen's just stayed allocated towards B. Back turn to MOUZ. Oh, Yuri dropped, but that third piece
He got another.
Great trade, Hunter. How does he get that double kill in the middle of it all? And they let this go down to the final moments. He's gonna try to challenge up through that fire. Fallen with an op on the scene. Rifles in front of him, full blind, doesn't pull the trigger. But because he's already announced it with that smoke, they know he'll swap over. Oh, it gets awkward.
He's thinking about leaving with that op. He was going to switch to the rifle to fight it, but now he's going to leave with that op. He's not going for it.
Saves called, he's off.
He's thinking about how do I win this game, and he thinks it's not now.
4v5, breakthrough connector.
Their follow-through is unreal.
Show me that Hunter multi-frag.
Like, the fact is, like, there's 2 players on either side of connector. You can't have a better setup than that. They even have someone in CT. You look at the mini-map and look at the crosses on that mini-map. That is designed to stop a connector split. There is nothing else. And that's a moment where you can see the setup and the idea is correct. And with a 5v4.
Matt has had nowhere to go. This first kill from Hunter, and then... Oh!
He
threw smoke.
What?
Game sense on full display, no angle for that Opera, right? Like you said, it's all meant to hold back connector, but you deny that angle.
Did have the waterfall smoke over triple, over missiles. Damn. Every step of the way, G2 are right there. Attack called from FURIA.
Non-existent CT side so far. Okay.
Is that the John Jones?
I don't know. No connection from Oladoy again. He'll try to pop open smoke to challenge, but there's no swing. Oh no, Yakindar.
Whoa, crushed an underpass, actually shut down.
Because of the flash, they know there's another, and they blind him. K-Serrano gets caught, no fallback.
He keeps going.
Hunter is taking this game into his own hands.
He's topping the charts too. 19-7.
Surpassing Sun Pius.
Didn't think we'd see that on Mirage. I mean, are we talking about a game that's over? Is that what we're talking about now? How many more? They saved the op for this chance. FURIA are coming up flat. Their CT side that they lean on.
There's nothing here. You heard the listen in as this half started. 5 rounds felt like enough. The confidence they can lean on for the defense is nowhere to be found. Even their fallbacks continue to get caught. Molodoy, here's a moment. Peeks out, and Sun Pius surpasses into the arch.
He doesn't think that anybody else has crossed up.
Oh, this
the
is
bomb
weird.
Is coming up late. Molodoy does actually find safety in this spot.
Sure.
He's being trailed.
He'll hold on to this wall in anticipation of the Hunter play, but gets found out. He backs up into Sun Pius, who he never suspected, and Yuri will be lost on the other side of the map. This is another 7-round run to the finish line for G2.
It's been a shutout. Every tactic, they're just not getting into it, man. I don't even think you can point to opening kills to be a problem for FURIA. It's converting them. Pistols, opening kills. I mean, like, again, no heroes. Not a single player is positive. This hasn't been the Molodoy takeover. This hasn't been Yakinder on either map. K-Serrano even had some great moments this last week.
Yuri's anchoring back on Inferno, even gave us hope from Pit. But we switch over to Mirage, and it is an absent FURIA squad.
My favorite part about G2 right now, it feels like when they're in the lead, they do not slow down. They do not pull their punches. Again, I'm going to keep going with that follow-through analogy. I think that's the best part about them. The confidence is just overflowing on this team at the moment when it comes to aim and trading. Like Hunter's running through the smoke, seeing that K-Serrano's jumping away half blind. They know what they can get away with right now, and they're just trying everything. And nothing looks stupid either. Nothing looks overzealous. Nothing looks rushed. Oh, man.
They're trying, man.
Yeah.
They're trying. They've pulled out the double up. They've tried to get Molodoy into the mid-action.
Feels like a quick night. The hype for FURIA is getting killed.
I mean, I think this is a perfect form for G2 to try to move forward into grand finals.
I'm saying.
Sure, London, your semifinals end up being blowouts, but what does that lead us to tomorrow?
That leads us to a situation where this team, G2, if they win this game in this form, they've got FURIA, or they got Vitality actually scared. Oh, that's gonna work. That's gonna work.
They've got them and their attention.
And now it's last call, FURIA. Who's gonna step up?
if anybody does at all. Damage onto Hunter bottom middle. Doesn't look like he'll be able to get away with it this time, trying to move another piece over towards B, but Yakindar doesn't continue with that pressure. And it opens up a world where MOUZ can just tiptoe his way into ladder room. You can go heavy emphasis out apartments. He'll make sure there is no flank out through mid. And there is still ample time for G2 to slow this down.
I don't think the smoke does anything. If anything, it only pulls the CTs away. They have time to wait this out. Molodoy now with the rotation back. Yuri has not made the full push through A ramp. Molodoy, we've seen amazing moments from him in this position in B. Now must be the time, Molodoy.
Smoke soon to fade. Molodoy wants that cat fight first. Flash finds its targets. It's a Quesarado one and done. Molodoy missed shot down by bench with nothing.
Crushed.
Unfortunate moments for FURIA, but a glorious close inbound for G2. It's 146 days since this organization was last in a grand finals, and that is when they featured superstars. But now, this formula steps forth again. A career in the shadow of his cousin, Hunter leads by example tonight. Individual level at an all-time high, crafted by Saw. As the second half of 2025 remains open, as the hype of FURIA feels at an all-time high, a new dark horse, an impressive new kid on the block, talent in all the rifles, and tonight is the evidence that Sunpius's form returns.
I'm keeping a totally open mind here for tomorrow's match. What a performance from G2. People looked at the FaZe game and thought, FaZe, you could do so much better. How could you lose to this new team? Well, look what they've done to the next up-and-comers. They put a setback in FURIA's plans, expecting to explode on stage as soon as they played a team that were on their level like G2. G2 look like they're about to leapfrog all expectations entirely and actually challenge Vitality tomorrow.
This is not Vitality in perfect form. This is a Vitality that still feels wounded. And they may have impressed over top of MOUZ, but Saw has sharpened 5 sabers for G2. And damn well this could be that moment that Hunter evolves into something we've never seen before. A Kovac in-game leader in grand finals.
G2 have done it, and they'll be joining Vitality tomorrow in the grand final. Sunpius, you were on fire today. G2 looked in control the whole way. Talk to me about this game against FURIA, man. Revenge was really served.
I think FURIA is playing a really good CS right now. We are in a, I don't know, we are developing really fast, and I'm happy we got the win. But yeah, obviously we expected a bit harder match, but they are playing really good, and just they are already a really good team. I don't know.
Talk to me about your own performance right now. So far, you're looking like you are getting more comfortable with how this G2 is playing. Has something changed for you?
No, I just needed time. With time, I'm gonna become better, and we are gonna be better team. So yeah, only that.
Well, you're also going to make grand final. It's been a long time. 2023 was the last time you were able to do it. How good does this make you feel? You've been through multiple different teams since then, man.
Yeah, I'm just really happy because I play CS to be among the best teams in the world, and obviously I want to play against Vitality in the finals. I think they are just better than us right now, obviously, but we are going to give our best, and obviously we can do a lot of damage.
And you've shown you can do a lot of damage across all these teams. What do you think might give you the edge, give you the chance to take down Vitality and lift this trophy tomorrow?
I think it will be hard. I think the crowd will be with them, obviously, because of Messi, but we will see, we will see.
We will see indeed. Well, congratulations, you've made it through to the grand final. London, you got to give it up and give them a lot of respect. It's G2 and Sunpius.
G2 show up with blistering form and seal their first grand final as an org since all the way back in April. But this one, it's an entirely new face, Maui, and they delivered a clinic in the arena tonight.
They looked unstoppable. This never at any point in the series felt competitive. G2 was just leagues ahead of FURIA in this game. We were hyping up this FURIA team to have all these great players, the fact that we're seeing resurgences from Fallen, from Yukindar, and they were just completely trounced. I couldn't believe how ferocious G2 were round in, round out. Didn't matter if they won the opening kill, didn't matter if they were down in a 4v5, all of their players knew exactly how they wanted to convert every single round.
Yeah, that was a fantastic performance from G2 from start to finish. As you said, dominating FURIA. At no point did they left us with a feeling that they weren't the better team tonight. And even when FURIA played well, even when Yuri stepped up, even when G2 were losing some rounds that they probably would have liked not to lose, they would just bounce back instantly straight up.
At every single turn, G2 just seemed to have the number of FURIA. We do have Hunter joining us up here on the desk. First of all, massive congratulations. Can you tell me what's going through your head right now?
Thank you. I mean, it's after all of the things that were happening in the beginning of the season, like this is a surprise even for me. We played really well, both games here and online. It was fine as well, I would say. But today especially, because FURIA lately, they were doing really good. And yeah, I think we stepped up, all of us individually, and that matters.
Hunter, we know that you're incredibly vocal. We know how much Saw's helping. Who's the secondary voice in the server in a live round?
Sampaio's, 100%. He's calling a lot. Overall, people don't see it and people judge from outside, but he is helping me a lot and helping us overall with a lot of things. So yeah, 100% him.
He's new to the team as well and new to you. You haven't played with him before now, joining G2. Were you surprised that he's such a big voice, or did you know that coming into it?
Yeah, he's forcing everybody to work even when we are not playing officials. He's bringing a lot of new things, a lot of new setups, especially for city sides, a lot of moves. He has 100 moves on every map, I swear. So yeah, it's really important to me as well as an IGL to have a guy like him in the team. And yeah, I'm really happy with him.
Were you surprised that FURIA didn't put up a much better fight today, or was it just you guys playing your best counter?
I think it's a bit of both. I think they were not FURIA that they were in this group stage, first of all, and overall this season. But I think us as well, we played really well today.
I would like to hear your thoughts on Heavy God as well. I think me and Maui are joining the fan club. I think a lot of people out there are now witnessing how good he is.
I founded the fan club.
You founded the fan club. You get to practice with him. You get to in-game lead him as well. How good is Heavy God, and how good is he off the server as well?
Off the server, he is an amazing guy. I love him. We all love him. He is just an amazing person, amazing human being. On the server, in his role, I think he's one of the best. Maybe it's too early to say, but you will see it in the future because he's still young and he doesn't have that much experience overall in Tier 1. But he is one of the best in his roles, and he loves to play those roles, like Rops, you know. He's a fanboy of Rops a bit, watching a lot of his demos and POVs, always. So yeah, he is fast learner, and he is the guy who will always put a lot of work, and he is always available to any of the teammates.
You played with, obviously, a lot of massive superstars in the past. Who do you think is the star today? Is it just Heavy God, or what do you think?
I don't think we have a player like it was Nico or m0NESY, definitely. But we are trying all to play like we did today, for example, you know, just to step up everybody, and that's the most important to me. Of course, Heavy God is putting maybe the biggest numbers so far, and I'm really happy with it, especially in the roles that he's playing. But that doesn't matter too much. The most important is that we are a team, and yeah, that success will come if we just play as a team, and that's it.
And I think that's a very interesting point as well. You're used to playing with m0NESY, you're used to playing with Nico, players that can always turn around the game. Now, for you to win, you have to play as a team. Do you find that more challenging, or do you find that more fun? That it's actually, it was a team effort before, of course, now, but your win condition now is to play as a team. It didn't necessarily was the case, sorry, when Nico and m0NESY was still on the lineup.
Yeah, I mean, like aim-wise, I don't think I think they are on the same level as other two guys. But I think Nico, for the team, what he was bringing, and he was an example to all of us overall outside of the game and on the server when the things were going tense. He was calling a lot, helping a lot, and that's the biggest. Of course, he's shooting insane, but the biggest thing that Nico is doing to the teams is helping a lot with calling and moving players around when it's tense situations, disadvantage situations. And of course, m0NESY, he's amazing, and for me, he's the best opper in the world. So yeah, but now it's a bit different. We need to go as a team, and I think when we are having trade capacity, we are insane. When we go together, even with two guys, we don't need five always, you know, just to trade each other. I think we are really good, and yeah, that's how we are building our game so far.
How do you think about the mentality change from you were a great player before for G2, now you're the in-game leader, and sometimes you're seeing your plans enacted, even if you don't get the kills to put it over the line, you see that the strategy works. Do you find that more rewarding?
Yeah, I mean, it's different focus, 100% being an IGL and being a player overall. Even you just need to focus on yourselves and a bit on the team. It's a big difference. Now I need to be fully focused on what we should do as a team. And if I can balance it up with focusing on myself, that's amazing. But you cannot do it always, you know. But if you can do it, today I did it good, I would say. But it's as well depending on how much space will other team give you. So yeah. For now, I'm happy. I just need more experience. Even though I'm an experienced player, I need a lot of more experience as an IGL, and I know that I can improve a lot. I'm just sorry that I didn't take this role before, I would say, after all that I went through now. But yeah, this is how it is. It's never too late.
Didn't really seem like you faced too many challenges that you couldn't overcome in this particular game, but has there been anything that has maybe surprised you about taking up, the full-time role of being in-game leader? Any particular challenges that you faced in that transition?
I mean, of course, there's a lot of challenges, to be honest. It was very hard at the beginning, especially with the new team, new coach, new everything, literally everything new for me. And I needed to put a lot of work, a lot of effort together with the boys, and I'm really happy with the way they are helping me, and they were helping me overall, especially our coach, who is amazing. Our strat book is crazy long, crazy huge, so yeah, we needed to work a lot to practice all of it. And yeah, we are just together for 2 months, not even 2 months, I think, playing together. So yeah, there's a lot of more work in front of us, but these convincing wins will help us and give us more confidence to be better and to work better.
And the big hurdle tomorrow is, of course, going to be Vitality. I know you obviously have a lot of history versus them in years gone by. How beatable do Vitality look at the moment, at this half of 2025?
Final boss, they are the best team of the year already. We can give them that reward. Amazing team, amazing players, amazing coach. Like, we are really good friends as well outside of the server, so I know a lot of things about them. But yeah, it will be hard for us, 100%. Of course, we need to be on 100% tomorrow, 5 of us, if we want to win that game. I believe that we can do it, but we need to do it, and we need to show it on the server.
I'm so excited to see it go down. Thank you so much, Hunter, for all of your insight. I'll let you get off and celebrate and prepare for that grand final tomorrow.
Thank you.
Beautiful stuff.
Congrats.
Coming out of G2, and just what a classy way to be ending that one out as well. Like, it is just pure class coming out of G2, and that's what's so surprising in some of these moments is that, yeah, I wouldn't blame them for, Hunter, he's stepping into these huge new shoes that he has to be filling. You've got so many different new players coming into the mix as well, and it seems to just be clicking so quickly for G2.
They look so well drilled. They just look like every single strategy, the finishers that they're going to run, it feels like it's incredibly well rehearsed. And when they are not, when there is a play they're scrambling for something, the individuals come up. So they're finding multiple win conditions in rounds at this point, where Hunter and Saw have a great idea, but then you have guys that are just slinking around the map. People like Heavy God, even Sun Pius in one of those rounds, just able to flank the individuals from Furia. Like, they're not even outbraining them just as a macro team, but the individuals in their own spots are outplaying the opponents.
It does feel like a team that has bought into this new, I guess, tendency that we get to see with more and more of the top teams, where all the roles within all the players have to make sense. You look towards G2 right now and you think none of the players are out of position. All the players are playing roles on all the different maps that they like. Heavy Guard is a great example, obviously, occupying a lot of the harder roles, a lot of the not so wanted, less sexy roles, but he's doing it to a very, very high level. Mattis is coming in, playing some beautiful Counter-Strike, doesn't seem to be scared of playing on a stage as well. That's always a conversation when new players are joining. He seems to be thriving in that environment. Yeah. And then Sun Pius, as we spoke about, if he's supposed to be a weak link, if he's the worst performer, quote unquote, on the server, then you have a very well-rounded and stacked line.
Now, Vu, you kind of prophesized the MOUZ humbling of FURIA. Maybe it wasn't all on MOUZ, but did you imagine G2 would do it this convincingly versus FURIA?
Yeah, it wasn't all on MOUZ. It was very little on MOUZ, because he was easily the weakest link on the team for much of that series, but the rest of the team was firing on all cylinders. And no, I didn't expect a 2-0 in that fashion. I thought they would dominate on Inferno. They are incredibly scary on Inferno, but to see them do that well on Mirage, to see them go into Mirage and just destroy a Furia that have won so many games on this map, have so much experience, have beaten great teams on this map, that was a little surprising.
It's crazy when we look forward to that grand final tomorrow and think about, all the history we've had between the two organizations of G2 and Vitality, and just how different one of them looks heading into that best of 5.
Well, you brought up the picture earlier of the teams and who's here from the last London. I mean, Vitality, they're still working with a very similar core to what they've had in the past, but for G2, it has been a ship of Theseus. I mean, you've got Hunter there at the centerpiece, but practically everybody else has rotated around him. On the other side, we got Vitality, who, yeah, this year has been incredible for them, and you know that they're going to be so hungry. This is the best they've probably felt about capturing a trophy in the second half of the year.
That's the thing, though. It's a best-of-5 final as well, and Vitality, they tried that so many times before as a core, as a unit. As you said, a lot of the players are here again. Obviously, Robs was playing with FaZe last time around. Now he's joining Vitality. I am curious to see if G2 have the depth and the map pool in order to channel Vitality tomorrow. Also considering that, as you said, Vu, Inferno seems to be their strongest map right now. That's also the first pick of Vitality.
Yeah, the experience differential between these two teams is vast, especially when you go to just the team as itself. The amount of best-of-5s Vitality have played already this year is incredible. So to go into that with such a deep map pool, with so much experience as a team, I think G2 are going to push them, but it's Vitality series.
Obviously impressed with G2 coming out of the semi-final. How disappointed are you with FURIA on the other side of things?
Definitely disappointed. I had them as the favorites going into this one. I know that G2 just stomped them out of the server, so that may sound kind of foolish right now, but the form that FURIA has shown ever since they picked up MOUZ.BST is one that's contending to make deep runs at playoffs consistently. On the other hand, this is really G2's first deep run with this 5-man lineup, and all in all, I'm happy about the progress that FURIA has shown with this lineup, but I'm a bit sad that MOUZ.BST was not able to deliver today as an individual. That's probably my biggest concern because he's had some mediocre series in the past on arena stages. This is the first one where I would say he was bad today.
I'm disappointed in the fashion they lost the game. I'm not disappointed in the result for FURIA. Being top 4, you know, getting into another playoff, that's great for FURIA, especially considering where they came from. It's been 4 years where, let's be honest, they were not relevant to the top tier Counter-Strike scene. So in that notion, I think it's great, another playoff performance. It's the way they lose, but also the limitations that I see. I know we had a conversation in the green room. I'm not fully sold on FURIA yet being a contender for titles. I don't think they'll ever get there with the current lineup, but it's definitely a team that's getting better.
Give them some time, Jacob. Give them some time. Okay,
you want to give Fallen more time, or
I want to give MOUZ.BST more time. Okay, yeah. MOUZ.BST, he's had a couple off series, but if he shows up, that's a close game. He struggled. I think you're right. I think that was MOUZ.BST having a bad series. That was Yakindar struggling at times. But these are players that you give them a bit of time, and that's a team that'll come together. I think they'll evolve over time and turn into championship contenders. I think they're going to be more like MOUZ 2024.
Okay, well, we are going to give Fallen a little bit more time in this exit interview with James Banks.
We've seen the heights of FURIA throughout this event, but here on the stage after making semi-finals, it didn't come in the same way. So first of all, commiserations, my friend, but did it feel like you guys were not able to step into the server the same way? Because this didn't look like the FURIA we expected to see.
Yeah, definitely not a solid game, but I would say that overall they played better. They deserved the result. They were shooting better than us. So many multi-kills that they got that made the game so much impossible for us. Yeah, it was a very difficult match, and I think it's up to our opponents. They really play better than us today.
You're saying it's up to your opponents, but what about trying to change things up a bit? We've been praising the mid-rounds you've been able to have and the success you've been able to have just on your T-sides alone, looking so good. Was it something that still wasn't enough when you were trying to change things?
I think that I'm going to have to watch the game to understand a little bit better what we went through. There were some adaptations from our side. Mainly on Inferno CT side, we swapped a little bit how Yakindar was playing. We bring Castrato to be with me, and then we get a different composition. We did work for from 2 of 3 rounds, I think. So we were able to adapt on some stuff, but I think that the way they were just rolling on some rounds, it was impossible for us to win today. We're going to have to watch the games and come up with better plans next time, because this one wasn't enough.
It wasn't enough this time, but you did beat some crazy good teams like MOUZ, like Spirit on the way here. Can you give me your thoughts for like an end of the event of the different levels of FURIA you've seen and the progression you've seen?
There's a lot of stage matches that we played over the years with this FURIA lineup. And there were some of them where I felt like the team was a little bit off, or that were nervous or something like this. And that's just not the case for today. Today we were concentrated, we were talking a lot, like we're trying our stuff. Yeah. I definitely think that the opponent just outshoot us harder on many, many moments. And the feeling playing the game was that we're just playing against people who are just playing better than us on this game, you know. So I'm proud of the boys for the preparation, for the results we had coming into here. We definitely need more stage matches to get into the groove. And I think today, even though the result looks like we are a little bit not from the
not playing like having a chance to win. I felt like the composure was there, and we are still trying things. And you know, that's competition. Sometimes it's just not going to go your way, and you have to learn from it.
Now, there was lots of people supporting you in this arena. Huge cheers coming out. So many Brazilian fans as well, even here in London. Anything you want to say to them, you can do it in your language as well, man.
Yeah, I would like to thank everyone who came by here in London tournament, all the international guys and Brazilian people. You guys make it much more emotional, you know, to play the matches, and it's much more worthwhile to be playing, you know. It gives a purpose for us who likes to play this game. So thanks for coming. Galera do Brasil, obrigado pela torcida. Sei que as expectativas com os nossos resultados recentes eram bem altas, mas queria agradecer a todo mundo que veio aqui na torcida e veio nos apoiar. O motivo de ser tão emocionante jogar esse jogo nos palcos é porque vocês vêm e fazem tudo valer mais a pena, dão um propósito para quem joga esse game. Vamos continuar lutando e vamos chegar mais forte no próximo campeonato.
Of course, not the first time that Fallen has faced this sort of adversity, which kind of gives me hope for the future, right? Like, if there's anybody that I would entrust to go, okay, we've got to go back to the drawing board, here's what went wrong, here's what we need to work on, it's going to be someone like Fallen.
He's reinvented himself multiple times throughout his career already. So even though he was a meta-defining in-game leader back in 2015-16, he's already come back up into form with this team right here. Sure, some of the other rosters that he had in the past weren't really world-beater contenders, but I wouldn't even be too mad entirely about that Imperial stint that he had, where he was still able to have some runs at the major, even though everybody said this is him on his last legs, this is the last dance. And Fallen's right. I mean, they just need a few more arena games. They need more experience. I'm going to just remind people super quickly here. Molodoi just came from basically tier 4, okay? Like, this is still him in his potential. Like, we're trying to gauge his potential at this point. I'm not needing consistency from him every single game to see what is possible once he figures out all the moves of tier 1 teams.
Molodoi is definitely one for the future, and I expect he will get better, but people also need to understand how crazy it is for Fallen to reinvent himself in that age with that longevity, having played the AWP throughout his entire career, and now actually being a rifler that can deliver and hold up to his own. I think all of us expected, to be honest, you know, hands on our heart, that when he moved into in-game leading as a rifler, we thought, oh, that's going to be another Cadian. That's going to be another AWP player who can't get it done, who thinks that he's good enough. But Fallen has proven that he is sufficient. He's not a difference maker. He's not a star player per se, but I don't think he's a liability, and that's probably the biggest compliment you can give Fallen right now, who's still playing at a high level.
I think even more than the rifling, I want to compliment his ability to reinvent himself as a caller. You look at him when he joined Liquid, he was talking about how he needed to be brought up to the meta. He joins another team. You go on to FURIA, he's got really terrible CT sides on that team that they could never fix. They struggle on the T side. He can't get things going, and then he reinvents himself with the rifle, but he also brings himself up to the meta with the calling. He's making great calls, following the meta very closely, and the reason they have the best T side in the pro scene right now isn't because of his rifling, it's because of his calling.
Well, that does wrap up our games for the day, but we have one more game to be playing up here on the desk, and that is over on novashots.io. It's completely free to be signing up and be playing, and you get 1,000 credits to be choosing from. And we have 2 resident experts, I'd say, up here on the desk.
So we nailed it last time.
Oh, we killed it. We killed it.
You've just been nailing it. So I guess we look at the grand final. Yeah. Okay, what are the G2 stonks currently at?
It's at 9 to 50.
My.
It's 9 to 50. But let me give you one thing. On the Nova Shots game, you have to predict correctly now. You're no longer just trying to collect stocks. You are trying to actually just predict the winner. And I've got one answer for this.
G2.
It's all in G2.
Guys,
it's all in G2.
5 to 1.
2 to 3? 2 to 1? Okay, FURIA, difference maker here?
I'm a Mezzi fan. I'm going with Vitality.
I'm going...
Obviously.
I'm going
5 to 1.
Well, I have the iPad. I'm taking Vitality. We're winning. We're just trying to be winners here, okay?
I think that's pretty. I think there's a world where G2 wins tomorrow.
You are on something I can't say on broadcast. You are on stuff that if you got tested and you did the Ironman, you would get disqualified. You are on substances that would not be allowed in that kind of competition.
I think there's a world where maybe they win a map as we can take a look at the bracket and see that it is a best of 5 tomorrow, which is what makes me think there isn't really too much of a chance to take the whole thing, because VOO, best of 5s, that's no joke, particularly if you're a G2, you know, you've been growing, you've been grinding, but this is Vitality we're talking about.
Are G2 going to win tomorrow? No. Do they have a good chance of winning tomorrow? Also no. But do they have better than a 5 to 1 chance to win tomorrow? Yes.
Exactly.
Now you're crazy.
Oh, okay.
There's a world. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm not saying they're favorites, but there's definitely a world.
You know what, gentlemen? We need to save all this good stuff for tomorrow. One more day to be crowning a champion here at the Blast Open London 2025. G2 or Vitality is going to be going down tomorrow in that best of 5.